Omni Knight and Shadow Demon together, it's not the strongest early game duo of you know, they don't really offer a lot in terms of kind of rotations on the map. ST does to some extent, but he needs his team already to have a decent time before he can actually rotate on heroes. And Omni Knight, he's just a very passive hero.
Yeah, it definitely feels like these XP greedy support. So when you think of the core perspective, Lestrak and Sven, like they can do some things on their lanes. Of course, the part when you're with a Shadow Demon, like what was your kill threat? How do you ever threaten this juggle in the early phase of this game?
Yeah, with that said, I think that the kind of the timing for the draft is not, it's not very early. Their draft comes online a bit later on. They need some items on Sven. They need some levels on Omni Knight, and when Puck gets a Blink Dagger, they are gonna be having some decent timings. The question is just, you know, how far ahead will VP be at that point, and will they be able to kind of suppress their momentum, just keep their own momentum going?
Yeah, because I think it'd be fair to say that VP's kind of on the clock in terms of how their draft functions, right? Like this Viper, he can bully through that mid game, but this Timber, like we said, he won't feel that great in this game. It's Omni Knight, and also the Jug won't feel that great with Omni Slash because of the support combo we mentioned earlier, the Omni Knight
No.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as the game goes on, you know, if we're going into 40 minutes, the game should be quite difficult for VP. But the question is if we're gonna get that far.
Team Sumail was delivering himself to the glue factory there as he walked into Epileptic Kid, who did not hesitate to throw out the Omni Slash. That's the false sense of security when you have a haste rune in a bottle, I guess.
Yeah, Sumail, he's playing from the States, right? He should be on some ping disadvantage.
Yeah, I think that was confirmed. Like, it's at least around 120, 150 MS, I think.
Yeah, and I think that...
Ben,
Ilias
gonna go for this.
Yeah, he just goes down immediately.
I don't
Ramses might be in trouble, though.
Yeah, they might be able to get him now, but there's gonna be a Guardian Angel. They're throwing everything.
Grace is gonna help him out quite a bit here.
I don't know if it's gonna help enough though. Ramsey's being brought low. Dream Cool turnaround's gonna be there though. Tiny will low. DM down to half HP as well. He'll also be the next target. As they counterattack and strike hard, they take down 3 members of VP.
Yeah, now you can see the. I mean, they have some very strong team fight on 404 once they all kind of bundle up. I mean, some slight overextension there by VP, but the team fight is no joke from 404. No one here might be in trouble.
He can't dodge all this.
Yeah.
He got a little bit cocky. He thought maybe Wayne Rift will get me up to the high ground, but those slows overwhelmed him.
Yeah, but about the ping for Sumail, you know, this matchup, a hero especially like Leshrac, I think is very difficult to play on this ping. You need to hit your split earth, you need to... It's a very finicky hero, you know, you need to... It's very dainty, sort of. It's difficult to play already without the ping, and so...
I mean, a lot of popular mids right now are, right? Like, what is the easiest mid we can think of to pick him from a ping perspective? Because I don't think Wraith King mid is much of a
Viper.
Oh, well that's good. Oh, the other team got it. Crap. By the way, I like this different approach from GPK because we kept talking about those boots travels earlier, right? It seems like Vipers get it for the mobility factor. He's like, okay, I know I'm slow. How about a Blink Dagger?
No, I think it's a very nice choice. I mean, Viper is a hero that's heavily lacking in mobility, and getting the blink allows you to position yourself much better. But yet you don't really want to relegate Sumail into this Viper, you know. You have Sumail, you want to see him play these types of heroes, right?
Yeah. Just want to see him pop off. Like, you know, GPK, you know he's going to murder people one by one, but I think if Sumail gets in control of this game, we'll be able to run into this ball of heroes right now and melt them all. Sadly, that's not the case at the moment, though, as Solo gets picked off. Another option.
Yeah, still, Ramses keeps having, you know, a good game. He hasn't died yet. He's, I think he's quite close to the Juggernaut in net worth.
Yeah, he's keeping track, and Jug, he is going for this Battle Fury, though, so there is going to be a moment where maybe Jug, at this rate, can pull forward because he's getting all these kills as well.
Yeah, it's just the Juggernaut game can be a little bit difficult in this one, right? You're against the Shadow Demon, and you are against Sven and Omni Knight, so it is not the most amazing Juggernaut game. As it goes on, you're gonna need some sort of nullifier abyssal type to
has been delivering, but he has to keep doing that. He's the only real means with which they can send a parcel into the arms of their big cats.
And GPK, he's switching it up now. He's going for the BKB instead.
Okay.
Just choosing to be more of a beefy boy here. Sumail is gonna get the port out.
He looked the wrong way. Closer than Sumail maybe realized. I mean, that's a 50-50 there. If he goes the other way, he's gonna see it.
The Ramsey's up top. Could very well be in trouble here.
He's got no way out. TP won't work here. Save arrives to ensure that's the case. They pick off what looks like a fairly easy spend. There's no rebuttal elsewhere, right? Like this comes back to what we were saying about 404's later timing. Is that when a pick off like that happens, if you're not 5, like how do you punish VP elsewhere?
Yeah, and that's the scary part is when they actually lose this Sven. You know, that's sort of the key point for this draft. That's the hero that's gonna carry you through this game. Exactly like you said, there is no counterplay at this point. They don't really have the damage necessary to kill a lot of these heroes without their Sven.
Around as a group. That's the other thing. When Sven is dead, it's not just they can't counterplay. You see that they herd together, right? Like you can sense the fear that's there for 404 of how easy it is for VP to find any individual pickups.
Yeah. It's just sad, you know, to see the king on ping. It's just.
Hey, he's got an excuse, okay? It is a hard lane to win in the first place, though, right? Viper versus a Lestrat. And GPK is not exactly the biggest pushover when it comes to his mid performances, as we've been seeing time and time again.
No, GPK kind of the, you know, like one of these newer up and coming mids, you know, Sumail once used to be in his
New
glory days.
versus old. Oh wait, who do we say is old Sumail before Sumail? Like loads of people always thought Arteezy, but like from a, did you think Arteezy?
I mean, Arteezy and Sumail they're completely different players, I would say.
Yeah.
Maybe the old Arteezy was slightly more Sumail-esque, but.
So who was the Sumail before Sumail?
I don't know if there was one.
Maybe there'll never truly be one like him again. The GPK is definitely gone for it. Turn around the stun, the buyback comes out. Ramses with a charge forward, doing the damage on the Juggernaut, enough to bring him down. The Guardian Angel out, which means there's no sort of rebuttal for VP. Chase the 4 for more, they'll be able to find Ilias. So they do get some big picks. They should be able to convert it to a tower. Finally, 404, they find some firm ground to fight back. Moving in under the Viper. GPK is full health though, and Sumail is going to melt on the Nevertox. Some mistakes were made. They bit off the extra bit that they choked on.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't just use himself, but he might have been dead either way. No one with the nice kind of, you know, orb and buybacking, jumping back to the orb.
They might have him still.
Might be.
He's been brought out. He's got the BKB just in time, but the problem is the damage is already on him. He was always going to tick out at the end of that because of the demonic purge. I'm not even sure it was worth hitting the BKB there.
No, and it was also the fact that he didn't get the Nether Toxin out on the ground. If he had gotten that out a little bit faster, the cleave wouldn't have worked on him, and he would have survived. But yeah, no, a very nice kind of use there of the mechanic where, you know, puck buying back and the orb is still flying. You can jump back to your orb. It looked almost too good to not happen. You know, I was watching that orb and just seeing that, wow, this is actually an excellent time to use this. You know, some spells were used and you can come back and get this nice coil.
I was just watching the fabulous right clicks of Ramses with the demolished.
Sumail might be in trouble here once again.
Whoopsie. Make it look so easy. He's going for
from
this
bad to
higher
worse.
for the BKB as well. I don't know if BKB first would necessarily save him though, right? Like he's still so squishy in this game, even just with the physical damage.
I mean, he's gonna be squishy for a while, but you see that 404, I mean, despite all these kills and Sumail having such a rough game, Ramses, we see him at the top of the net worth here. He's going for this Orchids after the... Oh, he's actually disassembled his... So he disassembles the Echo Saber to go for this Orchids. Quite surprised by this, actually. I feel like the Echo Saber is a large portion of your damage, but... Maybe he wants it against the... I'm just not sure, because the thing is, the Juggernaut is going to have his Manta very soon. the Viper has a BKB and Timber's gonna have Lotus.
Yeah, and also like in terms of scaling at layer, Silver Edge is very good in this game, right? Against a Viper, against a Timber. Like there's plenty of heroes who utilize that I am against. I guess he feels, you know, we need extra disables right now. And obviously, you could consider an Ags in this type of game, but I don't think getting on top of VP is the problem for 404.
No, I'm curious if he's gonna go for this Ags or not. Oh, this is such a disgusting pause. This is like you don't even want to play right now.
Oh no! Yep. I thought just point
there's
out
this smoke, and you know your whole maneuver. Of course, if GBK wanted to, he could always just pop the BKB. It's just way too easy. But this is such an unfortunate timing for a smoke, for a pause.
I mean, DM will apologize, but I don't think 404 can be happy with that apology. He still gets hit by the stun. They'll toss him out.
I think it was very fortunate the save came there and tossed him out. I think that fight would have ended very poorly for 404.
I feel like that was the plan in the end, right? Like, now you've still got the Illusion Room, which is an extra dispel if someone can't save. And it is in his name, so you know he's usually going to be there whenever you call. It's like... Yeah, I am curious to see if we're going to see... Yeah, we are going to see the Superman on the side of 404. Ramsey's queued up the Ags next.
Yeah, it's going to be quite necessary, I think, to get on top of these heroes. You know, if you can take out some of the supports potentially, just I mean, the CM dies in no time. And I mean, if you can ever get on top of the Juggernaut, of course, that is your absolute best target. There's no save except for the save from save on the Tiny if he can toss you out, but it's not incredibly reliable the same way that this Disruption is, or the Omni Knight, for example.
No, it's... The conditionals required. I need to not have my blink on cooldown. I need to be able to be in range. I need to have something to toss you away too. Whereas on 404, it's like, look, we just press our buttons and nobody can die.
And this smoke becomes a little bit too telegraphed, maybe by the fact that this mid lane is...
There we go, anyway. Recall will be thrown out on the save. We'll turn around with the Avatos, do some damage. The healing water's near him as well, so Tiny didn't melt too quickly here. He's got one level in the Grove, but the damage is pretty high from Ramsey still. They're trying to slow him down. He is unforward. Wants to finish that kill. Turn around on DM, who has no reactive board. Looks like Puck's able to finish off Tiny. Buyback will come out as they are in deep. Now they're looking to punish it. No one, not able to get away. He's gone. Instantly punished for that. That's going to be his dieback situation. On the side, though, they're losing bigger targets. Timber is brought down. GPK with the BKB to run away, but Ramsey's too fast as he hunts forward. And GPK, Viper Strike on cooldown, but the almost that's going to come out of Ramsey's. There will be a save, though. They throw out the disruption. In the meantime, Melissa's going to fall to Sumail, and now Ramsey's avalanche toss is going to be there. They melt through him quick enough for the magical damage. They don't care about the physical. We'll be able to TP out with Zayats, but it looks like, you know, BP got that. The Puck and the Sven in the end, and they might be able to go into the pit.
If they can get this Roche, it's going to be very big for them. You see the gold is kind of leveled. The two buybacks from both supports here. They did lose Ramses, so it's gonna cost them. But I actually think in that fight, if you looked at the Tiny, the fact that he didn't have Echo Saber, Sumail didn't want to press the Master Manus to kill the Tiny, and so he doesn't get the kill. I think he would probably have gotten it if he had the Echo Saber, and the Orchids didn't really do much in that fight. He used it once on the Timber Saw, it got immediately Lotus, and yeah, just kind of a curious purchase, but. Of course, Ramses, he knows generally what he's doing, so...
It's one of those kind of weird scenarios as well, right? Because there is a ripple effect from that happening where no one then dives to tier 2 with all his spells on cooldown, and that's why he then dies Tiny buyback. But at the same time, as you say, Ramses, he must have a clear plan on this. I mean, the Orchid definitely has some value in this game, so you can appreciate the need for that extra silence against a team that don't have ways of dealing.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they do have ways of dealing with the silence. That's why I find it strange. You know, they have all the cores are not really bothered by it, and the Save is even queuing up his own Lotus Orb. So even more ways.
I'm wondering if I'm not quite sure if DM had the Lotus when he decided to like disassemble.
He had some of the parts, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna expect your Timber to get some sort of a way to deal with silence either way, you know, whether it's a Yules or a Lotus, very common pickups for Timber.
It's a killer one. I mean, you get some attack speed. I'm like reading the Orchid stats, and I'm trying to think, like, is there something I'm missing here? But I think you're right. It's definitely not a traditional or conventional way to build your stuff. type.
I think I've seen quite a few people build it. It's just the
Yeah, but in this
I would say
game,
generally, yeah, no, exactly. In this game, you know, generally when I see it, it's maybe after this Echo Saber. Of course, the disassembling can be nice, but I mean, 404, they're sort of bringing it back. You look at the gold; they're catching up. They were down by 4K, now it's only a 1K difference, and I think that the pressure is to some extent on VP here. They need to, they they want to make use of this Aegis as best they can. Juggernaut going for a Skadi next. But this Sven is going to become a problem. Already level 18 now. With that level 20, it's gonna be way more difficult to deal with him. He's gonna have the Ags, and you know, with the lower cooldown on Stormhammer, he's just gonna be flying around with the Heavenly Grace on. They're hard to stop.
Yeah, you say he's gonna be a problem. I mean, he's already proven to be a problem. It's gonna be an unavoidable problem. Is probably the fairer way to put it, right? Like you think of how most of these heroes are gonna try and juice and jive him out. And that's why Saber's building that Lotus you mentioned earlier as well. It's probably the only item that you can really build against Sven to kind of counter him to some extent. Like Ghost Scepter doesn't work, yours doesn't work, Glimmer Cape doesn't work.
No, exactly. This talent of dispelling, it's quite ridiculous.
Especially for a level 15. It might be the strongest level 15 talent in the game, actually.
I mean, it's definitely a very, very strong. It has a lot of use, this talent.
Everyone right now is just shaking their fists in the chat. They're like, when Ice Frog getting rid of that? Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if they at least shift it to a higher level, if not obliterate it straight away.
Yeah, the thing is, it generally becomes kind of more efficient towards these later levels. That's why it's kind of funny that it is at level 15, you know. It would be better for Sven if the Stormhammer cooldown was probably the lower one, and if they swap places, it would probably benefit Sven.
It's just like, it's something that people didn't really kind of see at first because Ags wasn't being built on Sven. It kind of looked like it me, but now it looks broken. Zayats, his TP will be broken. He tries to escape, but it tanks the gank. Sumail's able to get away. He's not been hemorrhaging as many kills as he was in the early phases of the game.
Yeah, Sumail is getting close to his BKB. It's obviously going to be very useful for him.
About a minute.
Just about a minute, so.
Still try for one more flow.
Yeah, we might see 404 just try to not get caught during this last kind of minute of the Aegis. No one is queuing it. He's queued up the Ag. Very strong for 404. If you can Ags coil some of these heroes, your Sven is he's going to be allowed to deal a lot of damage in these fights.
Elderito, no retreater. That's going to be Ramsey's new name, especially he's going to get this plate mail next, getting close to his next item.
Yeah, and another thing that could be very big this game is if Shadow Demon ever were to get to this Axe. He's queued up a 4-step now, so obviously it's going to be quite far away, but you know, should they manage to win some sort of fight, SD gets, you know, to survive and gets a couple kills, then the Axe in this game could be very, very big for 404.
And you get to a stage where, because Sumail's not an easy pick, there's blood off the back of just randomly running these fights. You know, even though it's just... He has gone for the plate mail over the Hyperstone, which some people might sit there and think that's a bit odd, but it means you're less reliant on these saves having to come your way in the fights, and I guess that frees up the supports of 404 to focus on keeping Sumail alive if he gets jumped instead.
He doesn't want to die to the Juggernaut, just the Omni Slash. I mean, if he uses Mask of Madness, his armor is not that amazing.
No. And that's the thing, usually the save with like a Disruption or like a Guardian Angel will be there, but the moment they do that, we see what happens. Usually is VP turn and kill Sumail instead.
I really want to see this God Strength now with the Heavenly Grace. This Sven is going to be dealing quite a bit of damage.
And it just gets better and better as the game goes on. You know, you get level 20 on that Omni Knight, minus 3 seconds, so you can just have.
Yeah, you are gonna have now the Skadi on the Juggernaut, so it's going to help. It's going to be quite useful here, especially since there's a Paladin Sword with the Mask of Madness. Sven's healing would be quite nice, but the Skadi obviously going to help you quite a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a big focus on the opening of these fights, right? Like, obviously, it goes without saying you got Sven and Puck on one side, but if he gets in on the right target with an Omni Slash, they're not coupled together, which you don't want to do against Omni Slash at this stage of the game. You could see VP take an early kill advantage in these fights.
And this is the kind of crucial moment here for 404. They have the Axe on no one. Sven is healing Greaves on solo.
Moving in. Ready. One was able to dodge it. Epic gets just out of range. CM's already gone. Save's going to fall as well. They move through to try and cut the back line, but Guardian Angel comes out. Disruption Save is going to be there. The Shadow Demon keeps himself alive. The stun control is good. And they find the kill onto GPK. No one chasing forward. Ramses will use the illusion to his advantage to force the fight towards them, but it looks like the Timber is out. 3 dead on the side of VP. That was 4 decent off of it.
I mean, you see the damage. That is what happens once you get this coil on the puck. And this big beefy Sven with the... Yeah, I mean, he's got some close to 700 damage per hit.
Well, I mean, they were fortunate not to have 4 dead, right? They very almost caught Epi in that as well. And obviously, you know, you're going to be stuck in there as the Juggernaut with the Ags down the puck. So, it might count the lucky stars that they didn't hemorrhage the big bad carry in the Juggernaut. Uh-oh, they might hemorrhage this though. An ambitious TP attempt by DM. He's stuck here now. They're actually just interested in the tower first before they...
Yeah, they could just kind of chase him down if they want to. No one is just going to commit the coil. There's not a lot you can do here for Timber.
Just farm
up some creeps.
That's easy approach to any issue. No. Just hit creeps, you know you're dead. There you go. Oh, is he dead? There we go. They're going to keep up with him. He's making him work for a lot though. So you do get him in the end, but I guess you could say space created, right? Everyone on VP got back up and it allowed Jug to keep farming in the meantime.
Yeah, it's going to be the completed AC even harder. And you can see 404 have finally brought the gold back in their favor. This is when their lineup excels, you know, despite having this really rough start for Sumail and most of their heroes coming online quite slowly. Now their draft is sort of coming into its full power here.
And, you know, Sumail's also catching up as well, like he's able to contribute. I feel like he's scaling better than the Viper now, right? Because GPK, he did go for this build, this magical build. And it kind of feels like when you compare the Shadow Fiend builds, where physical versus magical, right? It's the same situation where his potential as the game scales feels a little bit limited, unless he's right for guidance.
Yeah, I think he just needs to get, you know, he just wants some armor. The Shivas is one of the best items against Sven. Just trying to remove first the armor helps.
Puck just getting even more elusive. Actually just hit the 26 the other way in Rift. I mean, and the way these fights are going, Puck can more or less always be the safest person to push out lanes by any risk to him. As he moves in, just pokes across a Jug. Atos comes down to Sven. BKB used, turns around. God Strength, coil onto 2. Viper using that tree to his advantage, but vision will be given to the Sven to try and clean him up, toss away to save the day. Does get Viper out. And Save's still alive. They're chasing in the freezer field. It is down. Still running. They don't hit him up with the stun. They're going to try and melt through him now. They lost the Viper already. Buyback comes out the Shadow Demon. DM dishing out a lot of damage here, but they will be able to find the kill into Ilias, and they'll hunt forward looking for more. With Storm Hammer forward, Epic Kid does get the spin out. They need to be careful. No magic immunity on their Sven. He does the Ghost Strength though, sees the opportunity to bring down Save, and he'll flip on top of him. Turn around on the Timber as well. They need a follow-up stun, but still on cooldown. Yours to buy some time. I don't know if they're going to stun out in time. They will. They get DM. 4 dead on the side of VP. Roche is about to spawn in 10 seconds. 404.
Yeah, just once again the coil and Sven. There's barely any counterplay, and you saw also Solo there. He's just holding this Guardian Angel for the Juggernaut ult. He uses it, and you know he has a lot of damage on this Juggernaut, but almost all of it got just removed by this Guardian Angel.
Yeah, you can actually see that now. Epic Kid is like, okay, I need this. He's queued it up, but okay. I wondered if he was going to buy out on it, because you're in this precarious scenario where with this Aegis, 404 can just get rid of the remaining out of towers and start to siege your base. He sees the need for it. He does get caught. Luckily for him, they're not going to be coming quick enough. So he might get away with this, as he'll just run off with a Mask of Mana. If he was going to come out, Sven is here now, though. He needs to move quicker. There's the body blocks from no one. He's keeping him locked in. And guess who's coming? It's the Big Bag Shark. And you're in his river. He'll get the spin out, but the damage is going to be way too much. His Epi Kid, he just bought the Ags. They don't know it because he hasn't had it delivered. He's dead for 80 seconds without buyback.
Yeah, he didn't have a TP there. If he had a port, he could have just spun and TP'd out. There's no way to cancel that.
He got interrupted, right? When the puck came in.
Ah, yes, of course.
I think that's what happened, because the Dream Call's on cooldown. But it was always worrying when we, like, especially when you he chooses to buy the Ags that far out base, right? That's the other part. Like, pick it up, so they do not have a clue that there's no buyback on the Jug. So they might be a little bit defensive on 404.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail, not for this Bloodthorn, now you can see just how strong he is. Just the added attack speed, he's just gonna keep the cheese. They gave the Aegis to Sumail, which makes sense, because Sven without the God Strength and BKB is not really a hero.
Recall on the 2, moving in. Stun is returned. Ramses will now just throw out his BKB with the Guardian Angel and run Timber down. He's dead. Save will be turned on to next. Also fallen. And stun forward onto the Viper. Doesn't care about the freezer field. He might soon, but it's not enough magic damage to deter Ramses from diving the tier 4s. Powers won't stop him either. They'll turn around at the DM. He just fought back. He'll be stunned in return with the Lotus. But he's still dead. 95 seconds on the sideline. How the hell do you stop this Sven?
There's not really any stopping the Sven anymore. They could even just go for the tier 4s here. It's very nice to see 404, even despite having this kind of a rough start. They understand their timings very well. They're playing around the Sven.
Well, he got the kill. But I don't think it changes anything. Like you said, 404, they just understand. Like, they were very patient in this early mid-game. They didn't try and force them out. They let VP have their time in the limelight where their draft was stronger. Now, they're showing why they're stronger. They'll move in. Dream Call come out. Omni Slash to bounce around, doing a lot of damage. Does get rid of the Aegis. But now he has nothing to follow up. The throne is exposed, so he has to stand his ground right here. Sumail will come back up. BKB in 2 seconds. No one will cover him. Stormhammer in. Does stun up onto Epikid. Avalanche toss in. Sumail isn't going to die, though. Bloodstone will heal him up. Stun is a whiff. They'll back away. They'll respect the fact that the Viper is back up. And GPK does go in. Atos, BKB gets forced. Ramses will TP out, and it looks like Puck will get away as well. Solo will even make his escape in the tree line. So, you know, BP, they're still in this game. They're only 1 lane down, but the Ancient is exposed, and it's not looking healthy.
Yeah, I mean, they might still be, you know, they're still playing in the game. And, you know, Epikid, at least he's queuing up this Rapier. He understands they desperately need way more damage. The thing that I talked about, though, a little bit is that, you know, I felt that this Juggernaut, he needs to get either a Nullifier or a Basher. He needs to go get on top of the Shadow Demon and or Omni Knight to be able to deal damage in these fights. They need to kill these 2 supports. But it's very nice to watch, just watching kind of Ramses on the Sven. It's very nice to see. It's just kind of decisive play all over. He understands what he has to do, and he's just delivering.
Yeah, he understands that at this stage in the game, there's no such thing as 2. He sees someone, he'll chase them to the ends of the earth in that Stormhammer. You could have 4 4-stars and closely found, and you know Ramses will still go inside that fountain and probably kill him.
GPK here. Might get caught. The port still a few seconds on cooldown. Same for the BKB.
Yep. He needs to buy time. I don't know if he's going to have it, though. It's just gone. GPK, he has no buyback. He's 300 gold short. He was trying to get it. I wonder if they realize as well. I mean, he didn't buy anything new, but after last time when you saw the Epikid clearly didn't have buyback when you're in his base, you got to be tempted to kind of poke the bear and see if it bites back.
Yeah, and the bear, it does bite back, you know. So one does not simply poke a bear.
Well, right, they can bite back, but this one cannot bite back. That's the problem. Look at them waiting. Like, okay, let's test this right here. It's not like we've got to worry about diving tier 4s. Ramsey says, okay, if they won't come to us, then we'll just hit the buildings. Moving in, Epikid using the spin, but that's not the right way to go about this. That just lets them hit the throne. They're bringing it low. They'll end the game. 404, game 1 in their hands. VP already trailing.
Yeah, it's very nice to watch this this level of Dota. You can see, I feel like a lot of teams, they would just crumble in the beginning of this game. You know, they would just feel like there's no way to play in this game. But 404, despite being down quite a bit and Sumail having such a rough game, they understand their timing so well. They understand their drafts, and they just play around the Sven. And once you saw this Axe on the Puck, there was just, I mean, they just went go, and they got this team fight after team fight, and there was no stopping.
Yeah, that is very impressive. It was like you said, it comes down to that composure, that control, that understanding the game is not lost, and that definitely comes with not just seasoned players, but a very seasoned captain, right? I think that's the big difference that I hear a lot of players and a lot of other talent talk about when you compare, you know, these tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 teams. Is the lack of really good captains to share around that have years and years of experience. The solo definitely like has that type of what's the word I'm looking for? That kind of power about him, that gravitas to get his people in line and make sure they understand that this game can still be won later.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have players like Sumail and Ramses and no one, I don't think the solo has to do all that much of the kind of explaining them what to do. I think they're all very competent in their roles and they understand what has to be done in order to win the game. You know, it's not players that just give up because of this or this.
No, for sure. It definitely helps, though, right? It's always. I think a lot of people talk about these kind of tier 1 teams, or could be tier 1 teams with these standout players, and usually the thing that maybe kind of makes them crumble is they don't have that mantle of leadership to rely upon, right? That seasoned captain, especially in CIS actually, where usually there's freaking another one's FNG that's gone off to Alliance now, so he's not even part of CIS anymore. They're becoming a little bit missing, shall we say, from the top tier captains right now.
It's always been sort of hard to find these very good captains, but I mean, even Ramses, he's been sort of a captain. You know, he's been a drafter and everything, and these players are a long time. You know, Sayak being the one who's maybe not the same level of experience, but
he's definitely one of the new gens, right? Like that's the thing here, folks. Is that Virtus.pro, they were the prodigies so far. Just Error put them in their place because one game so far and just Error a lead. And we're going to hit a short break. And when we return, we'll see if VP can bite back or if there's no teeth in this bear's jaw.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hey there, Dota fans. A quick game number 1 to get our series started today. 404 takes it. T-Gov, you and I were chatting throughout that game, and you called it pretty darn well. Tough early game for 404, but then they struck back and looked pretty strong. That was like the story of the game for Sumail. Rough lane, not a lot of deny. Broke out, things looked a little bit better.
Yeah, I think this was a really good game from 404, being able to allow VP just enough space into the map to feel confident. When VP barrel up into that Radiant high ground area and there's a pot coil, Sven damage, Leshrac as well, that was like the moment it's like, 404 is really hard to kill, actually. And obviously Juggernaut didn't get Omni Slash off. And to me, that was just showing that 404 is beautifully scaling. And Ramses, he was top net worth, best part of the entire game, right? So it's a very good stand-up performance of him as well. But this Omni Knight factor, teams don't think about it too much. And I think he did like 10,000 healing by the end of that game. And that's not a number you can kind of forget about.
Yeah, he probably did like 1,000 damage in that game and 10,000 healing, That's why they picked Virtus.pro, where they were very active. They just, have this tiny roaming around, getting the kills, 4K gold lead, 10 minutes in. I think a lot of the teams, was putting onto Just Error, but they kept their shit together. They just played some good Dota. All they needed to do is, not get rolled over around like 15-20 minute marks. Sven was still farming very nicely. There were a couple of stacks, but if you look at the position 5 and position 4s in this game, you have Shadow Demon and Omni Knight. Like, these are not the strongest heroes early on, especially Omni Knight 5. There's a reason we didn't see too much out of this hero. It's the second time, so we might see much more of it. But the thing about it is you don't want to be fighting early on with that hero. You don't have enough mana pool to sustain. You need some items, you need levels, and this is exactly what they needed, just to get some levels. Also, what I like about having 2 saving heroes is they're taking care of each other, so the other team does not have a clear target to go for. You go on Omni Knight, he's going to get disrupted. You go on the other guy, Omni Knight's going to save him.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that dynamic. I wanted to ask you guys as well about the itemization on Ramses. We've seen Sven be pretty textbook. You need your BKB. You need that Aghanim's. Usually there's an Echo Saber in there. He ended up with a Bloodthorn this game. Pretty cool item to see in the hands of Sven.
It's basically about that additional lockdown and being able to kill your own hero, right? All the heroes on Virtus.pro are very kind of tanky to some bit of kind of oomph when you get that engagement. So yeah, I can see it. And also, if you look at the itemization on VP, were they really dealing with this type of Orchid-esque item coming into play? They didn't. They had one Lotus Orb. There wasn't that aim to go aggressive. And when you are that farmed, when you are ending the game 14-2 and 10, you kind of are allowed to buy, that free item to treat yourself, spoil yourself in the victory.
Yeah, 14-2 and 10. He earned it. He earned that Bloodthorn.
He did. He really did. Now, one thing that we talked about during the draft when we saw Omni Knight and we saw the heroes on Virtus.pro is there's no Dispel. They can't get rid of that Guardian Angel, so it's very tough. Maybe I wanted to see something like Enchantress, Oracle come into a play. There's also no Nullifier build. And once Puck gets Aghanim Scepter, the BKBs came online for Just Error, and they were ready to fight. Also, I'm really impressed the way no one is playing on the off lane. He made a much faster transition from playing that mid lane for years, and now he's being off laner. It's very smooth. It came in really quickly, I would say.
I like how he itemized
that
cheat
game too, right?
Well, he's playing a mid laner in the off lane. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're about to talk about itemization. I'm talking about this hero pool, Mr. Zara. He's playing that offlane. You can't cheat the system and pick Puck, all right? It's not as if maybe if we see an Invoker in the offlane, then he'll get a put. No,
I just like the Ags Puck against Juggernaut. Yeah. That's just such a feel-good, very worthy 4,200 gold investment that gives you such a good tool against that hero. Big fan. But Magnus now for VP. We talked about this last game. It was that Magnus Void that they played a lot in their first series. Obviously, Void taken out again. But they will grab their way into the Magnus as they now ban out the Omni Knight instead.
I love these bans though from Virtus.pro. In the first game, it was Undying Magnus, and they were like, "Okay, cool, yeah, this is fine. Don't give Just Error the first pick Magnus." And they're like, "Wait, actually, this Omni Knight, this random Omni Knight is now our biggest concern." I love calling it the domino effect of a series. One game you lose to it, gotta ban it out in the second game. Can't deal with that thing. So yeah,
they're evolving.
They are. We can't deal with them.
I love the
What's the
approach.
response?
You know, you just lost the
Oh!
game. Okay, this. I mean,
a lot.
I love this
On the
hero.
cost.
Like it's
Yep, I know.
it's a weak laner, but you know it gives you so much. You have BKB piercing ability. You have a setup. You have an ability that's just gonna split the fight. Heal. Like I'm really surprised whenever I see Faceless Void, like Phantom Assassin. Why is this hero not picked?
Yep. I agree. It's one of the best scaling supports in terms of that ultimate late game. Winner's Curse just keeps getting better and better. And there you go. They'll grab a hard carry. Now, you mentioned Wyvern being weak in the lane, and I often think of Spectre as one that wants a support that can really help her out, right? She struggles a little bit in the early levels. Is this a lane combo that can work? Could this be like a position 4 Wyvern? I'm curious here.
So this is actually most likely their safe lane combo. Where they ran it twice against Yellow Submarine in that grand final to qualify for Division 1, and they won both games of it. It's primarily the reason for the Wyvern pick in those games was to deal with an IO, but in principle, it's the same idea, right? It's that carry that's going to have that big physical, that accelerant, and you need to deal with it somehow. And yeah, I don't mind it at all, because also the way in which Spectre's played nowadays, you want to buy Blade Mail, you want to retreat to the jungle. What do you want in your position 5? Wave clear. So it does bode well for the Magnus counter, the lane soak, and enabling Spectre to farm without that jungle invade due to you losing your tower.
Wyvern is one of the better heroes that, you know, once your carry goes to the jungle to get some farm, you're there standing inside the trees, defending the tower, getting the farm, and one of the hardest hero to catch. Like, you can't really just, you know, cut down the trees and find Wyvern. That's like, if it's post 10-minute mark push that you're trying to do, you always need to be aware of that Winter's Curse.
But again, he is a weak laner, right?
Yeah.
We've already kind of lightly touched that. He is very, very bad.
What do you mean weak? Like 40 damage weak?
Whoa! Sorry. Oh yeah, but either way, you know, this Wyvern doesn't really provide much, right? In terms of lane. Level 2, level 3.
She ain't no Enchantress. Let's put it that way.
There
All right,
we go,
VP,
yeah.
they've
She
got
is,
the position 5 Enchantress. She's going to be bringing the pain. You know, Wyvern, she'll be throwing some Arctic Burns every 50 seconds. That'll be cool. Keep an eye
Looking from a
out for
distance,
that.
you know. You go, good luck, Spectre, for I shall pull. And that's about it. That's literally all the Wyvern does.
Hey, the cooldowns are a little rough for the Wyvern. She reminds me of the old Willow. Remember old Willow when she had like all 40-second cooldowns at level 1? That shit was brutal. That was a rough support.
Yeah, it reminds me of Lion. Like, I was just watching a game yesterday, and Lion has a Hex, so, you know, I scroll over it to see what the cooldown of it, and 30 seconds on level 1 ability. That's pretty bad, you know. It's
That's
one of
rough.
the worst abilities in the game.
For
I
level
think
1.
everyone can agree that they've experienced that Lion player who goes like 2-0-3, stuns you, drains your mana, but does nothing else. That's why. Hex is just too painful. I actually hate those Lion players. They don't do anything in the game. Everyone feels that.
It feels good to kill them 30 minutes later, though. You go, yep. That's what you get for mana draining me, bud. Second round of bans complete, though. We've got Bloodseeker Doom and Mars taken out by Virtus.pro, and then a bunch of carries here. The Viper, the Anti-Mage, and now the PA removed by Just Error.
10 seconds remaining.
In regards to Just Error's ban, of course, you have to ban the Viper against the Spectre, and I think they're now looking towards what are the most activated carries that can deal with a Spectre. Anti-Mage with Magnus, we've seen how they've adapted their builds to be like Mask of Madness, even Manta, then Skadi, for example, and that's just, it destroys Spectre. You can't match that. And again, you know, Mac PA, you have to respect that for sure.
Okay, so
again.
another save. I like what they're doing. So, you know, just having 2 abilities, you have a good setup. Like, what do you pick here? And these heroes are, once again, not the strongest laner. Shadow Demon's okay. Depends. Like, he can make a lot of stacks.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm a bit worried for the early game that they're going to have with these 2 supports once again. But if they somehow manage not to get rolled over 10-15 minutes in, these supports are going to scale.
Definitely. For other heroes to make some combos. Now Phoenix for Virtus.pro, so 2 saves a different way, 2 forms of heal now, and obviously Egg is pretty nice. But like Shadow Demon Centaur, that's a combo I kind of think of in the off lane that has some potential kill threat. I wonder what
like
one's going to play this game, though.
10 seconds remaining.
Mirana, let's go.
Oh, no, not that. I don't have my bow tie on me. I can't eat the bow tie, Lacoste, all right?
Oh, no. The Mirana call comes in again.
Here she comes.
Even like Slardar, though, right? Shadow Demon Slardar. That's another example of a really good lane pairing, but Void Spirit also fits the bill.
No real lockdown for Void Spirit with these 3 picks. Like, he's really not afraid of any of the heroes. They're very limited on the attack speed against the egg, so this could be an issue for Just Error. But it's a good Void Spirit game. Like, it might be, you know, another cheating by no one where he just plays Void Spirit on the off lane, you know?
Yeah.
Seems likely.
Well, it's also a draft advantage, right? Because they have second pick. We say it a lot of times during a draft. We don't know if it's Void Spirit mid, is it going to be off lane? And that's where that advantage comes in from Just Error's draft. I like the fact that Virtus.pro, they identify that you have a lot of saves from Just Error. So they're going to overwhelm you with teamfight, but also teamfight that can't really rotate. The type of heroes. If you have a lot of teamfight, you naturally aren't very good at rotating. And same again for if you have a lot of saves, it's hard for you to make moves on the map. So look at Phoenix. That hero doesn't want to make moves towards runes, right? And Shadow Demon Wyvern, they're going to be the same type of hero. So VP mirroring what Just Error have, just so that they can, if you have save, great, but we'll win the team fights.
Juggernaut into Wyvern, into Void Spirit, Shadow.
Why? Like, they picked it into Omni. I already didn't like that, but okay, you know, Jug's not that one-dimensional necessarily. Sometimes you can fight around GA. But I agree wholehearted Jug game. Like, why Jug over Troll or something? Like, healing? That's like the one thing I can think of. They've got a lot of healing on this Virtus.pro lineup.
But I think if you look towards how VP played that previous game, they did accrue quite an early lead. They were in kind of the driving seat, right? And at minute 17, they ran into pot coil, etc., died. So in terms of their game plan, they were following the script of how to win their game with that draft. And their only mistake was a big team call that happened. So in that regard, they don't mind the Juggernaut for the idea of what it provides. If they can accrue the same lead and also have that Jug factor, sure, or the Magnus factor, sorry, it might be a much better game. But it still puts VP in a position of, if they make a mistake, they will just lose the game, right?
So the Jug
and
did buy... He bought Battle Fury last game, and now with the Magnus, he won't have to do that. So I see what you're saying. Similar strat, just activate the Jug to come online even earlier.
But it's still risky, right? It's still very risky. You can't beat around that because there are 3 heroes that if they get Omni Slash, they're like, I'll cold embrace myself, I'll just shock myself, or dissimulate, or astral step away. Like, thanks. See ya.
I mean, Juggernaut wants to have that threat of solo killing a hero with the Omni Slash when there's no save if one of the hero is isolated, but he's gonna have a rough time. Like, he needs to have good vision which spells are used. Otherwise, like, we might not see many of the Omni Slashes being used correctly. And Juggernaut does not provide them with any kind of stun. Like, the only stun they have right now is RP. That's
an
it.
Egg.
That's very true. Yeah.
RP and egg. Those are some pretty big stun commitments.
Yeah. They're looking to try and group up early and move towards objectives, right? And that's going to be their play. It's kind of the same story as the first game, which does put, fear into my voice right now, even though I'm kind of monotone. You get the idea. It's like, how are they really going to win that fight at the objective, right? Because...
Yeah, I like these final bans, though. Slardar and Axe, 2 very annoying heroes against the Juggernaut, so worth it to take them out if you're a little all-in on this big core. And Storm Spirit Death Prophet, banned by 404, is now VP have to select their mid.
They might get someone like, Puck that's going to hold them in place so that the rest of the team can do stuff. They need a hero that's just going to move around the map, do stuff, make shit happen, but... I don't know which hero that. I mean, there's possibly that's not the hero that I was looking for. So what is that?
So is that
mid mag or mid tide?
I mean, mid tide in a 1v1 matchup or a melee 1v1
Big
is
bog
okay.
Jams.
But
does Just Error not go for their Pugna here though? I think from their DP and Stormban, the last time that they run Spectre Wyvern and that kind of idea, it's all about being able to set the
Sumail Pugna.
Exactly.
Let
on
this
the
man
ping.
get some denies in the lane. I'm all
there
in.
we go.
I love it. I love the Pugna.
Is Leshrac still available? I guess Leshrac's not really.
Well, and doesn't Pugna,
it's
whether it's Tide or Magnus mid, doesn't Pugna just dumpster that either way? Like, that sounds like a really unfun matchup.
Yeah, I just feel like this Void Spirit's off lane, especially against a Jug Ench.
I think they're just thinking right now whether they want to put Void Spirit mid and
That's true.
have a better offlaner for themselves. That I think
true.
the first initial thought was, we're gonna have this Void Spirit, keep things open. Most likely it's gonna be on the offlane, but seeing the Tidehunter being picked, so they have what 1, 2, 3 melee heroes.
Nigma.
Okay, they're just gonna go with Pugna. Pretty simple, standard stuff from them.
Yay. Yep, we saw Sumail play it before. Obviously, very comfortable on the heroes. We mentioned the ping advantage actually does make, or disadvantage rather, does make Pugna a slightly more viable pick than usual. And I think against melee heroes, like Decrep is pretty god tier in this 1v1 matchup. This is, I like this just error draft a lot, boys. Anyone wanna take Virtus.pro here?
I'll go with no. I'll go with no. I mean, they have a lot of team fight, but I'm just not feeling this Juggernaut. It's gonna be very tough game with. He's not gonna get his ulti off. Like if he gets 1 or 2 kills throughout the whole game, I'd be pretty amazed. Playing into the Cripify, Dissimulate, Disruption, all these kind of saves. One thing they do have is a good laning stage for the Tidehunter and no real counter for it. Like they don't have anyone that at any point of this game Tidehunter should be afraid of.
All right. Well, we're going to hand it over to our casters here. T-Gov, did you have a quick prediction you want to throw in there?
Someone who used to play on VP will win this game.
Okay, good. Well, perfect prediction. Remember, folks, you can find the odds for the winning teams by our partner, EGB. They've got a banner below the stream. If you're the betting sort, if you're in a legal jurisdiction, click below. Check it out. Appreciate the support. Casters, what do we got? KP, PyCat.
I love that. I love that very diplomatic answer coming out of T-Gov there, PyCat. A player who has been on VP is going to win.
Didn't he say a player? Yeah, but he said a player who has been on VP. I feel like that's sort of they're not on VP.
That's
right?
true.
So he's saying that 404 is going to win.
Does he include Prodigy in that then? I actually know because Epi was on VP and then he was off VP and then he was back on VP.
I guess that's true. I don't know.
So,
yeah,
I'm covering my Brett.
Maybe he's covered all the bases there. Maybe he was that clever, huh? We'll just give it to him there.
I mean, he is one of our panelists. They are geniuses.
He covered himself.
And something that I've noticed, by the way, I don't know if you feel this way as well, but like obviously we've only watched the previous game, now this one. It feels like when most teams with their supports are thinking about like how do we like win the lane, how do we beat the lane, 404 seem to have this different approach. Like they're always fixated on what their supports will do later on in the game, right? It's not about.
It's almost like they're thinking about how to win the game, not the lane.
Oh my god! Wow, wow.
These guys.
I mean,
whoa.
It's
crazy, right?
It's like it sounds kind of weird because I'd say for like the last several months it's felt like you win lane, you win game, right? Like I feel we have started to shift away from it, but just a few months ago, like lanes seem to be all that mattered, right? You win your lanes, game is yours. It's very hard to like throw the lead.
I think a lot of the time with new patches, if people think a lot about the lanes initially, they're like, oh yeah, right, you win the lanes. And then as people start to figure things out, the game slows down a little bit and people start realizing, oh shit, you can play for some later timings. You don't have to commit always to the lanes. Yeah, I mean, 404, they
go ahead.
They have sort of a. They have like an anti-draft, you know? It's like these heroes, they're just like such an annoying draft to deal with. They're gonna give the first blood over to no one, so he gets closer to that urn. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of, they have all of these annoying spells to deal with. It's the Decrypt against all this physical damage. It's the Shadow Demon with the save. It's the Wyvern with the Cold Embrace and the ult. It's like, it's a draft just designed to just mess up these engagements, make the team fighting hard for VP. But sometimes that can be taken a bit too far, and we'll see if that's the case here. It's one of the GPK classics, the GPK Magnus.
It is. I like that point you made, where it's kind of anti-draft. It's kind of like when someone's playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's just every time you do something, it's like, I've activated my trap card. There's another trap card. There's another trap card. Like, it is all based on something VP does that 404 wants to respond to. It feels kind of smart when you have a spec in the draft as well, right? Because that means you can always just play for this later and later and later time in the game.
No, for sure. You can definitely play for later timing. At the same time, VP's draft is not it's also going to scale quite well here. They've got, you know, like both the Juggernaut and the Magnus scale. I think that the Phoenix is going to be, could potentially become a very big issue in this game. There's no real egg killer here. They need to sort of kill the Phoenix before that with the Void Spirit getting axe, etc. But that's kind of far down the line. I think early on it's just gonna be just kind of the Pugna Magnus here. GPK so far doing extremely well. But sort of hoping Sumail gets off to a decent start so he can apply some pressure, make some space for the Spectre, take some early towers, and go from there.
Yeah, this mid lane could get volatile with one misstep, but GPK almost got his hands on Sumail when he was close to the tower. But luckily the Decrepify kind of counters out GPK's ability to shockwave into a skewer back option. I think he's identified that. That's why GPK he's decided, nah, just gonna go for shockwave and power early, skewer. It's nice. I think it's if you can do it, but Pugna, one of the hardest heroes to actually catch off.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus killing a Pugna is not really, you know, unless there's some sort of incredibly strange move by Sumail, it should not really be possible.
That being said, VP, as they go on, their damage is going to be very heavy into that right click. And you did mention that well, VP on at, you know, a weakness in the late game. It would be fair to say that Solo's role in this game is going to become very lethal as you approach those later timings.
Yeah, Ramsey's though in the bottom lane here. He's getting a little bit low. There's a salve on Solo, so no harm, no foul. And you can see both carries are sort of not really enjoying themselves right now. Epicate at 8 CS, 9 now. They're both tied at 9 apiece. Both offlaners having a slightly better time. DM maybe being the happy one here.
And we do see no one's gone for that earn. It just seems to be more or less the standard now for these offlane Void Spirits. Even if you aren't killing early, the stats are pretty nice, right?
Yeah, it's just a decent item, you know. There's some value. You can also buy just the circlet and the ring of protection early on. The build-up is pretty good.
Ooh. They caught Ilias here. I don't think that's damage to the one poison though. Maybe they got in front of him. Pesky Enchantress is a little bit too fast. So far, I'm kind of questioning how maybe VP can ever have any kill threat on this lane, because they always have a means of dodging out a lot of this Juggernaut damage.
Yeah, I don't think that the VP's draft is... I don't really think it's either designed to win lanes. You know, Magnus is not very lane-heavy, like lane-focused hero. The Tide should have a good time just against the Spectre, but I think VP have some... They're in a pretty good position here. I think the Juggernaut and the Spectre, both of them not really farming that much. It's going to heavily favor the Juggernaut, I would say. Just the Juggernaut is going to have Empower to help him catch up, and Spectre is sort of a slow hero anyways. So it's gonna be a while before he's online. And VP will definitely have some good chances to make things happen here with a strong Tidehunter.
That's fair as well, like, because you mentioned that, and we were just talking about the fact that 404 was all about reaction, right? Usually when your spec doesn't farm well, the recovery is, oh, we have heroes that can just find a cheeky kill with the Spectre's horns here and there, but they don't necessarily have that in huge bulk, shall we say, on the side of 404.
Yeah, Sumail manages to force the port here from save to the mid lane. However, this doesn't really matter all that much. The Tidehunter is more than fine on his own in this bottom lane. You can see he's close to doubling up the Spectre in CS. And he doesn't really mind being left alone at this point. There's not really any way for them to pressure.
No, I guess the concern is that you got this Pugna. You want to try and chip down these towers quickly because of that aforementioned Magnus and how the juggle recovers. So in some ways, the pressure's kind of on Sumail to be able to find those successful rotations that can open up that jungle.
Yeah, I think Sumail is just he's probably gonna hover around this mid lane for quite some time, unless he finds some very active rune. He did have the haste rune, and that's how he forced it into mid. But he should just kind of be sitting here for a while until he manages to take down this mid tower.
Safe not to bent up about being stuck here, because of course if there's one hero in their draft, one support in this game that love to get those early levels quickly, it's going to be the Phoenix. As you mentioned before, no real egg hitter on the side of 404. Not pressure on the Zayats here as well. They won't be able to
Sumail
find him.
in the
RP
mid
on
lane.
the other side. They've got him. Sumail being burned up here. Life drain. He's going to stay alive. They don't have any means of interrupting this right now. And reinforcements are coming. Sumail's going to live. GPK needs to be careful about the way they re-engage. They'll get the Zayats kill. Sumail just continues the life drain up to make sure GPK cannot try and aggress him.
I mean, how sad is that? You know, you find this puck now, someone's dead, and you just there's the decripify, and then you just stand there watching him. You know, you can't hit him fast enough for him to die. You just have to back off.
It's that moment where he's just like counter stuns. He's like, wait, you've used everything. Let me just press one button. It's not a big cooldown anyway. If you interrupt it in the next few seconds, I'll have it again.
Yeah, but look though at this bottom lane. The Tidehunter he's just going for this early mech. He's gonna have the arcane boots with the mech. He's just gonna, I mean, they're gonna be so strong. This VP lineup, they're going to be very strong if this Tidehunter goes for some team fighting items. You know, maybe the pipe, the mech, etc.
No Meteor Hammer.
No Meteor Hammer in this one, as of yet at least. We may see him go for that, but I think I would prefer a more traditional build. You know, the Greaves, pipe, blink, etc. I think just piling up on the team fights.
I think the meme hammer is someone we see, you instantly pick it up or you don't bother with the Tide. You know, we talked about how nice it is for stats, but the synergy with spells is a little bit loose, a little bit awkward. Go back and forth brawl in the mid lane. Sumail just slowly trying to chip away at this tower. There's going to be a dive through. Just to make sure that they definitely move away. RP is going to be available in 30, so Sumail's just trying to make the most of the freedom he has to chip away at the tower. They want kills. I mean, no one's rotated. They're just letting the Jug free farm now.
Yeah, both cores, both position ones are starting to find a bit of farm here, but still the big winner I would say still looks like it's DM who's gonna port mid now. Ravage is available.
He wants to pop it. No one's got double astral step. Dodge out to simulate. No, he gets stunned on the high ground. RP's a whiff though. They thought they'd outbrained him there. Two big ultimates in the end. No one finds the one way out of it.
Yeah, and they did find the Shadow Demon there, but it's a rotation from the Tidehunter. It frees up the Spectre, and all you got is this support level 3 Shadow Demon. It's definitely not the end of the world.
It's definitely a big commitment for the game. 4-4 with those on cooldown. Maybe they now try and make a move somewhere. You've got the Horn to play off of. You've got your Void Spirit up at level 6. But there might be some punishment coming the way of VP for that.
Yeah, so far still just a very, very sort of quiet game so far.
I think I was going to say is like none of these cores that VP have are easy to pick off of 404, right? Like, it feels like if 404 ever want to get kills in this early game, it's probably going to need to be the supports.
Yeah, I don't really expect... Oh, they're going to cancel their region there on Sumail.
They might do more than cancel it.
Here.
They've got the skewer. They'll drag him up under the tower. Life drain will begin. Has he got enough? It's going to be close, but no cigar. The max down power gives GPK the big bucks.
Yeah, the tower and then 3 heroes attacking you. If you can survive through that, then surely something must be wrong.
Yeah, that's when Ice Frog steps in. The game pauses. He just appears out of a magical light in the sky, and then Hugner disappears. So
they're now trying to give Solo...
breathing into the mic bubble.
They're trying to give Solo some experience here to get to level 6, so that he can become a bit more useful. Shadow Demon doing some ancient stacking here for Ramses, who's gone for this first item, Blade Mail, something we see quite often nowadays. You just go to the ancients with this maxed out dispersion, and you just farm it up.
And it's usually 1 or 2 items that the carries get early on. Because on the other side, we're seeing the other item. Epikid's going for the Mask of Madness, and not often to think Battle Fury is the way in this game because he's got that mag. Instead, he'll go straight for the Magical.
And there's quite a few heroes down here in this bottom lane. Solo's just gonna fly away onto the side of the map.
Oh no, they see him. He's got the TP out though, and they realize it's not worth it. They don't want to use an RP.
Yeah, no more Ravages for these low-level supports. You're just not worth it, you know.
like they do the math, they go, well, I mean, if I was to RP or Ravage creeps, it'd be worth more at this stage. Get out of here.
Yeah, and you see this dire jungle is... There are some stacks here for the Juggernaut. Once he meets up with his buddy, with his Magnus, he could get these quite easily. I mean, even the spin could take out some of these.
He doesn't need to rely on the mag at all times. So the mag is free to kind of go about and make plays. Like, that's always the flip side when you have the core mag is, like, are your farming patterns overlapping? And if you want it, you'll come to me, he says. So Epikid does get that. He'll be able to run his way through the jungle. I wonder if they'll just linger around mid, maybe look for an opportunity to sneak a tower take off a puppet kill, maybe.
Yeah, Sumail's still trying to get to that mid tower. He's just kind of been stuck around this mid lane for a very long time.
I think he has the range now. He's got the Aether Lens and the Keen Optic. If you can't hit the towers occasionally at that point, I'm not sure
Enchantress?
Life Drain. Whoa!
Yeesh.
Not enough.
Yeah, Ramses didn't really want to commit to the haunt there. He's a bit too low.
They will at least get the tower. And I'll poke and pro to GPK. Every time the skewers on cooldown, it's going to be very hard for him to make an aggressive play. No one takes that opportunity. Yoinks a kill quickly. Sumail moves in a little bit deep. Obby Slash bouncing around. Does move across to Sumail, trying to move away the Invis rune. They will protect the disruption and the TP out from Epikid. Sumail is going to live. Needs to be careful though. Gush to slow him down. They could just look to ravage this up, and they will. Stun him up. X going to be there as well. Horn in, but the RP is going to come through onto no one. Run him down. They'll also lose the wipe, and everybody is just dying on the side of 404 as they'll lose Science, Ramses. It's a team wipe. VP, I only needed 3 to do it.
Yeah, I mean the Juggernaut was there too, right? He helped out with the...
He doesn't get credit.
He was there for a little bit, but you see, I mean the Phoenix actually dealt 2,000 damage. He was the big boy in that fight. Yeah, you can see now. I mean DM with this mech, he's level 11. He's the top farmer. All 3 cores of VP just being on top here. DM also going next for the hood, most likely the pipe. And all 3 cores are off to this very nice start here. You've got the Echo Saber on the Magnus, going for the Blink next. Juggernaut just gonna keep farming, and Tidehunter keeps building teamfight items.
And that all comes off the back of what we see happen so often these days, where a team baits themselves in with an Enchantress kill. And it wasn't that she's level 6 and it just takes ages to kill. It's that 404, they prove they have so much reach, but when you're in, I mean, that just makes it very easy for VP to initiate without any mobility.
Yeah, they sort of walked into that one. Sumail got a little bit caught off guard there. He was obviously very low after the disruption, and there's not much he could do. Save goes down, gives away some burn charges.
This is just the life now. Sumail says, protect me, and anyone who comes here, I'll just press one button and they'll want to leave. But DM not really going to be deterred, so I'm not sure how much chip damage you'll get away on this tier 2.
Sumail taking quite a bit of damage.
Ooh, he's going to live. I don't think that was part of the plan. He wasn't expecting tower aggro for that.
I think he was kind of surprised by the fact that he kept getting hit by the tower.
Some people like Sumail, he's a genius. He just had bolt, he knew. He was trying to bait them in. But no, I think that was another instance of tower aggro being a little bit mean. I've seen a lot of those. Ramses, we're going to just TP away able to do so. There's no stuns on this side.
Yeah, the Omni Slash doesn't really deal damage quick enough. Even with the Mask of Madness, Spectre probably survives there. Ramses going for yet another ancient stack here. He kind of wishes he had the Cold Embrace from solo, but he's busy elsewhere. And there are quite a bit of stacks here for Ramses too. I think he can't really finish this stack though.
No, right now he's like, solo please. The solo's busy getting his own gold, going towards that Blink Dagger. Get a decent amount of gold as Wyverns usually do. Ramses, of course, is going to be going towards that Radiance build. We've been seeing it kind of make a little bit of a resurgence now. Realize they can play for those later timings.
Yeah, Sumail, he's just been parked up here for quite a while now, also going for this Blink Dagger, so mobility is what they're all striving for.
Well, we're seeing how they can kind of manipulate VP. so far, right? Like they're limited on their stuns, and their stuns are very impactful, but they're very costly in terms of
Yeah, there is now a Blink Dagger though on GPK. There's also a Haste Rune up top that could be very useful for whoever finds it.
And I'm moving to find a cheap pick on his Ayats. Disruption will buy him 2 more seconds before he falls. Definitely gone. That is the early warning alarm though. It's for a full retreat from around the mid area. Sumail still in this top lane. Desperately trying to get this town. Look at these TPs. Sumail, TP out. Just in time, GPK looks in the wrong place. Carry sensor, mid sensor rather were tingling. He knew something was definitely wrong there. Keeps him alive. And it's going to be a Dagon build on this Pugler now that he's got the Blink online.
Yeah, just a nice item to be able to get some kills on these. Well, especially on the obviously Enchantress, but also potentially on the Phoenix. Maybe even the Juggernaut at some point.
Yeah, but definitely a big one is just snipe Elias out before you can Glum a Cape React as well, because that's what he's going for as his first item of choices. Almost all entries doing nowadays. Things will calm down, but like you said, VP, they don't have to be afraid of this kind of calm farm situation. They do just have the power. They have got their Jug at the top of the net worth charts. You can already see Ramsey's starting to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, I mean, this game is obviously quite different from the last one. There's no Omni Knight. Yeah, there's once again the Shadow Demon, and there are quite some tools to deal with the Juggernaut. However, in this game, there's a Ravage and an RP, which means that you have to position yourself incredibly well as 404. Their heroes are very, very squishy, except for the Spectre. And you need to really be careful with your positioning, or you just might get caught.
Hence those Blink Daggers we talked about. The solo is going to be the most crucial one. Like I said, there's no Omni Knight, but Cold Embrace on an individual target will have the same effect. So if you catch Jug just Omni Slashing one individual, you can completely nullify his ultimate.
Yeah, I really like what Demon is doing here. I think this build is very nice. This game, you know, a lot of the times people tend to follow trends. You know, you just buy this Meteor Hammer because you see other people do it, but this game, he recognizes he just needs to add to his team's team fight, and he's going to be very useful, just as a walking shield.
As he shields his Jug from taking serious damage. And then he realizes that what we were talking about, that they don't have these cheap stuns that have to be high value. Going for the Blink Dagger next. Zayats go out in the same place again. Let's at least get the deep one. And then, yeah, Sumail just doing the pesky Pugner approach, where you know someone is going to have to come back and defend against you poking at tier 3 towers.
Yeah, he's already starting to chip into this tier 3 just a little bit. No one trying to farm up kind of the enemy jungle a little bit here as well.
He has no Astral Steps. He's got the Assimilate, but if the kid's waiting, Spin's going to be there. He's finding enough time to have the Astral Steps to get away, though. Reinforcing the squad.
Ramses does have the completed relic. Well, not the completed relic, but the relic, and he's going towards that Radiance.
You make 3,800 down payments to 1 gold. That's how you get completed. How would nah, that's got me. Imagine if we had some sort of a loan mechanic in Dota.
If they had some sort of a
loan mechanic. You can loan another person gold, but they have to pay you back.
Seems seems dubious, I think, for your ranked matchmaking games. Very dubious.
Sounds pretty stupid, like the Gambler hero, right?
Give me 500 gold. I'll pay you back. I promise.
And then he doesn't, and you just like a normal loan shark break his legs. All of a sudden, Spectre's moving around the map at 2 movement speed. Probably not a good example of Spectre levitates, so I don't think she needs her legs. No, I think that sounds too close to Gambler that I've been told about. Was it Gambler the name of the hero? Where he just gets gold? And,
yeah. Well, that was the hero that could deal damage depending on how much gold he had.
Yeah. But like, I feel as if we get loans, then we're gonna invite Gambler back in. From what I heard, it was not a fun hero to play against or with.
No, some of the old mechanics are probably best left out of the game. And there's gonna be now the Radiance on Ramses. Once again, 404 kind of finding themselves in the position where, you know, they're behind in the game, but they do have they do have ways of fighting back. Their heroes are going to continuously keep scaling. And yeah, I mean, with the correct play, they can definitely bounce back in this.
Yeah, they've got some things to play off of if they can find pickoffs right now, because like you said, the Radiance is online. No one getting close to that Ags, but they do now have the Blink Dagger on solo. So they have a quick way in. Sumail, of course, has already had that Blink Dagger for a while.
Yeah,
It's
the
been
dangerous
hard.
thing here for 404 is that their lineup almost entirely consists of magic damage, and with this pipe on Tidehunter, and also the mech, sure, some healing from both the Phoenix and the Enchantress, with a Glimmer Cape soon to be completed by Ilias. So much of this damage is going to be negated.
Oh, will they find Ramsey is the real question.
Dyer's courier.
He needs TP, he needs to be TP right now. That was a little bit too close for comfort there. They were rotating towards him when TP was on cooldown for 20, and it's a lot of time wasted by VP. It failed smoke tank. Like I said, yeah, you're right in that kind of magical damage scale. I guess that the problem there is Spec doesn't really shift towards a true physical damage dealer until like what, 3-4 items in. You're mostly about this magical now with the Radiance dishing out in these fights.
No, it's not very easy to shift into physical damage, especially not when you're going for the Radiance build.
You're definitely not getting it from the other cores. I mean, maybe after the Axe, no one says, "Oh, I'll get an Axe. I'll get a Deso rather. We need some extra damage," but not really
In
the build
before-
that we usually see.
In before the Desolator Sumail Pugna.
Oof. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like you see them initiate your teammate, you decrepify them, then you right-click them. You save your teammate, so they
Fierce.
can't be right-clicked.
Some fierce right clicks from this Pugna.
You build an
404,
A.
they're just gonna go into Roche Pit here.
Quite fast, actually, for this point in the game. For the lineup, I don't think VP are expecting this at all, because this is not what you call a traditional roaching lineup.
Oh, it was kind of helped by this disruption from the Shadow Demon, the dispersion, of course, dealing quite a bit of damage to Roche, to anything really.
Now Ramses can dish out a lot of damage before he dies. Now having an Aegis in his possession. Getting close to that Manta. All of a sudden, VP might be a little bit reluctant to try for these quick pick-offs with smoke gangs now.
Yeah, you have to be careful fighting the Spectre with the Aegis, but they do have, like I said, a lot of this Tidehunter, the supporting items for his team, and Juggernaut has a completed Skadi on top of the Manta, top of the Mask of Madness, and GPK is getting close to his BKB.
Yeah, it's all about jump on that backline, right? There's so many heroes that tank up the Spectre further. Whether you're talking about the disruption, creating those illusions you mentioned, the Roche Pit, the dispersion, you know, the obvious ones, the Cold Embrace on the Spec, on the Wyvern, the Spec, and then even Sumail with the Life Drain. Like, the effective HP on Random in this game cannot be underrated. You can't really fight him directly.
Yeah, and meanwhile you have Sumail just bouncing around with this Dagon build.
Ready to zap anyone's ass if they're not looking. This is the other good thing they got from him as well. There's not really an easy way of locking down no one, because you don't have any true instant stun. You can maybe dodge out or interrupt your RPs or your Ravage attempts. So he's scouting forward always.
And no one does have the completed Axe.
Ravage, jump in. They see an opportunity. It's going to be brought down. Horn is used. Cut to the back line. They force out the egg. Skewer across, though. An RP dodged out, so GPK does hold on to it. On the other side of the fight, though, MP Kid is being kited here. They will ball up and move forward as they do see Solo, who's already used the Witness Curse. He's just out of range of the burn. He has got the Cold Embrace as well. But it looks like they will be able to pick off the support duo of 404. Looks like that's all they're going to get. They do still have the RP to play around, mind you, but it was a big commitment of the Ravage and the Egg for what are not long death timers on 404.
Yeah, and something that I really like seeing now is this. Well, you see the relic queued up by Epileptic Kid. I'm assuming this is going to be a nullifier, which will be very useful in this game for killing the Kog'Maw.
Whoop. Jason. No one just messing with him. GPK being whittled away out. They want to try and force the BKB out, but it's just too much sustain. That's what you kept mentioning. Tidehunter's build ensures that anytime they commit something big, it's going to be for something in return. No one's
Yeah, and also the healing ward is helping out.
layers upon layers. So Ramses is making the best of the situation. He says, okay, if they're all going to screw around the mid lane, I'll get a tower in the bot. No haunt for 60 means they can't try and make a good aggressive play for the moment. I guess that's the big concern as well. It's like VP's cooldowns don't really feel that detrimental when you think of how much 404 are relying on the haunt to do anything. Yeah, loading away. Moving in on the Epic Kid. No one cuts the back line. RP's going to come out though. It does connect. Void Spirit. Bit of trouble. Being dragged back. Able to move away. Ramses is going to go over the Aegis though. No one stances them up. Moves away with the Astral Step. They need to help out their spec. Blade Mail gets activated. Jump in with the egg being thrown down. They'll try and right-click through it quickly. Witness Curse will buy enough time. They'll get rid of the egg. With that one being scrambled up to the high ground and zone them away so they can take the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they managed to get the Phoenix egg. It's not gonna be easy to continue this fight though.
They do have the horn, but no Witness Curse can make you a little bit reluctant. You don't have that big fat stop what you're doing and hit each other. Horn, there it is, cuts the back line on the Elias down to half HP already, but the Glimmer Cape protects him. No one has no Astral Step, has to wait 2 seconds. Ramses hit up, Cold Embrace will protect him. Ravage traces through, but he's in the tree line. Skewer across is good. Ramses falls and no one. Chased on 2 next, they decide to stop for Zayas. It's an easier kill, but they know that no one has committed all of his resources. He's got to dissimulate, but no Astral Step for 10 seconds. They have no way of stopping a TP out, so he will at least get away, but the price is high for 404.
Yeah, they have the. I mean, they had the Aegis. Of course, it disappeared. I mean, it got killed, and Ramses there just staying a little bit too long. It's very difficult to continue that fight when you don't really have any spells. Pogna can't go in too deep, and well, you basically have 3 kind of support heroes with this Pogna. Void Spirit scaling a little bit here, but this lineup is very centered around the Spectre. And right now, the Spectre is not really farmed enough to be the centerpiece of this draft.
No, it's more or less when they go in, they're sitting there going, okay, how will we make them kill themselves with the Spurgeon right now? That's what it kind of feels like. There is some uncontrolled damage, but not enough health to make the Spectre truly formidable.
Yeah, and look at the I mean, what a guy. He's got the blink, he's got the mech, he's got the pipe and the Vlads. He's just for the team, man. For the team.
I love the way he parked himself in that previous fight, right? The aggressive blink forward. It's like, well, I don't have a Ravage, I'm not that scary, but guess what? None of you squishy heroes can run past me. That's gonna hurt you too much.
Yeah, and TPK he's queuing up the Abyssal. Epikid did switch up from the what was I think a thought of a nullifier, but he switches it up to the MKB now. Just want some more magic damage, also be able to hit the Spectre even though there's this mischance from Radiance.
It seems like whenever the Decrepify comes out, they just switch targets. They seem to be quick enough. The way 404 kind of getting cool, and these Ravages or these RPs, it's usually at least 2 people that find them.
This will do just fine.
Gonna find someone in the top lane. Mel is gonna back up ahead of time. No one's gonna linger around. He's the only one who can try and just shove these waves out. It's gonna be that way for a while until that Abyssal you mentioned comes out, because nobody else is building any sort of instant stun. At one point, Save was considering, I believe, a Sheep Stick, but he switched it up for a much cheaper Glimmer Cape option, which is still a little way off.
Sumail almost has the full dig on 5. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of magic resist coming from this pipe. And even the spin on Juggernaut, the BKB on the Magnus, and of course Phoenix just kind of able to use the egg whenever.
Yeah, and also that aforementioned Glimmer Cape he's building towards. Like, Ilias already has his, you're going to have double Glimmer. And as you mentioned earlier, 404. It's all magical. Such an easy game to counter the damage from your team, your opponent's in.
Yeah, we do see no one. He's queued up this Deso here. So he's gonna be at least doing a bit of right-clicking.
They're trying to punish him here, and they will. RP's gonna be there. He gets the first hit bash to ensure that's the case. That's no one gone for 60.
What did you expect?
as he slipped closer from 404, as no one else on their team can really safely shove out these lanes. You saw how risky and close it's been for Ramsey's multiple times.
Yeah, it looks like Ramsey's gonna go for the Scotty himself here after the Manta. But the FP Kid is very strong on this Juggernaut. The next row should be up relatively soon.
And he's going towards the Silver Edge next, so they'll have the means to counter out Ramsey's as hard as he's trying to counter out them right now, and the sustain that VP have. Question is, what do you do when no one's up? I don't think he's likely to buy out on this Deso, considering the state of the game you're at right now. He has the Enchant Quiver, so you're upping your damage again, but it's another type of magical damage source. There's got to be some sort of pivot point that one of these heroes can make, and I'm worried at this rate we're going to be looking at late game Winter Wyvern right clicks as 404's physical damage solution.
Yeah, that's seems like sort of a pipe dream. There's gonna be Deso very soon on the Voice Spirit, but the Roche should be up any second now.
He did buy out on it as well, so if this goes awry, he's dead for a very long time.
Yeah, he just feels like he needs more damage. They need ways of killing these heroes.
Ramsey's just some cheap gold. And when you see different quarries like this, you kind of imagine, like, what would their baby look like?
The baby between which quarry?
It would have been the two in the pit, so Shadow Demon and Jugs. So he's got like the key. But then I don't even know what Shadow Demon is.
Is it like a ghost bird?
Something
Nature's
like that.
Prophet, ghost bird kind of thing?
I think so. It looks like Visage and Nature's Prophet had a bird baby. The problem is, for some reason, for me, it's completely green. So,
Oh, it's completely green for me too.
yeah, he's got a pretty far. Both teams just very reluctant around this road. Like, any slip up either side could just lead the opponent straight into your base. And look at this, DM. I don't know if this is a fast enough kill. I don't think you want this. Yeah, they're coming.
Yeah. I don't know if fast enough is the thing. I'm not sure it's possible to kill this Tidehunter. Not without a whole lot more heroes.
RP, straight away they catch Void Spirit. Egg's gonna go down as well. They commit everything with the kitchen sink to ensure no one's gone. And they saw the Deso, which means they know he had no buyback at all. That should be roast for them now. Hunt for more. If you get a lot of value out of this Axe, Ravage is going to be there, connecting on multiple heroes. They find Soul in the back line. He's gone to the Swift Slash. On the side, Shadow Demon's going to go down as well. And Ramsey's running for the high hill. He's short of a team to hold it with. He'll just TP away. And Roche is most definitely in the hands of VP. Ooh, GPK. Almost got the chance at a first hit bash as Ramsey barely gets away.
Yeah, while Ramsey survives, you know, these fights, it doesn't feel like 404 are getting closer to being able to win these fights. If anything, it feels like it's more and more favored VP as we have 420 on the board.
Nah, okay, send it there. This way 404 like, nope, that's all we wanted. This draft has reached its limits. We'll go game 3, but we'll do it in style. Nah, I think they're gonna make VP get a few more kills first. Whoop. We'll preview the damage that can be done to a Jug with 3k HP by a Pugna as it is half of his HP immediately. But the problem with that is the only way that works is if DM is nearby. DM, as he approaches this base, is always going to be nearby. In fact, he's in pretty deep here. He'll force them out of the tree line. The ultimates are on cooldown, so maybe you can find something here. As a kid purged up. Trying to do what he can. Skewer back. They find Solo. Winner's Curse going to come out. Ramsey trying to sidestep, move away from this. Bird being chased onto. Save does have the egg in 10 seconds. Now they'll turn, move forward on the Sumail. He's got the Decrep for himself, but Science has no protection. And the Ugly Slash runs on so long that they will kill and force the buyback out of Sumail. Buyback comes out from save. RP! GPK on point. Finds the big targets. They run down and kill off Solo and no one. And Ramsey's, he might have a lot of health, but they have a lot of damage. They'll run him down as well, straight outside the base of 404. And GPK, he'll hunt for more. He'll find Sumail. He'll get the bash, short of a rampage, but goddamn does he feel like he just earned one.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's that much more to be done here for 404. The Spectre is just... I mean, in the same way that Sven was this big, beefy, kind of uncontested carry, in the same way the Spectre is nowhere near that scenario. And GPK 12-0-10 on the Magnus with the Abyssal Blade, DKD, Echo Saber, Blink. VP are just gonna go for the jugular.
No way to stop him. No way to curse for 20. The damage is too high here. I mean, even if you kill one member of VP, it's not going to be enough. They throw down the egg, they get a bash and an abyssal on top of Zayat to force them to type that GG. Tell us we are going to a game 3.
Yeah, a Ravish for good measure. Some additional kills for Epileptic Kid. It was not a very easy game for 404 to play this one. In the last game, at least, they did have this Puck and Sven to sort of be able to kill heroes, but here they're completely lacking in physical damage. Also quite heavily lacking in lockdown. 4 heroes with practically no disable, and then the remnant from the Void Spirit. Their draft just had, I think there are quite a few holes in this one. Maybe a bit too heavy of an investment into the magic damage, and also kind of just lacking in those disables.
That's a fair point, right? Like imagine this draft if it has something like a Sven or a Faceless Void, like something that is going to dish out a crap ton of damage. Because the way specs usually kind of go about these games is you scale to a point where you're unkillable, and then you poke away at your opponents, and it almost feels like that was impossible, especially because of DM's build that we kept mentioning throughout this game. I feel like his was the most highlightable. He ensured that everyone else on the team could be as greedy as they chose, because he was going to make sure that they always had health to play with.
Yeah, and not a single core kill on any of the VP heroes, any of their cores.
No.
So 404 kind of back to the drawing board after this one, I would say. You won that first game with good play, but this one was maybe too tough.
No, I think the interesting part for me is going to be to see if Just Era adjust their draft to focus more on like winning the lanes with their support combos, or if they're going to continue this kind of post-laning, more greedy approach to their supports. But that's theory crafting, right? Like that's going to come soon. What we're going to do now is we'll hit a short break, then we'll return for draft game number 3 between Just Era and Virtus.pro.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. I almost said game number 4. I don't know where that came from. It's a best of 3 series. We're going into that game 3 decider. It's only the first series of the day. We got plenty of warm up to come. A less exciting game 2. That was all VP all day. We really thought it was going to go the other way for Just Error, but once we looked at those drafts a little more closely as that game got started, I think we all kind of realized, like, how do they kill these guys on the side of VP?
Yeah.
There we go.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna, echo what Zaire said. It's that ability to own the map and those early objectives really came into play for VP. I think we obviously, when you look at Juggernaut and it's like, oh, look at the counters coming into play. It doesn't matter if there's counters if your team can't make any aggressive moves.
Yeah.
The kill score, 5 for 28, Just Error. They spent the entire game split pushing, trying to keep themselves in the game so that Spectre could be the boss core. That never came into effect.
I mean, even if they played that game for like another 20 minutes, I still don't think a threat from a single core Spectre would matter in that case. It's just that I had a really bad read on the game. In my defense, I did not have enough time. Like, I realized it like 2-3 minutes into the game. I was like, shit, man, they can't do anything. Like, how are they going to kill these guys? Like I said, Tide is a good pick, but a lot of saves. It didn't happen. Like, I mean, you can just say one guy, and what then? Like, what do you do after you like disrupt them? You use Winter Wyvern's heal. Like, what are you gonna do after that? Like, nothing. That guy is just gonna die after that because their team fight is so much stronger. Like, there was no way that they're gonna fight. And the itemization coming out from Tidehunter, he gets the mech, he gets the hood. He doesn't care. Like, there's no way they're gonna kill him with the heroes that they have. The damage that they have is pretty much static. That's why I wanted to, maybe put Void Spirit on the mid lane and have a different offlaner. Still don't think it would have mattered considering how this game was developing. Yeah. And even in this case, Pugna was playing the mid lane, but I felt like more he's playing, the offlaner, and no one is playing off mid lane from the off lane, just getting the items, getting that Aghanim Scepter, had Desolator queued up, but all they could do and all they did was pretty much just try to stall the game and waiting for something miraculous to happen.
Well, it was also hard, too, because Virtus.pro had a fair amount of sustain. They drafted really tanky cores, but then you've got that Phoenix heal. You've got that Juggernaut healing ward. You've got the Enchant with some Nature's Intendants. It was hard for Just Error to ever, pick somebody off, right?
No, yeah, exactly that. And I think you have to look towards the support duo on Just Error between game 1 and 2. In theory, exact same concept, right? Double save. But the difference was you've replaced Omni Knight with this Wyvern. And sure, with the Wyvern, you have to keep the game going, but you're not really happy to enter these early fights, especially when all you are is kind of like this cursed target unit, right? You're going to maybe lay down that curse, stop the egg. And in that first game, when Solo was playing that Omni Knight, he had Greaves, he had Vlads, he was really in the fights as well. And I think that's the key difference. Their ability to access early fights never really came into effect, especially when you have a Pugna mid. You want someone to play around. And when you got the Void Spirit, the SD, and the Wyvern, these aren't heroes that will happily move to an objective and start fighting up into a Tide, a Phoenix. It's very difficult. So great adjustment from VP in that second game to pick apart Error.
Excited to see how the drafts vary coming into game 3, because we've seen 2 sort of similar games. Game 1, I feel like, was a similar formula to this, except Just Error had the tools to actually bring it back once the scales started to shift a little bit. This one harder, but if Just Error were ever going to have a chance, it certainly wasn't going to be in the early game with this draft, right? It's kind of what I'm getting at, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much. It was about their entry into those bigger fights. And even when they're the Aegis, right, you think about that bottom play. They had some type of fight to take, but the positioning from VP, drawing Error deep behind that tier 2, even into that tier 3 area just for the curse, that was the one window where maybe you could see Error win that fight and suddenly pressure that high ground area, or even the tier 2. But again, just the simplicity of VP's lineup, it came into effect. And I think it really did show how right now Error need to find a way to deal with, if they don't have the Omni Knight, this innate big save, what is their play here? Because the double save strat they tried doing in game 2, it did not work. They had no map presence, no map movement, no even fight presence. It was just a drawn out game. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted themselves a draft with 5 heroes that I think in the end they realized, and the biggest turnaround was the first team fight where they just got team wiped. Like they don't deal damage. That's it. I think they realized, man, we're screwed. We cannot play this game. You know, we're just gonna keep trying. But maybe they even started to think about what they're gonna do in game number 3, because that one, you know, just as an experienced Dota player, as all these players are, pretty much, you know, you tend to see the pattern, like where you're gonna give your best, but you know, deep down inside, you know pretty much that you messed up, and there's like 1% chance you're gonna win that game.
I mean, how often do we see pro matches like this where the winning team doesn't concede a single death on any of their 3 cores? They only died 5 times that whole game, 3 deaths on Phoenix, 2 deaths on Enchantress. I mean, that's not that, you know, if GPK died one time, that game would have been markedly different or anything, but even just from a morale perspective, that's pretty rough to see and relatively rare. Great execution from VP.
They are fighting for their organization life, right? You know, I'm sure if VP lose, you know, they just get kicked again and suddenly the old VP's back. Like this is not just a best of 3. This is funding, salary, boot camp, everything's on the line right now. Solo, he's fighting for his old org, and he probably really he doesn't care. But yeah, no, it's a very standout game from the 3 cores, not dying at all.
Yeah.
Peachy.
So hopefully we've got that game 3 draft coming up here momentarily. I guess any thoughts about adaptations, either key heroes? Like, do you think we'll see Magnus banned out? I guess it kind of depends on who has first pick to really gauge that.
I mean, Magnus is not seen as an official mid laner anymore, I would say, but you know, sometimes teams tend to.
I mean, it definitely felt like the Juggernaut was faster in game 2. This was a cool little test where we saw game 1, Juggernaut has to buy the Battle Fury. It's a little too slow. He's like 1 item behind. This game, he went Mask of Madness first to the races. You know, Jug was in every team fight, farming like a madman. I see why they don't like that Magnus, but Omni Knight and Lifestealer.
This will be, I think right now for Era, they're deciding between Void and Lina, because these were like the staple bans for them, and they go for the Lina actually. Now the quick question, will VP just first pick the Void, for example? Do they value it that highly?
So
Combo we really saw, and okay.
I mean, there's still a couple of good combos you can run with Faceless Void. They picked something else, maybe even, you know, not necessarily goes that threat. If you don't pick it in the first phase, you need to ban it in the second one. You know, just spend the ban, because like I want to see some save. Like for just Era right now, I think getting a hero like a Shadow Demon or Wyvern is more than fine.
Why not an Oracle? Let's see the solo Oracle. Just bring it back. Let's have a cheeky,
that could be okay.
Strong save. You're not a fan, Lacoste?
I'm a bigger fan of Hold Down. That you can use it multiple times. Okay, Beastmaster.
Vision game against Chrono, that's pretty good.
It's the go-to counter in terms of like Void players hate playing against Beastmaster number 1. Then it's like Slardar. I think that can push its 3 and 4. Encha's the response again. Okay.
Chen.
So kind of like a very expected opening in Raid. They have that beast response, and then like VP are aware that might come into play, and then you get Ench Chen, right? So like very reactionary picks on both fronts, getting through that first phase, and yeah, good either side.
Okay, so what is the plan here? Beastmaster summons a boar, then Ench comes and he takes it over, and then you get extra HP, and that's one big Boris, you know.
Okay.
I like to call him Boris. Whenever CIS team plays a Beastmaster, it's not a boar, it's Boris.
That's pretty good. I like that. I might borrow that. Interesting to see VP also ban out that Pugna. Didn't feel super effective in game 2, but still scary enough that they don't want to mess with it here. I guess it is really good against Void, right? That's your anti-chrono solution sometimes.
It's also that
great.
Ench hates playing up like true. She's like a laner, and then the game, if there's any kind of forward momentum, Ench just feels lost. You know, he can't really do much. So that's why you push-esque heroes, or at least earlier activated heroes.
Also, lineup from Just Error, they like you have this roar, you have chance heal, but you know you can still take fights even without those 2 abilities. And like I think what they want to do is just punish the long cooldown on Faceless Void.
Yeah,
Unless Furion just Don't want to go quick. Don't want to take that tempo.
And on the other side, I like Just Air's bands. All of these really good synergy with the Chrono. Snapfire, obviously. Phoenix, we've another one that came to mind that we've seen a couple times with the Void. Maybe not going to be the choice here, but
That's a good. Thanks for reminding. Actually, ET was like the main reason why OG just got dismantled in that first series for VP. I don't think they're going to enter too quickly with it, but we might be seeing it as that fourth pick potentially. It depends how highly they rate not revealing cores right now, because again, ET would be like a soft kind of cover. You pick right here, bridge the gap, see one more hero, then you pick a core.
Earth Spirit, though, a little team fight now for Just Error to go with this Beastmaster Chen. Nice rotating 4. Beastmaster, pretty stable, right? So you're able to pick a 4 that can move around the map a bit more.
They need some damage. Inside Invoker still available. Like, I want to see a hero on a mid lane that, doesn't care too much about Earth Spirit rotations, where you can turn things around and he dives underneath the tower, you put a Cold Snap or just Tornado, and don't care too much about those kind of rotations.
I would love to see ET here.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
good.
Okay.
As I say, I'd love to see ET here and then VP. I've kind of changed my opinion quickly about that ET because I think they need to have control on what their mid lane brings. I think Lacoste talking about that activated hero should have to look less about what Earth Spirit can provide in pressure to mid and more about that kind of team play. Once you leave laning phase, like you self with good vision and you have a weaker mid hero, but then when it comes to like the 15-minute mark, that mid hero, because of good vision, is like insane. So I really want to see Zeus, unless Just Error picks some like perfect Zeus counter, like a Storm here. You could hit too with the Chen. I'm just enjoying this draft.
It's actually pretty sick.
Yeah.
Like, this is something that Navi ran multiple times already throughout this tournament, and they have a limited lockdown. Like, there's a Chronosphere, but we've seen how potent that combo is, and with just Chen having a mech, like, Chen is the hero that just rushes mech. You don't need any other items, and he's going to be level 6 by 10-minute mark. This is where you want to, we want to get the advantage because they just don't have enough damage to kill heroes with the mech. And I
low push.
I love that.
Nice.
So you think it's going to be Zeus?
I think you could still Zeus with the new build of the wave clear. I think that's pretty clean.
You definitely can. It feels a little risky, but
it is. But like it's about the idea of this pick is you need your supports to have good lanes to free themselves up to counter rotate when Error also make those same plays, right? When DP pushes mid, you need DP Chen and Earth Spirit coming mid with like that ET rotation as well, right? If that rotation doesn't come in, you're over. You're done.
Like, if it's other position for, I would say Shadow Fiend, but it would be too squishy. This is a tanky hero that can survive the burst, like rotations from Earth Spirit, and that probably, if it was Zeus Shadow Fiend, let's say for GPK, I think he dies. Like, one roll, just going to go with the safer option. Also, Cleave against Chen, against the Beastmaster, pretty standard stuff. And with the boat, they have enough sustain, I think, to survive throughout the and just damage mitigation against the ghosts and everything. Sounds good.
I might be throwing Trent under the bus a little bit here, but I was under the understanding that the Kunkka Death Prophet dog shit for the Kunkka. So much so that Trent told me to stop suggesting that because Kunkka gets bullied in the lane too hard.
Are you going to reverse over him as well, or?
Well, I would not have expected the Kunkka here, but I like everything you said, Lacoste. The cleave, all that makes sense, but can he handle this mid matchup versus DP? What is this one, please? Because I don't know.
I don't think it's that bad of a matchup, of course, it's a melee against range. That Prophet has the sustain coming out from the Spirit Siphon. But, even if things are not going well for you, there's, farm on the side with the cleave. And, Kunkka's pretty much the only hero that can use the X-Mart TP back and just come back with the full HP, full mana. So it's really not going, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think the key
I'm
thing
excited
here
to watch it.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I think the key thing here is Kunkka has the skill set to punish the early tower design. It's the right heroes to come in. The Kunkka needs the right heroes to come into play. And you might not get that with ET Ench. It's not like that amazing rotation potential where you have like a Tiny or a Clockwork. He's truly defending his tower if Earth Spirit and Chen and DP are all pressuring, right? So that's where I think the main concern here is in Kunkka DP. But VP then go for a... I love this Viper pick simply because they ban out Alk and Jug, pick Viper, covering themselves from Spectre. Like the 3-hit combo, so they don't have to ban out 2 and give up Jug or Alk, right? They're covering 3 heroes with just the Viper pick. So overall, I'm a big fan of VP's end to the draft.
5 seconds.
And
And
it's
it's a nice
also
damage
hero.
in the chrono.
Yeah, that defends the towers. I'm a bit worried about like earlier rotations that they're gonna make on Kunkka for sure. Like you want to make a rotation when DP is 6 with the catapult wave, try to pressure Kunkka, maybe try to zone him out. ET is not the guy that comes in. He might or at the time where he has 2 points in his second ability. So like there's no counterplay. You can't use stomp. You can't just stop the gank. You might try to get a return kill, but that's pretty much it. You stop what's already rolling for just error.
30 seconds of reserve time left.
I'm trying to work out like the carry here for Ramses, and it's like when you see this type of lineup, you're thinking earlier timing, try and force the objective. You think of like a troll, but then like the laning might not be too good. Then okay,
Wow.
Okay, that's a good.
I always forget about the drag. Like every time I
because you're
think
thinking
of
about
saving,
melee heroes. Like
I'm thinking of the ping.
Yeah.
You know.
Ramsey
let's
should
end
be
this
able to
argument
handle the
here.
ping.
What's
ping
better,
war.
Lacoste? Melee or range? In a really
I'd go with
simplified.
I'd go with range.
Yeah.
A good matchup for Drow Ranger when you have all of these like front line sustain. They have 4 frontliners, but it's very punishable. Faceless Void. They have that Prophet ulti long cooldown. Same goes for Beastmaster. But even if they don't, like if you just misuse a chrono, this lineup from Just Error is extremely fast and can easily punish that. Also, they don't have the gap closure. Like you have Kunkka Drow Ranger. That's my concern.
Yeah, I think the key difference here between the time VP had this type of draft against a push style lineup is Error actually have an overwhelming amount of objective presence, and I don't think that damage they have early on will be able to deal with that. And I think as long as Error just play clean Dota, move from objective, reset objective, Roshan, that type of system, I think they should be in a good spot. But then, of course, you always have to factor in ET Void against any type of siege. If they play out the map well enough, then you do run into a big issue where the Void could easily go like Battle Fury Ags, for example, and now suddenly all the creeps and stuff are dead. So yeah, it's all about the stall game now for the VP. And can Error give them that breathing room? I don't know.
All right. Well, an exciting game 3 shaping up here, at least in the drafts. Reminder, folks, if you're into betting, EGB making this event possible. They've got a banner below the stream. Check it out as this game gets started. But for now, we're throwing it over to our casters, KP and PyCat. Once again, gentlemen, it's all you.
Wow, I'd say it's all CIS right now. We got VP versus 404 coming down to a best of one, essentially, in this situation, PyCat. A big switch up from 404, this time around seeming to choose to focus more heavily on their laning phase.
Yeah, not just the laning phase, but also playing a very quick lineup, as Ramses is going to be the
Pretty
target
roughed up.
here. He is most likely dead, yes. Yeah, going for a much quicker lineup here. Nothing, not
It's
really
not the big kill in
hero you want.
GPK.
No, it's not incredibly impactful. Of course, everything counts, but yeah, going with a much more early game centric draft here. They have the Drow Beastmaster Chen push with also the Death Prophet, and just an Earth Spirit to kind of make up for some maybe lack of control. And the VP here, a slightly slower draft. It takes some time for the Void to come online here, depending on how the mid matchup goes. Could see GPK.
Yeah, and this bot lane should be quite peculiar, right? Because they don't necessarily in the early levels have great lockdown, so it's going to be interesting to see if they'll be able to actually punish this Drow lane at all. Because currently they've still got 3 heroes down.
Yeah, and I think Sayak this game he might be allowed to make a lot of rotations. It looks like they're just gonna start off with the Earth Spirit Drow lane down here. I'm curious to see if so, or if they're just gonna keep this Beast Chen lane. I do think this lane should be quite strong up in the top lane. It should be hard for Enchantress and Void to overpower this lane.
Or it's the creep swap, right? It's like, haha, here's the ball. I've enchanted the ball. Oh, I've persuaded the ball. And in the end, like the Chen should come out a little bit ahead.
Yeah, and the save, he's going for the pull on the wave. Sayak just trying to make his life a little bit more miserable. They're gonna get it though.
One interesting thing I'm gonna make you do, PyCat, is I'm sticking Zari and Trent on the edge of the ship. You're gonna kick one off because there was some discussion in the panel about the Kunkka versus DP matchup and how favored this is for EDP.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's It's quite a bit of ping on this Death Prophet, and GPK I think happens to be sort of a Kunkka specialist. I've seen him play the hero quite a bit, so I think, I don't know, I think it might be, it shouldn't really be that bad for GPK. I think he'll do just fine. If anything, he's just gonna farm. With some levels, you can pressure. I mean, you can pressure the Kunkka a little bit, but at the same time, you know, it's very difficult to pressure this hero. He goes for bottle, he gets this X mark, he can just go back to base and refill his bottle. It's difficult to pressure this guy, I think.
That's true. And then, you know, the Bracer, it's not as strong as it once was, but you get one of those phase boots, you always have the means to just disconnect from what the VP is doing.
Yeah, with that said, you know, the king is the king.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about ping.
No, it doesn't look like it for now.
See if it holds on. Chen, meanwhile, on the top lane, is going to be ran down. Even though they got the ball back in their possession, it just didn't matter. They said, okay, in that case, we'll murder the Chen because he is the level 1 Holy Persuasion. Didn't matter. They said, okay, in that case, we'll murder the Chen because he is the level 1 Holy Persuasion.
Yeah, quite impressive that they managed to kill Chen here. Maybe some bashes from the Void. They're gonna go on to no one here.
And one bash might just do it. Can they even get it? Come on. Oh, that's 4 attacks. He's owed it. He actually cancelled the attack in the end. He'll finally get one on the solo. No, he's not gonna. We've all been there, Faceless Void players, where you're like, I think I might have this. Do I dive, hoping for the 3rd bash in a row?
Yeah, he primed those bashes. You know, made sure that they were coming.
Primed is an understatement there. Yeah, if he bashed no one once on that retreat, that is likely going to be a kill. I think the surprising part about the way that Chen kill occurred is how, even though Ench started bot, Illy still managed to get level 2.
And Ramses might be in trouble here.
Yeah, we'll get him. DM, it's taking a lot of pummeling from Zayats here, and even though we get the kill, the big win is going to be saved as he pummels his face into the suitcase.
Yeah, is it a suitcase or a briefcase?
Oh. Now, in this situation, it's just a giant mace. So it doesn't make sense. Have you ever noticed the animation for this cosmetic makes no sense? Like, he's not swinging a mace, he's just kind of thumping them with it in a weird way.
Yeah, nah, the mace thing is quite strange. But so far, the lane's opening up quite well for VP here. Finding core kills almost in the top lane as well, but finding Ramses in the bottom lane and just Ilias being the one getting off to a good start here.
Stomp coming out to Ramses. They're just going to run him down here. They'll die for this as well. The urn online, Ramses is gone, and he just TP back. No TP for about 15-20 seconds when he's up, and they have Sows, so they don't even get punished for this.
Yeah, this is why I was a little bit surprised that the Chen was not helping out in the bottom lane. Of course, the Beastmaster Earthbird might not be the strongest lane against the Enchantress Void, but you are sacrificing your Draw Ranger's game to some extent. There is a Divine Favor being used by the Chen here. Is it the Draw Ranger coming in? Yeah.
Switcheroo. They kind of had to. There's no other option, right? Like, you can maybe TP bot as Chen, but just try for this matchup because the Beast Chen is clearly not giving you the oomph that you were looking for in this top lane.
No, it's sort of a nifty rotation there. Just allows your MCs to come and play here up top with the Chen. And yeah, I mean, Beastmaster he can port bottom. But both these cores are off to very slow starts here. And no one is in a bit of a precarious position here. Only level 3.
Against a Viper. Not really the type of hero you want to match up against in the first place.
Yeah, and it looks like Sumail is pressuring GPK a little bit here. It's also a bit ahead in terms of levels. Nothing major though.
Yeah, save is here, so it looks like they want to try and make it kill when 6 comes for GPK, as they did go for that early point stomp on the ET. Problem is, Sumail, he's rotating away. The scan does spot this in advance though, along the ward, so it shouldn't really net anything for Sumail. I don't know if you can push the tower. There could be... is there any way that the VP defend this if the VP commits it?
You could potentially try to do something with the ET, but it looks like he's just going to be too low on resources here after using these spells, and Sumail is just going to be porting mid.
Yep. They actually dove the tower, so Sumail does come in. He gets hit up by the boat, but he's chasing forward. The damage too much. GPK, he never got a clip of the ghost ship. He didn't get the buff, and that means both of them are going down. The exorcism proves worthwhile. And even though they find a return kill in the top lane, Sumail extending that lead now from the mid.
Yeah, and this is sort of the Sumail that you want to see. Both these two last games have been very quiet for Sumail. Not really. I mean, the first one was incredibly rough, and the last game was just kind of rough all over for 404. But this game, he's off to a very good start here.
Most definitely. It's the fact that, you know, if you don't get greedy and make that dive as well, Sumail probably doesn't get anything from that rotation. It's just advice from GTK. But now you have Bo again and 30. That's the difference here, right? It's like he can go and make another play. Sumail, he's still got him down to 90 seconds now. As I'm talking about that, bot lane actually punished DM.
Yeah, it was a very, I think, smart port by Ramses there. He TP's bottom, goes up through kind of the fog, and they bait the Beastmaster. Viper commits the Viper strike. Beastmaster simply ports out, and the Draw Ranger has now made a successful rotation back to the bottom lane. They get the kill, and Beast is free to run to wherever he wants to.
And that was pre-6, so you know, these kills are going to get easier now. Ramses has the marksmanship online. I guess one worry is it's not the easiest to get on top of the Drow. Not with these supports anywhere outside of DP.
No, I mean you need to get the spirit on top of the Drow, or you need to wait until Kunkka gets some levels, gets this X mark spect.
Now Kunkka does have a DD, so maybe you can try and make a play. They went for an interesting ward in the mid, by the way, under their tier 1 tower. I don't know if this was intended.
It's just kind of deep, so it doesn't get easily dewarded, I think.
And it gives him vision on the high ground, I guess. The boat's coming in now to Sumail. He's siphoning up, and he's going to have enough to live through this. They have to commit the chrono, so they will get him in the end. But Big almost committed to finally close that kill onto Sumail.
Yeah, pretty heavy rotation there. They use 2 ults, but in the end, it's worth it. Sumail is the biggest net worth in the game.
Not only that, there was some aggression coming out from 404. They were diving with the magnetize there. They actually ended up getting punished by DM and save.
And Ramses is queuing up the Midas on the Draw Ranger here. I don't think I've seen this.
No, usually this hero, because a lot of your damage output is around multi-shot a lot of the time, right? So Midas feels a bit finicky because it doesn't amplify the multi-shot. But I guess he feels like he needs to scale much quicker, and they can't necessarily fight too quickly in this game. Meanwhile, Epic Kid, he's going for the Mask of Madness starter. Whether he'll go for a Battle Fury afterwards, or if he'll want to feel more involved is yet to be seen. Does this feel like a good Battle Fury game if that's the way Epic Kid wants to go?
No, I would be very surprised if he goes Battle Fury. I think he needs to come online much quicker. Something like Mask of Madness into BKB, potentially MKB after the BKB. You know, Manta would also make sense. There are 3 silences on the 404 lineup.
That makes sense. So you've got a lot of damage in the Chronos as well, right? ET starts getting levels in the natural order, and you've got that Never Toxin as well, which DM will probably max out next. Speaking of skills, Sumail has thrown out the Exorcism in the bot, so another rotation to secure a tower that usually gets ignored by the midders a lot. He gets rid of that bot tower quickly.
Yeah, just sort of rotating wherever he feels is necessary, and you know, just throwing out the ult.
And big kill in the mid lane as well. DM gets picked off. No one's been chased onto. Vengeance might be had here by the support duo. So run down the Beastmaster. Reinforcements are coming, but they're too late. Sumail won't be able to punish them for that dive.
Yeah, and a lot of these kills so far have gone to Ilias, who is queuing up the Vanguard. Not the most common Enchantress build. Looks like he's just going straight for the Crimson. I mean, being this rich and all, he's got some high hopes here.
I mean, he's a big pimp, but it's not a bad item, right, against the Beastmaster army and Chen army. You can kind of see that, but definitely a very different approach to what we're usually seeing in Itches. With all this stacking, he'll definitely get some extra gold in his pocket along the way.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a few camps in that dire jungle. Gonna be very nice for GPK to just go through those. Should put him on par with Sumail, at least.
we'll see what he wants to go for in this type of game as well. I feel like this is maybe a really good Heaven's Halberd game.
Could be, yeah, potentially. I think, you know, BKB is most likely a must at some point, but he could go for some sort of in-between item.
Yeah, the Radiance build feels a little bit dead these days. It's not a bad game if you choose to go that way, but if you've already got Yench building the Crimson Guard, you're kind of already offsetting the creep army quite a lot from 404.
Yeah, and this looks like he's just gonna queue up the urn. However, they already have an urn on the Viper, my friend.
He's going for a Spirit Vessel. I hope this gets communicated before he starts buying into things. This could get very awkward very quickly.
Yeah, and he's changing his mind now. Looks like it's gonna be the armlet instead.
A more respectable choice. There is a decent amount of dots to be thrown around by 404 in these fights, especially for the Earth Spirit, so it won't be the easiest after probably.
And this is gonna be a very early and quick roach here by 404. Not even committing the EXO. Just with the Beastmasters, the Inner Beast and the medallion from Chen.
They're going to spot it too late. Yunks it up. ET was almost on time to stomp. Not anybody would have been able to follow it up. And there you go. This is clearly why Ramsey's got the Midas. And another glove to face. He wants the extra attack. We figured it out.
Yeah, he's just gearing up to farm. You can see he's catching up now despite having this very slow early game, very poor start. He's finding some farm. And it looks like Epic Kid is actually gonna go for a Midas of his own after the Mask of Madness. So.
Oh. Okay. Maybe he saw, okay, well, the Drow's got this one, and now that she's got the Aegis as well, like, it's not an easy pick. So if we can't punish someone's Midas, clearly you just join them.
Yeah, and I think it should be okay to do this since there is this Midas on the Draw Ranger, and you just want to, you know, I mean, if you can stall the game, it's most likely a good thing for VP.
Smoke break. Sumel's been found who throughout the silence will screw off their timing on the X, but Save is there to save the day and end the day for Sumel. He committed the Exorcism as well, which forced out the Chrono, but it's working out from Zayas. It's going to roll in now, dishing out a lot of damage. Solo stays alive. Hand God is good enough, but not with those follow-up bashes. Epic Kid able to run him through Zayas' fan as well. They got rid of the Aegis on the side. Ramsey's tried to join in and completely backfires the 404. And surprising they even wanted to take that fight with the way it began.
Yeah, it feels very strange for them to try to fight right now. The Draw Ranger does not want to fight at all. Sumail committing the Exorcism there, even though he was in such a poor position. Some kind of, I don't know, questionable plays here. By 404, maybe their communication was kind of off, or I don't know, maybe Sumail thought that his teammates were closer.
Well, I mean, this has been a thing that's been highlighted. The communication, mostly Sumail only knows Da and Divide. And the lads do have a tendency to speak in Russian in the early phases, so I wouldn't be surprised. I've heard some interesting stories with talented and experienced teams in the past, the language barriers.
Yeah, it could definitely be an issue. And GBK is just gonna go for a fast Shiva's guard here after the armlet, just going for more armor. Of course, the armor very useful against both the Death Prophet and the Draw Ranger.
And all that sustain from 404 is just being negated now at this stage, right? Like the Spirit Siphon, you're gonna suffer. The Hand of God is gonna feel a little underwhelming. Kind of bridging the gap. You know, covers Void's more greedy build, going for that Midas into the Manta for his own defensive use as well. And of course, DM is going for that Aethos, so they're going to have the lockdown there to try and shut down some 404 heroes. And as we just got a preview, Ramses, if he gets stuck on the spot for more than 2 seconds, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of reach here, despite maybe not looking like it initially. There's going to be now the Aethos coming out quite soon. The Kunkka already having maxed out X. Void, you know, working his way towards that Time Walk cast range and the Spirit from ET. So not an easy game to position yourself as Drow.
No, they have so much damage as well, right? Like usually people see a Drow like, oh man, look at this ability to pierce armor. ET kind of does that for the whole team, right? Once this natural order is maxed out, the magical damage output at the side of VP is ridiculous. From the extra damage on the bashes, from the Viper. It's going to be a very, very scary mid game for 404.
Yeah, and they sort of want to be the ones pushing the tempo in this one, but right now they're not really in a position to do so.
No, it's more like a game of dodge. With these deep walls from VP, they're always hunting. As you can see, GPK is moving towards the bot lane. And they will be spotted out. But there is vision for 404 here as well, but I don't know if they want to fight this. It might be a little bit too scary to face up against the Kunkka.
Yeah, the Kunkka is quite strong at this point. He's got that plate mail and the armlet already. Not very easy to bring him down.
No, right now you kind of look at VP's cores and you have to wonder who is an easy takedown. Like Epikid is always so far back. You mentioned the Kunkka. Viper, almost 2k HP. I think we all learned our mistakes over the years of trying to commit too much onto a Viper.
Yeah, he's also already got the maxed out corrosive skin. So he's ready to tank.
Yeah, he's like, well, I can't really hit creeps. Epikid's doing that no jungle, so I might as well just go on the wave, shove him in safe. Okay, so Sumail, I don't know if he wants to commit X. It would be nice if they could get some more tower gold, but I think the worry is if they use any of these big ults, there's going to be a punishment for VP. And there might be a punishment either way, as VP have smoked up.
You know, every time you say VP, I always think about I'm always thinking it's the other team.
No one, Ramsey. So I know, right? It's like it's become so iconic for so long. These are the Prodigy boys. They got rid of one of their Ps and they became the very big VP. As I move in, gets hit up the silence. They can't get the chrono down. They need to be careful here. Rolling is going to be there. Promo as well. Trying to heal up Epikid. Bo's going to come through to try and save the day. It might be too late though. They've lost him. Void is down. They'll poke from the high ground. Sumail chunking up a lot of damage. He's going to heal up for a little bit with the use to buy some time, but Stomp's going to be the torrent. Perfectly timed to punish him. When ET's buyback, they'll look to the ES's buyback rather. They'll look to move forward. They might not find more than just the ET kill after the Void one, though, as it looks like Virtus.pro is going everyone else out of the way.
Yeah, and maybe that buyback was a bit too hasty. He wasn't really sure if they were gonna manage to kill that Void. And when they do, they kind of just choose to, you know, let's just pack it up. Let's just get out of here. Yeah, try to go with the chrono for the next fight.
Yeah, and we now see the potential weakness of VP's draft at this point. It really is the Void. Like, even when they commit everything to save him, it's still feasible 4-4 to bring him down. And that turnaround kill into Sumail that occurred, he's going for the BKB next. And next time, if you do not get the chrono out, that's not going to happen. 4-4 would be able to run you over with the mid still alive.
Yeah, Sumail once again sort of falling a few times here in this sort of early game. Still though up there with the...
Yeah, I was just going to say, it feels like it's almost a requirement, right? Because who else is frontlining? Or who can frontline for this team right now on 404 if it's not DP?
No, it's pretty much... I mean, you want the Void Spirit to go in and, you know, ideally Beastmaster jumps on a target, but you definitely take the DP going in there over the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, and the Earth Spirit will be able to do that as the game goes on. He's building into the BKB as well. Been seeing a lot more of this. I think it just makes sense for what the hero does, right? Bulk ups down top of targets. And it also means you don't get punished super hard if your rolling boulder doesn't connect. This one will. Easy pick. Pushes him out of the split shot, but it won't matter. They'll still get the kill. Multi-shot wasn't that important. Actually feels like a really spooky game to be an engine, actually.
I didn't even realize just how slow this Drow Ranger here is. He's 335 even with treads.
Now clearly, as we've seen with other heroes, the solution is to build Boots of Travel Pycam.
Yeah, or a Blink Dagger.
Oh. I don't mind the idea of Blink in this hero, necessarily. The Boots of Travel is definitely 100%
Yeah, it's just pretty difficult to get to blink against this ET and the Vessel, the Atos, etc.
And usually
very
this hero
quick Shivas also by GPK here.
Right, yes, and he's good in Ag, so we're getting the pure anarchy. It makes sense against this lineup. Like, we've seen what happens. If they can chain stun Sumail, even with BKB, of course, the kind of issue there is you have to not be stunned to press it. they have the means to kind of force him in that manner. I think that's the nice thing about the ET, right? Is like you can go for the stomp and they either react with like a BKB or a 4-staff, or then you can like kind of assess whether it's worth going.
Yeah, no, sure. And avoid getting quite close now to his Manta, so he's gonna feel a bit more safe.
Oh, he actually, yeah, he's got it. He's just queued up another ultimate orb to bait us. So that makes me wonder if he's considering a Skadi. Would be a very good game for it. Against the ranged heroes, against the heal that we've been talking about before. This smoke, everything might be against this Drow. Ramses has no escape either. They'll jump in, time dilation. They realize they don't even need the chrono to kill this one. And that's going to be an easy pick into what should be a quick Roche.
Yeah, the Roche also just respawned. It's quite unfortunate timing there. They are going to lose this top tower to the Beast though.
Yeah. But they're going to be okay with that trade, I think. Like, it's almost like the Drow's a little bit too predictable. This ward that VP put down definitely is almost immediately paying off. Make sure that there's no any sort of rebuttal coming out from 404 as they were split across the bottom side of the map. Now they might find another kill. No one. He has been here too long. Safe blink away. There's no way they want to commit a chrono for a Beastmaster kill at this stage. Got me wondering, like, what's the plan now? Like with this Drow, you've got the BKB online. So that's at least something. But how are you gonna save her if she gets chrono still?
No, ideally you don't really want the Drow to be the one getting chronoed in these fights. Yeah, you do have the BKB, and a lot of the damage coming out of VP is magical. There's the ET, the Earth Splitter, but
Ramsey. Okay, there's the chrono. Ideally, you don't want your Drow getting chronoed is the correct response by Cap, but when she's found out, roaming alone, that's what's going to happen. ET isn't even going to be brought down. We'll finally get him at the end of this, but it's an overcommitment now from 404, and they need to get out. Atos is going to be there to Sumail. The Bashes, BKB does get forced out with the Exorcism. He has to stand and fight, but Epike doesn't care. With the Mask of Madness attack speed, he's bashing through him. The Hand of God to try and sustain him. Will barely get him away, and the follow-up one bash will be enough. Nice save by Zayat. Will allow him to get away, but the Torrent does clip onto the Earth Spirit. So he will be punished this. Solo's able to just TP out. Same with Sumail. But Zayat is going to be left behind. And of course, because they got the Drow before that, a worthwhile trade for VP.
yeah, they did have to use the chrono, but like you said, they did get the Drow Ranger, and the Earth Spirit died once again, now without buyback.
And the tower will fall fast against the force of VP. It seems like 404 it's almost like they're trying to allow Drow free space to farm, right? Where they just make plays as 4. But it seems VP have just completely read the book on Drow and understand that's how they want to play, and they're not going to let that be the case. They just keep finding Ramses time and time again alone.
Yeah, like I said, Drow not being a very quick hero once again.
Yep. Got the BKB at least. But can he turn around now? Mighty shot out into Viper. He's so damn tanky though, and Solo being ran down by the Ancient moving in. Epike. He's hot on pursuit, looking for more. It's not just Solo that he wants the bigger kill. Time walk in. If they get one bash, that would seal the deal. The vision is good enough to get the X out though. With the Torrent follow-up, they're going to lose the Drow for the 3rd time in a row. Each time VP come cool and they keep finding that Ranger.
Yeah, and he's just, he's just alone every time pretty much. It's very difficult for him here to sort of find any place on this map because, well, VP are just running at the Drow Ranger.
And you can't just ball up, right? Like if we compare these two teams in a 5-on-5 engagement, VP's team fight right now is vastly superior. So you have to split the map like this, but the part of the plan that isn't what 404 are agreeing with is that the Drow is the one who tanks the ganks. That's not how that's meant to be happening.
No, ideally, you definitely don't want Drow to be tanking no ganks.
Unless you're
Just
playing
meant
some boss fight
to
Drow.
he's meant to just plink away, at the enemy heroes. And Ilias did manage to finish that Crimson Guard, so even more protection.
That's not a bad timer for an Ench 5. I mean, I don't know if that's like a top timing for Enches in the support role. Probably quite high up there. Moving in, Epi Kid, time dilation. He doesn't have the mana for the chrono. He has got the arcane rune, so if you can find a good target, it's worth using. And they are stacked. If they chase into this choke point, you know he's going to throw it out. They won. Or like, nope, that's basics. Don't run into choke points against ET Void. Unless you want to die.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I guess the real concern now when you look at 404 is if VP keep forcing closer to the base like this, do they have the damage to kill anyone?
Yeah, it's tough to say. 404, they really need to they kind of need to stall the game, but at the same time, it doesn't really feel like they're getting any closer to something. They need to wait out this Aegis, I think, and try to take a fight where, you know, you can benefit from the fact that Void doesn't have a VTB. He's gone for this.
He's gone for the more greedy, Scardy build, where, you know, he's relying on the fact that counter-attack isn't going to be a problem, eventually. So far, it's working out, but now the egg is gone, maybe. Just maybe 404 can make it. Should be the smoke. On they go. It's really hard though with this tier 1 still standing. Because now you have to somehow sneak in an unpredictable fashion. And that extra time going around the towers might make it too obvious.
Radiant are scanning.
And it's also VP still have their mid tower alive, even though it's a Kunkka versus Death Prophet.
That's what I'm saying. So they can't. Usually in this situation, you smoke and you run past where the tower is, right? It's, those extra seconds make it obvious. Instead, it's going to be VP that strike. Surround his Ayats. They'll try and back away, but it's just too much damage. They'll find Sol as well. Chrono's going to go down. They did find Drow Ranger. They're trying to heal her up with a Hand of God, but it's not good enough. Yules buys enough time for her to start running away. But she might still be there. Gus to push them back. BKB from Ramsey's trying to run this one off. But they're hunting forward. They find the kill onto the Chen finally. The buyback out from the F Spirit. And the Crime Roar's going to be there. Faces Void the target. They need to connect with the roll, but no! The turret storms all around the fight. Stops the rolling attempt and wipes the entirety of 404. GG immediately gets called by 404. They know it's over. And Virtus.pro, what a way to decisively decide the final game of this series.
Yeah, Epic Kid there, he survives with just about 20 HP. And yeah, I mean, 404, they got kind of demolished. They just got ran over by this draft here. They found Ramses way too many times. The Kunkka, he did a great job. He went for this very tanky build just to sustain against all the physical damage. And they just kept finding these pickoffs. And there's just not much for 404 to do. I think they got caught off guard way too many times. Didn't really look as kind of much of a team, you know, as maybe you see VP play as. They still seem a bit kind of new to playing with each other.
Yeah, that's the thing. Virtus.pro, they have been together at its core, these type players, for a little bit longer. You know, Epikid, DM, Save, and maybe that does come into the factor. But at the same time, we look at the other side. You know, it's Zayat, No One, Solo. And
They've played together. No, for sure. It's just you bring in this guy who doesn't speak the language. It's also no one switching role. You know, it's just the dynamic in the team. They still need some time to figure it out.
Exactly. I just love what we saw at Virtus.pro. It's that kind of dotes that you're used to seeing, the good old-fashioned CIS aggression. That was the thing. They never gave Just Era a chance to regroup. And that does mean that we have our victors here in this series. VP, they take it 2-1. We're going to throw it back to the panel where they're going to break this one down and hopefully have a pretty special interview for you.
Interviews. I can't wait to see who we interview. That's going to be an exciting one. Congratulations to Virtus.pro, a series well fought. They fell in game 1, but they brought in games. Game 2 especially, and here in game 3, it kind of felt like that Drow Ranger never really had a chance to get off the ground, boys.
Oh yeah, she had a rough time, and I don't know if anyone else noticed, but that's first thing that I did is Drow Ranger with the Hand of Midas. I don't remember last time I've seen this item being picked up by the hero, I feel like you're missing on quite a lot of on momentum thing where like they got the first stages. Like you want to be snowballing from that. Midas is not that item. Like if you compare like Midas to Dragonlance, like how much damage you get, how much tankiness, like the attack range, something that could change things quite a lot in those team fights. But I gotta say, not a big fan. And Ramses, he was really out of position. He got caught so many times in that game.
Yeah. Sorry, T-Gub. We'll give you a chance to talk afterwards, but I think we've got our interview set up, and Save is with us. Save, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
You sound great. Thanks for joining us here. Congratulations on the big win. How you feeling after those two very convincing wins?
Feeling good. Like one previous VP roster.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a grudge match there. You guys have started really strong in this group stage, undefeated so far. Now, I'm sorry, you lost here, but undefeated in series. So a great start. Lacoste, T-Gub, do we have any questions for Save here on Virtus.pro?
Yeah, how are you guys so good, considering the fact that everyone's like 18, 19, 20 years old? Like, what's the secret?
I mean, we're all experienced players. Like we all already played on LANs. Like, so we're kind of experienced players in CIS. So.
Okay, if you had to give like any advice to like new up and coming players that are really young as you guys are, like what would be your advice for them? Like, how would you guide them?
I don't know. You just should think about how to play Dota, how to like should think about. I don't know honestly.
But just be good at Dota, okay?
Just be good. Just be better.
You should watch.
One.
You should watch a lot of replays and think about the way how Dota works. If you like get the way how Dota works, you like start practicing, and if you get a good team, you can start winning. Yeah.
I guess maybe to follow up, you're one of the players that's broken 10K MMR. You did that a while ago now, back in June. Do you feel like pubs really help relative to competitive play, or is it just a totally different type of practice?
Yeah, I mean, pubs gives a lot, I think. In our team, we all play a lot of pubs, because we also have a rule on our bootcamp to play 8 pubs at least per day. So...
Ooh, that's a lot.
Wow.
Yeah,
so what about balance? How do you guys balance that out with like burnout and making sure you have enough rest time?
I mean, everybody in our team is really wants to become better and play a lot. So everybody is okay with that. Play a lot of pubs. We play like 4 scrims a day, and then 8 pubs. And
wow.
we feel like personal form in Dota gives you a lot if you play a lot and your personal skill is really good.
Wow. Okay, that's some serious work.
Yeah.
T-Gov, any curiosities for you there?
I was just going to ask, do you enjoy like the group stage having kind of that longer format where you have like 1 week on, then you have like 4 days off? Do you enjoy having that separation, or do you prefer a group stage which is over a lot more quick and you get straight to the playoffs? Like, what's your opinion on that type of thing?
I'm okay with both type of formats, but it's first time for me that I play like that long, honestly.
Yep.
I feel like it's okay. You can stay 1 week, watch what other team's gonna pick, how meta is gonna change. So I like it also.
Nice, cool,
awesome. Well, congratulations again. Appreciate you coming on to chat with us. We'll let you get out of here and prepare for the rest of your day, and we're gonna get settled for our next series, man.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully we see you again.
Bye.
Okay. So, T-Gov, you didn't get a chance to talk about this game. Before we take a break and start hyping up Viking versus Mudgolems, our next series, any closing remarks here? Game 3, this series at large, just Error versus VP. What do you got, buddy?
Load up the replay, guys. Watch the smoke gank to kill Ramses at the start of the game. Then load up and look at 22 minutes, look at 23 minutes 30, look at 25 minutes 15. And you'll just see Ramses dying a lot. So yeah, it's kind of enjoyable, especially because VP just not understood exactly how to locate the drow and then to kill her. So props to VP for just being very decisive. And once again, that is the smoke gank at the start of the game, 22 minutes, 23:30, and 25:15, around those marks. Thank you.
And Lacoste, I just want to be clear. When I play Drow Ranger later today, I do buy the Midas. I don't buy the Midas. I forget.
Niet, Midas, niet. Very, very bad item.
No, Midas, 2 hands. Buy 2 Midas, 1 for each.
And just to, refer to what he said about at least 8 pubs a day, right? I heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Like these goddamn...
Plus scrims.
Plus scrims. So all these goddamn boomers, playing in Europe about, we need to take a break. We're getting burned out. If you're a new and up and coming team, I think this is a great mentality. Like you want to play Dota. Like this might sound a bit too much. 8 pubs and scrims. It's probably like 3-4 scrims, but I think he had a good point of how you individually need to be, on top if you want to play for a top tier team. Like you need to play for yourself and you need to play for the team. But I'm a bit surprised that it's that much Dota. It's quite a lot, but you can hear in his voice like we want to be the best. We're young squad, but we have some experience.
Yeah, but just to quickly clarify, even though they do play maybe 8 pubs a day, when you're in that team environment, they have an objective and why they're playing, right? So just because you queue 12 games of ranked in a day doesn't mean you're suddenly on your way to being a pro, right? You need to have the understanding of why am I playing? Am I practicing this hero, this philosophy, this understanding exactly? So don't just suddenly queue 12 games and think after a week or a year, you're on the road to pro, okay? Understand why you're playing and then good spot.
Learning. It's a quest of learning. They're not playing for fun. They're playing for their job. It's their job. Have some respect, boys and girls. Okay, we're going to take a break. Big matchup next. Viking versus Mudgolems. We're coming back to hype it up. Stick with us. 2 more full series coming up today for Epic League Div 1.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Hey, Dota fans, we are back again. More action. Our second series of the day. We've got Viking GG versus the mudgolems. We've got the stack that shut down Secret versus the other team that also shut down Secret. The Secret Shutters here battling against each other. A lot of pride for this one. Two teams that I think all of us have enjoyed watching so far in this group stage. We might see in these groups. So with that said, T-Gov, welcome back. How hyped are you for this Mudgolem series, bud?
Welcome back, Lacoste, as well.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Lacoste. How you doing over there?
I'm good. Go ahead, T-Gov.
Hi. Yeah, no, I think this is going to be an amazing series because it also just shows how we're not always seeing the same old teams up front, always riding that kind of top banner. And I'm happy to see Fada kind of stick with well, they've done around Boromir, great stuff. And of course, Viking, they've been around for more than a year now. And they consistently always get themselves to that position where everyone's going, wow, look at them go. And I'd love to see them get a little bit further than us going, wow, and then just consistently just get to that top level because they're so on the cusp of it. So
chat with Bronya and he told me, like, be humble. I told him, like, I've been praising you quite a lot lately. He says, like, don't do it, be humble. And I'm gonna mention his name, don't care about the guy because, like, I think everyone just understands how good player he is and what he's doing for the team. But, he forbid me to talk about him, so I'm just going to talk about someone else. Mudgolems are, playing as a team. But if I had to pick another guy, I'd still say, like, 33. Been really impressed.
On analysis.
Yeah,
I can't talk about
something.
Boromir, so I'm just going to go on my soapbox about how Milan is carrying this team on the floor. But please tell me more about 33 and his Viper play.
Oh yeah, he's probably the only player in the world who I enjoy. I believe these are his words. I enjoy playing Viper. Like, what's wrong with Viper? He's a fun hero.
You like almost
Kinda
got
lost
upset
me
when
there,
you insulted.
but
Are you saying something negative about my spirit animal? Because I think Viper is fun. What don't you like about it?
yeah,
Both
I
of
have
you had
Viper
that stun,
tattooed
like-
on my chest. Like, check it out.
A Viper tattoo. Yeah, that would be something, all right.
yeah, that would be terrible. Please don't get a Viper tattoo. Actually, no, I'm sure it could actually be pretty good if done correctly, but alas. Yeah. God damn, this series. It's gonna be whew. I think you just have to look towards Viking and really go, they're a team that has got any of these players which were like big standout names, and it's been that constant grind together to get better. And that's why there's so much respect towards this team. And also, as an organization, the things that they do, the content, right? Having like a team comms video being released and just hearing how they communicate in some of these engagements. It's so refreshing to see a new, not even new, because they've been around so, you get the point.
Yeah,
So
if
nice.
I gave my team comms when I play pubs, like, this channel would probably be banned in less than 30 minutes,
Is that because of you or your teammates?
No, but not because of me. I'm you played with me. I'm a kind of a nice guy.
He's a
Tends to
chat
lose
wall
the
main.
temper from time to time, but
Yeah.
nothing too serious.
That's
Lacoste,
true,
if we
that's true.
played together and I picked Drow Ranger and you saw me building that Midas, what would you say? Would you politely say, hey, Zyori, I think maybe you should consider buying a Manta BKB instead of the Midas? Or would there be some pings? Would there be some fighting words there?
No, I'm kind of a guy where we're talking about what's happening. Like, I think it's much better if you go this because of the XY reason instead of, waiting for you to make a mistake, then pinging it out. Like, that's pretty
Okay.
toxic.
You're a
So
proactive
I'll
kind
give
of
you
guy.
advice before.
Good.
So,
Good.
so diplomatic.
That's smart. Well, either way, gents, we've got ourselves a draft here. Slardar Venge banned out by the Golems, and the Wisp Void taken out by Viking GG, and that will hand it over to the Mud Golems for the first pick here. I keep thinking Snapfire. When I see Viking GG, Borania, we've seen him play that Snapfire a number of times mid and look very good with it. Here's the other big one. It's Lina.
Yeah, we couldn't talk, you did not let us finish, but
You could have predicted that Lina? No way.
Yeah, it's an easy one for, pretty much everyone to predict. We've seen Barania play it. What do you mean? It's not?
No, just... I think... Honestly, I think Zoro was kind of beating down the right track for the idea of mudgolems, the essence, but you're very much equally as right. I think Lina is the new age entry to a draft, and I think, as you were about to say about Borania, I think this is the one hero that he really did come and have great performances on. But anyway, as you were saying about this great Borania Lina, sir.
Look at this diplomatic panelist here, just trying to bridge the gap between the two guys on the end.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Please.
So how about Bloodseeker? This is something that Viking have gone back for a number of times now. I mean, this is another one of their signature heroes.
Yeah, usually it's paired up when they are playing like this Medusa lineups with the Vengeful Spirit. But when you think about Bloodseeker, he is the utility guy. He is the new age Venomancer where he can get any pretty much item in the game and it's going to feel good. You need a pipe, you need a mech, you need Lotus Orb, whatever. You need anything. Bloodseeker can build that and still going to look good. Like his presence as, buffing his allies in the early stages of the game is not that big, but when we go like post 30-minute mark, when you can actually use the Blood Rage on your carry, like this is where he starts to, just put so much pressure on the enemy carry because he has like either Solar Crest, he has like Lotus Orb and that attack speed for the carry. It's so much extra stuff, extra value coming out from your offlaner.
5 seconds remaining.
I am inclined to agree.
Draft-wise as well, we've got the fact that, of course, we have the first pick Lina, but Viking then instantly going for the Lifestealer because if you look at both teams, it is one of their more comfort heroes. Viking traditionally like to leave Shad with some of the last picks in the draft, give him a bit more priority, be it the second to last or last pick. And then, of course, Mudgolems, they are one of the few teams that religiously just give Skitter his hero straight away and go, thanks, mate, but this is Milan and Borania's time to really kind of show up in the later portions of the draft. But yeah, that's where Viking, of course, against their opponents need to adapt and kind of just adjust a little bit. And we're seeing that Lifestealer just boom, instantly slapped in as a response to Mudgolems.
Yeah, if this were a few months... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say, a few months ago with the PA without Magnus, I'd think, man, this is an early PA pick. This looks pretty punishable. But just based on this group stage, we've seen PA without Mag a number of times, and we've seen what this hero can do under just ordinary circumstances. I don't know if it is actually that punishable. Maybe Viper, right? Like Break is very good against PA. But they take Ench.
Yep.
Pretty standard stuff from Viking. They really love Enchantress, dominate the laning stage. Enchantress, she scales as a hero, and that extra heal that she provides in the laning stage possibly, like, depends on the lane. Like, sometimes you don't even get it, but pure damage, this is where she's really good at. I think banning out Tiny and Earth Spirit coming out from Mud Golems, this could imply that Lina is a mid laner for them, just putting away some pressure from the mid lane with two heroes rotating. She's very squishy, very easily, punishable, and I believe that's their position for Mirana, played by Milan. We call it Milana, great against the Enchantress and the Creep.
Oh, so yeah. Right.
They need some kind of setup for Arrow because it's going to be very hard to land. Like, they still don't have the offlaner.
The last time we saw the Milana, it was very impressive. He had a crazy impact on that hero. So,
it was against Secret, right? I'm trying to look for it now. I think it was against Secret. He just...
A good question.
You know what? Doesn't matter. It was against Nigma. My bad. It was against the Wheat. The Ursa game? I think, what a game, actually. But yeah, in regards to Viking, they've got this, the Ench, and when you were mentioning about the Tiny and the Earth Spirit bans, I think also you could look towards just the simple laning partner with the Bloodseeker, right? They're very good in that rotation to mid, but also just the fact that it gives Bloodseeker this free entry into the lane. And it's right now they're deciding what their position 4 is. just to free up that last pick for Boom, just to give him that perfect game. I think
Is Tusk a possibility here? I mean, what
Sure, I
cores
think-
are we like?
Yeah, maybe.
Possibly Rubik. I think you want to have like Tusk is also a good pick, but you want to have some kind of a stun that you can, keep them inside the blood right during the laning stage. And sounds like a decent Rubik game, like
Snowball
stealing
and
arrow,
shards?
LSA.
Okay. Oh.
Okay.
So they're valuing position 4 really highly in this game because they just pick up Boom's hero right now. And
They can swap things around. They can have Dragonite as the off lane. They can have Bloodseeker Blade as position 4, possibly. Like, it's doable.
Oh,
10 seconds.
sure. I'm down for creativity. I think everyone agrees that this meta is getting to kind of the end of its days. So if Viking want to whip that out, then let's go. But yeah, I think, interesting stuff. They kept that flex open for sure if they want to go down that route. But realistically, I think this is just going to be a position 4 at the end of their draft from Viking. That just makes the most sense. And for Mudgolems, we've already mentioned they need someone to pair with the Morana, but also be a fight starter, someone who can walk up front, because Viking, it's very simple for them, right? They have DK, Bloodseeker, and Lifesteal. All 3 will happily walk into an engagement.
This a Viper game? You got DK with a passive, you got Bloodseeker with a passive, and Lifestealer with a passive. Thirst, Feast, and Dragon's Blood.
And Enchantress with a passive. So
And Enchantress, that's true. But as you guys are saying, they really need stuns, and if you pick Viper here, it's like, well, that doesn't combo with Arrow.
the thing, if they get Viper, it's gonna be very hard for them to, just engage into a team fight. Like, how do you start this fight? Like, you just shoot random arrow? Okay, that's much better.
Viper buys
I-
Atos. That's my answer. But yeah, I like Tidehunter. Ravage, probably a better way to start the fights.
Yeah. Much easier to play around as well, because it means those early engagements where Viking want to move to a tower, there is this lack of damage coming out because DK can poke the tower, Bloodseeker can be annoying, but there's not that explosive damage. So Tide can move from objective to objective and just position himself defensively.
And now it even sounds like a better Rubik game that they banned it against the Tide Hunter. Surprised that Viking did not go for it like straight away instead of a Dragonite and just, get a different type of a mid
I feel
laner.
like
5 seconds remaining.
the reason why they didn't do that though is because it's like potentially abusable, right? Like you pick up a Rubik and then you don't have this melee guy running in first. You can then ban out the DK and then you look at Boom's hero point. It's like, okay, what's our guy who can start a fight for us? And it doesn't get whistled down a little bit. So in terms of draft, I can see very much why they opened up their draft to activate the position 4 role. And for Mudgolems right now, they're going, okay, well, we need to pick up position 5. They've done this quite a lot. Wow, that's a lot of tags appearing. And they've done this a lot where they actually let Fada have the last pick in the draft. And this easily could be an essence of Nigma where they flex the Lina to position 5, let's say. But I don't want to see that. I want to see Fada on one of his staple position 5s to win that lane and to truly pressure in.
Getting limited on position 4s here, though.
There's not many left, mate.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm still standing pretty high on Tusk right now just because I don't see too many others.
The issue with that, though, is simply you enjoy 3 minutes of the game, then PA gets levels and you don't enjoy that part. And then when you're running into the Ravage, you're like, I'm now just a blink save with a snowball. I'm not really like the aggressor.
Lacoste, would you care to disagree?
I'm a big fan of Tusk. I think everyone already noticed.
But not the pick
It's
here,
good.
huh?
Like, it's a good laner. Allows you to get the Roche. You have this True Strike against the PA and BKB piercing ability, which is always going to be good.
Well,
I want to see the Spirit Breaker. No.
We should think about Mudgolems first, since they need to round out their draft. And this is a big pick, either a mid laner or some sort of a support. I guess Lina is that flexible one right now.
Yeah, exactly. They're currently flexing that Lina a little bit. And they go for the Undying.
Nice position 5 there. So
Yep.
looking pretty straightforward for Mudgolems. Who's playing what? Now for Viking.
I think though, Viking, Bloodseeker fares pretty well. It's like not too badly against the Undying, especially if you have the correct
What about
range to behind you.
Clockwork? What about Clockwork?
Yeah, Clockwork is.
I mean, you got PA, Mirana, both of them have a way to get out of cogs, but he's not even really a 4 that much anymore. It's been a lot of the 5 Clockwork.
My issue with the Clockwork is it simply can have a difficult game into PA, Mirana, Undying. Like, these heroes are hard to kill. But then you can always kill the Lina, right? So there's that kind of... You've got one hero to target. I don't mind that. I just
All right.
want to see a melee hero that can start a fight. That's what I want to
T-Gov,
see.
if they pick Pudge here, I will pay you $50.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like $50,000.
$50,000. All right, deal.
If they
Add a
pick
few
Pudge,
zeros.
I'll just like no one
I
wants to
think we'll
see
see
it, but it'll be
Spirit
done.
Breaker before that. I mean, like Bounty Hunter's another one that like we haven't talked about at all, but like he kind of pops into my brain. This
They
is
need
a weird.
a fight starter. They need someone who wants to enter the fight.
I'm
Tank up
not
a
hearing a
couple
lot
key
of
spells.
suggestions here, T-Gov. That's my beef with all the bullshit you're saying right now.
Because like right now, I'm giving you the philosophy.
You may now
Doom.
select
They
your
they go
hero.
for a Doom.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so it's still flexible, you know. They can
Yeah.
flex Doom, play it as 4. Let's see, Boom is Dragonite, so that's a mid Dragonite. Toby Bloodseeker for
Issue four.
Doom.
Okay. I would have never
Okay,
suggested Doom.
I-
So to clear that
same,
up.
same. No, I don't even think of him in that role anymore. So
Because they needed a hero that, you know, just deals with the Tidehunter. None of the heroes would be able to, you know, just stun lock him. Rupture is okay, but he's just gonna stand his ground and use Anchor Smash. Like you can't really do anything to him. So they needed anyone who can deal with Tidehunter, and that's Doom. It's pretty simple thinking coming out from Viking.
Yep, it's now going to be, like Lacoste already mentioned, the team fights. It's going to be the Blink Doom,
10 seconds
connect
remaining.
onto the Tidehunter. If that connection comes through, then try and follow up with that fight afterwards. If you don't get that connection, then obviously the fight can easily become very difficult to deal with. And the lack of lockdown from Viking might become an issue later on, especially when they're looking towards locking down a PA who can be a little bit more elusive. We saw mid one, obviously on OG. He survived a very close engagement, just blinking around the fight the entire time. So yeah, I think Viking, they have a nicer overall draft for the fact they can deal with the tide. That's the key thing here.
yeah, and heavy melee against both Undying and Ravage. Sometimes that can get punished a little bit as well. But excited to see what happens in game 1 of this series. Viking GG Mud Golems. It starts now. We're going to send it over to our casters. Nomad 1437. We need some help. Where's the hype, gentlemen? Bring the hype, please.
Woo! Yeah, we got the hype right here. All right, just EGB below the screens. Check out the odds, guys. Do not forget about that. The wonderful sponsors of this tournament. But we are going to get into this matchup of Viking versus Mud Golems. These two teams battling it out. I mean, two very excited teams as well. Plenty of, fresh talent on the side of Viking, along with a fresh mix-up of players on the side of Mud Golems, and both in very, very comfortable drafts for each of these teams. Theoben, do you have any preference of who you think is going to be taking this game number 1?
Ooh, you know what? I gotta favor Viking, I think, in this game. They got some really tanky strength cores that are very difficult to bring down. Bloodseeker against PA, that's a matchup I really favor for the Bloodseeker early on until the PA hits like Rapier, Satanic. But for now, I'm gonna have to go with Vikings, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, it's hard to doubt Mud Golems when we've got Milan playing on Mirana, the Milano, or whatever we've been calling it recently. We've got the Fata Undying as well. I mean, these guys did so much work with this hero in ESL and Germany as well, so I find it very hard to doubt them. But then again, we've also got Viking playing on some super comfort pictures here, and I love this thing they've been doing with the Bloodseeker, combining it with the Lifestealer, just because, Rupture, force them to stay still, and that means that Lifestealer can't be kited as easily. It's just such a nice natural synergy. I do like what they're doing, but I really couldn't call this one. I think it's going to come down pretty heavily to the lanes as well, I think.
Most definitely. Both of these teams are very good when they play from ahead, so we're going to definitely see that. And I think in terms of laning, Bloodseeker is also okay laning against Undying because he's an agility hero. Won't be too affected by that decay in the lane. And then you're not going to really be able to run in and hit him. You might just get blood righted. Turned on instead. Ooh, Aramis. Gonna be the one just running around. He was actually planning on going in and eating the range creep, I think. But then Fata figured out his game plan and stopped it dead in his tracks.
Yeah, very heads-up read from Fata there, actually, as he's just like, I know where he's going to be going, grabs himself a brown boot. In fact, they both have brown boots on these, on the POS 5 and the POS 4. Is this normal to see a POS 5 going brown boots?
Yeah, it's normal when you need to chase a brown boots Doom who's going to be running around, right? Because if you don't have boots, then how are you going to be able to smack him in the face? He's going to run away from you and do whatever he wants or pull creeps. So this is going to make it a lot more difficult for the Doom to just do what he wants.
He's in trouble here. Amorous might be going down.
Yep,
The
he's
right click's
dead.
coming in. In fact, they give the last hit to Skidder as well. Terrible start for Viking up here in the top lane as they lose that Doom.
Yeah, he wanted to go back in the lane. He knew this Undying is faster than him, gonna bully him. Did not work out in his favor. I was actually thinking they should put this Enchantress top and the Doom bottom instead. But they decided to just let the Ench play into the Mirana anyway.
Well, yeah, just to dodge out the arrow combination with Enchant. But yeah, Solari decided instead to go for Impetus. So opting to go for that extra damage rather than grabbing a creep, which is going to get killed off by Milan anyway. Makes sense to me.
Yeah, just the laning is a bit awkward because you could have gave both the Ench and the Doob a better lane just by swapping the two supports around.
Well, Vikings sticking to their guns. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got Boromir on the Lina versus Boom on his Dragon Knight. Again, heroes these guys are very, very comfortable with. I mean, it really is full comfort across the board, and I'm expecting this to be a pretty boring lane. Maybe we see Boromir pulling ahead in the early levels, but right now, Boromir doing pretty damn well to keep that CS coming through thick and fast.
Very
top
good lane for the Dragon
Toby
Knight.
in the trees. Fada's going to find him again. Another big kill going the way of Mudgolems up here as they bring down the Bloodseeker.
Well, that's gotta feel bad. It's just a 2v1 lane after the Doom died. He knows he cannot stay in this lane against the Undying. Just gonna get chased out. He did find himself an Ice Armor creep though. That's gonna be quite helpful for the Bloodseeker and the Doom. It's just unfortunate that the Blood has already died once.
Going down, the Undying going down as well. Not the plan for Viking quite yet. There's a rocky start to this top lane. How good is Skidder going to feel on this PA then? Because, you know...
Celery bottom, arrow.
Oh dear, looks like he is going to lose his life as he gets finished off by Milan. That is going to be Celery going down. These side lanes are being very, very violent for the side of Viking currently.
Yeah, that gush into arrow, it's a
violent for the side of Viking currently.
Arrow off of it until they get like a boots on the support or something of that sort. Celery went for the heal, actually. Not even going for the enchant in this lane. He's like, okay, you want to arrow my creep? I guess I just don't get creeps then.
Genius move. Genius move. Very wrinkly brain, Solari. Countering out this arrow beautifully.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say I don't like it. You don't have a whole lot of pressure available, and now your enchant being maxed out is gonna be slow too. Celery.
Oh my goodness, the damage comes through thick and fast. Down goes Solari. The heal doing nothing for poor old Enchantress in that situation. This ain't working out well.
No, it's not. At least you can make them arrow your creep, and most of the time they might just miss the creep because they're so fast, right? Like,
yeah,
you can't. He's gonna have to commit the gush and the arrow, so that would be okay if they would have to do that. That means you won't die in the lane. But now, because of this Nature's Attendance build, he's already died twice in his bottom lane. Gonna go into the jungle or go mid or something. Can't even jungle, actually.
Oh no. Oh yeah, you're right. No enchant means no jungling, so no backup plan. Celery really all-inning on the laning phase, and it's not paying off well at this point. Well, it's yeah, looking pretty rough as Toby's kind of starting to grab himself a little bit of farm. You know, does know how to play behind from this Bloodseeker, so he's not going to be too worried about losing out on this lane. But I imagine this is going to feel really good for Skidder because there has to be some concern when you're laning into this Toby Bloodseeker. You know, we've seen him snowball so many times before on this hero that you have to worry when you're playing the carry into Toby Bloodseeker that he's just going to get too much in the lane and then all of a sudden you get forced out your top lane. You're forced into the jungle early, and as a PA, that's not something you really want to happen. But thankfully, Mudgolems available to find themselves 2 big kills up in this top lane and really kind of shifted things in their favor, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think in this lane, because of the Doom position 4, the question was whether the Undying was going to get killed off or not. And the PA's farm would have been fine regardless, so the Undying would take all that pressure. So Fada is actually having an incredible game right now. He's already got a raindrop. Mango's still up. He's made it to 5 minutes without even a single death on him, which is not normal for most of the Undyings. They've at least died like once or twice just to refill all their resources to trade better for their carry.
Yeah, interesting. It's been so very, very active on Fada, just kind of running around like a lunatic most of this game. Meanwhile, at mid, we've got Boom hanging out with 31 and 4 compared to the Lena's 28 and 10. Definitely the most boring lane of all of them. You know, it's just like a dragon, breathe fire, and then a dragon slave, and then a breathe fire, and a dragon slave. It's almost like the same spell just being thrown back at each other, like a particularly dull game of tennis. But meanwhile, in the top lane, Toby might be getting run down here. He does get the silence out, but there is a dagger available, and that silence runs out, and now Fada is chasing. He's got the decay, and that will secure them the kill onto Toby. They'll get the Bloodseeker run down once again.
I think that should also indicate there was a ward on the high ground, because I believe he daggered.
The blade coming out, trying to bring down Solari. Should be able to do so with the Dragon Slave as well. Boromir gets the free kill. And that is a nice little +1 for this mid laner. Meanwhile, Aramis comes into the mid. I'm not sure what the plan is here. They're just going to arm them both up. Oh, they're going for this. Okay, all right. This seems aggressive.
Yeah, they got the catapult here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some good damage onto the mid tower. Why not, right? Lina has no mana pretty much.
Yeah.
They're good
the
players, so they
doing
click on
nothing to
Lina.
Boom with the 2 points in Dragon's Blood and the Ice Armor.
Oh, they're gonna drop the tome here. They're gonna protect it. They got that level 2 soul rip available to heal it back up if they try to kill it.
Very interesting stuff. The Hadda comes in, drops the tombstone, and that's enough to force them back. But still, a lot of damage taken by that tier 1 tower.
A lot. And better yet, they brought so many heroes to the mid lane, and this is gonna free up both the Bloodseeker and the Lightseater now. No pressure from the supports onto them anymore. And I think mudgolems have been doing so well on the side lanes, punishing the supports especially.
Yeah. Mudgolems definitely with a pretty clean advantage. I mean, it's 0-6 right now. This scoreline is looking very convincing for the side of Mudgolems. It's been a fantastic laning phase for them all over.
Yeah, Aramis trying to clear a big camp stack with his Doom. Ain't going too hot.
No, it's not going too well, is it? Embarrassing walk back to base for the Doom.
Yeah, he even leaves the creep with like 5 HP in there.
No one's saw. Don't worry, buddy. No one's watching.
Yeah. Celery finally got his point into the enchant. So he can
Toby getting jump on up in the top lane. Skidder just dives on him. He's got that leveling coup de grace, and he wants to be able to take down this Bloodseeker as quickly as possible. Needs a little bit more damage here as Toby jump into the trees. Dagger connects, no crit. Aramis goes in, but there's a crit, comes forwards with the Phantom Strike from Skidder to bring down the Toby Bloodseeker. Oh man, another casualty up in the top lane continues to make this game harder and harder for the side of Viking. They are really starting to fall behind here in the early game. But meanwhile, mid, Boromir maybe in some trouble. Boom and Solari coming in, trying to bring him down. But unfortunately, the support is coming on over for the side of Mudgolems. TP not actually completed by 33. Toyed with the idea.
Oh, he denied the rune at least. That's good.
Yeah, but he will be the sacrifice.
Arcane rune, denying it away from the enemy mid. Huge place, at least.
Is that a Theban approved feed?
I mean, he made the best out of it, so.
The seal of approval. Well, at least Shad's been having a pretty free time down the bottom lane on this Lifestealer. Pretty uncontested, just kind of farming away. 33 also just pulling away, trying to find the most value out of this lane as possible. I mean, it really has just been Shad and Boom whilst, you know, they haven't been getting kills. They have just been farming up very well. But at the same time, with all the kills and all the farm they're getting on Mudgolems, their adversaries in lane are just a little bit further ahead. In both situations.
They're gonna smoke the mid now. Second dragon form. Yep. They're gonna commit to this tower here.
Mirana taking a decent bit of damage. They connected with that Infernal Blade. That might have been a dead Milan, but it's not quite there. But the Tombstone going to come down again along Toby, throwing down that silence behind the tower. Really trying hard to commit to this one. And as Arrow comes through, not going to connect. They'll turn around, stun up Fada. Maybe they try and bring down the Undying, but they even bring Skidder into this one, who gets a kill onto Solari. Meanwhile, Toby and Boom can do very little about this. As Mudgolems, they are really keen on keeping this middle tower alive, but they will now deny it.
Oh, this is such a well-executed fight. Fada plays the most perfect tombstone that cannot be seen or killed easily, and then just baiting out all the stuns onto him with that big magic stick and raindrop, allowing them to just kill the free 5 and get out with all their heroes. I think in the end that was worth it. Although the score is 0-9, they do lose the mid tower, but it's inevitable against this Dragon Knight.
Yep, and they get the deny, which is key as well. So how are Viking feeling right now? You know, they're 0-9 down. The slaying phase at the 10-minute mark has not gone well. It's a 2k gold advantage for Mudgolems. This PA is well on the way to Battle Fury. What's the game plan for them?
Ooh, they gotta just keep playing off the Dragon Knight form, and he's got Blink Dagger soon, so they can just smoke up and go with that. Bloodseeker, as soon as he gets that level 4 blood right, he's going to be able to do plenty of damage. Let's not forget that the position 1 and 2 for Viking have been having a pretty decent game so far. So they still have some options to bring some tempo back into their lineup. Shad, he's going to have to ult out here. Yep, there we go. Catapult. I'm out, boys.
Yeah, senses something is wrong. Even under the cover of smoke, his senses tingle, and he gets himself away inside that siege creep.
What an obnoxious hero. My goodness.
Yeah, for sure. Although, they're not done yet. The ultimate's going to get used to try and get in close with the... Look at this, they're just surrounding Shad from every available angle. They actually connect with both the arrow and the LSA.
Wow.
Completely unset up. Beautiful assassination coming out from Mudgolems, just bringing down Shad in an instant.
Oh, that was... like, if Shad actually saw the arrow come out and maybe he clicked Rage, I think Milan would have been hitting himself in the head, but... he actually managed to pair it up so perfectly. Big kill. I was saying, he was having a good game, and then he just dies.
Yep, see you later, buddy. Meanwhile, Farta up in the top lane, just using that tombstone once again to try and defend these towers as Boom and Toby come in. They're going to try and drop down the Ravage, but at the same time, Doom comes off as well. So kind of just trading ultimates at this point, but it does look like 33 is going to get run down here by Viking. They'll claim that kill. They'll punish Mudgolems for not bringing enough numbers up to this top lane as well. That Blood Right will close in on him, and Shad will munch him up. Catapult will be killed off by Milan, but it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. This tower's going down all the same as Viking find the pressure.
That was literally the worst thing that could have happened. He popped Ravage, and then he got doomed and still died. If he just waited, or, I mean, maybe he thought, like, he was going to get doomed, then he wanted to see if he can actually keep himself alive. But that was a pretty bad TP into the safe lane. The PA doesn't want to fight there. The Lina 100% doesn't want to TP into the safe lane like that and risk herself dying too. So 2 free kills going the way of Viking, and I think that's going to be quite costly because the Dragonite is going to start snowballing a little bit. And I say that, their net worths are like neck and neck right now with the Tide and the Lina.
Yeah, they're very close together. Been a lot of farm in this game so far. Everyone getting their money somewhere on the map. EA very close to finishing off this broadsword, which will be the full Battle Fury finished off for Skidder. Meanwhile,
this might be a record.
Got the armor.
I was gonna say, this might be a record Solar Crest coming out from Tidehunter. After a first item, at least. He went Blad's first, and now he's going straight for Solar Crest. Just like 1,400 gold off. That's insane.
Yeah,
he's going to be doing so much.
PA.
Yeah, not only that, I think at this stage in the game, you might want to just use it on your enemy. So you can remove their armor, slow them down, and then your Lina and PA can both get buffed off that.
True. It's basically another Gush, isn't it? It's Gush Mark 2.
Even stronger, right? 8 armor, heavy slow. Whew. Put on the Dragonite, he's not going to be able to attack.
Yeah, this could be pretty brutal. If he gets on top of someone with the Vlads and with the Solar Crest plus Gush and then Anchor Smash, that's going to be a lot of DMGs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Celery's doing some nice bit of de-warding. He's going to trade his courier for it, but I mean, that's
Toby top. They're going to commit to this.
Uh-oh. Arrow's going to connect as well. Arrow. Beautifully done by Milan. They'll connect once more. Toby, though, tankier than they first realized. And now they're actually going to turn around and drop the Rupture onto Milan. But Toby doesn't really want to come forward for anything else because he is missing a lot of HP as they jump in onto Mirana, try to bring it down. Shad joining in also. They're going to try and bring it down. Oh, the leap. Well timed from Milan. And gets the TP away. Will be able to live.
Nice.
Yeah. Balancing on the edge with that Rupture. Just choosing to use a leap to try and get herself away and does so perfectly.
Toby still chilling top with like no HP. Blood raging himself, just losing his health, but he will go back now. He's also going for a Solar Crest, but he opted for the ulti orb first. The meta between these two teams, get Solar Crest first.
Clearly the item of choice, but going different routes about it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone go for the ultimate orb before even going for the medallion even. Curious. I mean, I suppose for Bloodseeker, anti-armor doesn't really benefit him at all. Like, he's just not a right-clicking hero anymore.
Just wanted to get that extra stats. Always nice to have. Can't help but feel like this game came down to just the Doom and the Enchantress like playing into bad matchups, like Doom into Undying and then Enchi to Mirana. They just got a little bit more credit because both of their cores are quite strong. They can actually lane on their own, so there wasn't any reason not to swap the two heroes. And Doom with the boots, he could chase down a Mirana and just smack her in the face.
Like, I get the feeling there was probably some conversation in the team, like, oh, you know, I'm Doom. I don't actually care that much about Undying. I'm just going to go and, you know, split creep waves, eat range creeps, and not really fight Fada too much. And, you know, the Enchantress are probably echoing the same thing, saying, yeah, I don't really mind playing into Mirana. I'm just not going to level Enchant for the start of the lane and just go for some damage instead. But, I mean, at the point, there is a point, as you say, you know, why? Just take the better matchups and play normally. But nevertheless, Viking taking in a different direction, and it does not pay off for them.
Yeah, it's definitely something that they will learn from, that's for sure, because they would have been in a much, much better spot in this game. And perhaps even snowballing. At this point, this Phantom Assassin is just monstrous. Like, it's getting to the point where the Bloodseeker is not really going to be able to, you know, counter the PA anymore. Almost has Desolator.
Indeed, she's hitting for like a pretty decent Desolator timing, and when you take into account the Battle Fury as well, it's kind of ridiculous how far ahead she is.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't wait to see the level 18 PA one-shot Enchantress this game. Because Celery is like, he's so underfarmed, right? And he's going straight for a Glimmer Cape, so he has no HP items, no stats. I fully expect him to get one-shotted by a dagger.
All right, let's find out what chat think. Chat, press 1 if you think that this Enchantress is going to get one shot by the PA. Press 2 if you think that that's not going to happen this game. Are we expecting a one-shot? Oh, jump in here as they find Fada. The arrow does not actually connect. It gets absorbed by the Rage Lifestealer as the Doom now comes down onto the Tidehunter, stopping the Ravage. Beautifully done by the side of Viking. Hope they have lost Aramis. Having only traded for Fata, it's not looking too great here. Shad just trying to run himself around, but I mean, this Tidehunter, he doesn't care that he's doomed up. He's going to keep on running forwards, threatening here, and he has that Ravage in just a second as that Doom comes out. Shad knows he needs to take him down before this Ravage comes through. They come in with the stun, and there's a Ravage turnaround. Uh-oh. Two heroes held together. There's an arrow comes sliding on through. They'll bring down Celery. 33 will lose his life as Toby fights up the front line. Doom goes down. Now Toby needs to run. Not getting out of this one. He's going to lose his life. Shad moving to the tree line, but unfortunately, I don't think he's getting away. Popping that Rage, though, might help him out with some armlet toggles as well. Getting to the higher ground, just trying to run himself back, and it looks like they won't be able to catch Shad. But just about everybody else on the side of Viking ends up going down. A great fight from Mudgolems here.
Yeah, the big bad Skitter came in at the end there with the Desolator, and you just saw the Dragonite melt to that damage. I thought that was a good Doom, but then the Dragonite had to stay back to kill the Tombstone, and he missed like every other hit because of the high ground Tombstone. So it took him much longer than he expected, and that allowed the Tidehunter to still be able to Ravage. And the fight just developed from there. This PA joins the fight, instantly gets 1,000 gold. I don't even know what he's going to go next. He's going to opt for a BKB. He's going to go for a Basher. Nope. S and Y. Okay, so it looks like he's going for an S and Y Satanic build this game. That's going to make Rupture quite useless if he throws it onto the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, great idea from Skidder here, actually. As she stacks for herself and then eats up that camp immediately afterwards. But yeah, oh, Jesus. This is Viking ramming their heads into this exact same point again here as they jump the backlands, trying to find themselves a target. But there's no deal with Aramis. He's just going to blink up the high ground and get immediately taken on down. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, well, they need to get themselves out of this one. Celery won't quite be so lucky. And now Toby in some trouble as well. Skidder gets on top of that Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, he's going to get run down here. No chance of survival as the Dragon Slayer will finish the job. Mudgolems come looking in for more, but the DK and the Lifestealer have left the area. Got to question what that idea was. I mean, they really wanted to get this vision up, it seemed, but they just jumped the Doom into 4 heroes and they say, oh, there's a lot more heroes here than we thought. Guess we'll just leave.
Yeah, they thought they could fight without the Ravage being up, and they need to continue to pressure. But, you know, they fight into this high ground area where the Tombstone is so easily OP, pretty much. And you can't really kill it either. I watched Celery, like, hit it 2 times and just die. So you can't be walking into these big high grounds in these areas when you're playing against Undying. You gotta make some movements around with smokes and such, so you actually avoid those locations.
Well, I mean, that move did not pay off for Viking. It's feeling like a lot of their moves this game have not paid off. There's now an 8k gold advantage for Mudgolems, Aegis in the hands of this PA, along with a Yasha, a Battle Fury, and a Desolator heading in towards this Sanj as well to complete the Sanj and Yasha at a terrifying rate. Skidder is absolutely huge.
On top of that, Lysander is not going for MKB this game. He's actually opting for the AC first, noticing how much anti-armor there is on Mudgolem's side. They got the Tide, they got the Solar Press, the PA with the Desolator.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So they're not even ready to be able to take down this Phantom Assassin at the moment.
They do not have the resources to do so. Yeah, going for more kind of, I don't know, defensive, I guess you'd say, just the extra armor. I mean, it always feels like you need more armor on it. Oh god, down there goes that little deer. Crikey.
See, should have never doubted the Fada Undying.
Yeah, it's just something they're so comfortable with on Mudgolems, and the whole team knows how to play around Fada when he's on this Undying hero. He's so strong.
4-2-10, absolute beast right now, playing into an Enchantress draft. Enchantress hates when she has to play against a better teamfight draft than hers. Her lineup, that is. And that's what it's looking like right now for Mudgolems. Viking did not snowball this game, and they're paying the big price for it. Skidder, yep, going straight for that Satanic.
No hesitation at all, just wants to get that status resistance. Has more than enough damage on this hero already with the Battle Fury Deso.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, oh god, Solari, oh, here she comes, the damage comes in, but boom with the quick save with the blink in the Dragon Tail, but unfortunately Arrow's going to catch out the Enchantress as well, so it might be the end of the line anyway for this Enchantress. They try and save her, an admirable attempt, and they see the Life Stealer as well, but Shad will be okay. Courier not quite so lucky. Hopefully that Rage is there to help him out, getting him out of that sticky situation. But either way, it doesn't get you out of the sticky situation they're in the game right now, as they're 11k gold behind, and Mudgolems just come barreling down for each of their towers. Very little they can do about this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Goodness, I mean, who do you even doom here for Aramis? He's got that blink, he's got the drums, he can generally get his doom off. Is it Bornea's even got a link in, so good luck there.
I guess a Tide on her. You just have to make sure that there's no Ravage in the fight. And it's not like he has any status resist as well, so it's going to be a full duration on the Doom and onto the Tide, and then you just try to kill everybody else. If not the Tide, then we're dooming the Undying, I guess. Because they're definitely not dooming the hero who has Sanj and Yasha and Satanic. That is just never going to happen.
No, that's not a good idea, is poor old Toby just going to get cut down. Oh, there it is. There it is. It finally happens. Skidder just completely blasts. What? Literally one shot on the Enchantress.
Yep, a lot earlier than you expected. Look at. Okay, they got the Milana at least. That's good. They at least get
the
something
backline
for
skill.
them.
Pretty nice.
But Bornea
boom,
like,
goes for the BKB TP. Doesn't want to
10 seconds.
leave anything to chance here.
10 seconds BKB. I just want to point out, all right, Celery has a ring of protection. Like, he's desperate for some armor right now against this Phantom Assassin. Anything to help him kill.
6 rings.
I mean, stay alive. It's like, okay, I got this ring of protection. One now. All right, I guess I'll try to make a mech. Maybe we can do something if we get to this point. But, you know, big dreamer, that's for sure in this game.
Yeah, she'll go over and she'll kill off this Mudgolem camp. It's about the only Mudgolem she is killing this game, unfortunately.
Wow, you really got him there. Yeah, it's so hard, man, to play against a PA that was this farmed as an Enchantress. Especially when he had like such a bad lane bottom. I've been in this position, it's not fun.
You see the Lina? This could be tempting for Viking. Let's see, they'll get some vision down, so they're definitely preparing to fight in this area. Who can they find? Milan, that's got to be tempting. Open Wounds comes out. They see Bornir in the backlines. Aramis comes in, tries to get off some kind of spell here, but won't be able to do so. They're looking towards Milan instead, but Skidder is arriving. This is getting awkward for Viking here. Looks like the Tombstone's actually going to get killed on the backlines, but Aramis is going to get killed on the front lines.
Wow.
As now Skidder looks across the Boom. Boom just goes to the BKB, TP away. Celery also trying to follow suit. Meanwhile, Arrow doesn't quite connect. Looks like it's going to be a full escape from Viking here, impressively.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, I think the Doom died in one hit.
Not quite. The death recap says that Lena had a hand in that one as well. A right click from Lena did 472, and then the PA came in and did 1,384. But yes, these crits are very big, large crits.
All I saw was like he had 80% HP and then boom, just I don't know where the Doom went. It got deleted.
Yeah, his existence was denied.
Vikings still trying to make something out of this game. Got
you gotta respect
Dragonite. Yeah, I mean that's how these guys play, right? You never give up. You always try till the bitter end.
And they'll have their cooldowns back soon enough. Unfortunately, there's still that big fear. Oh, no, just noticed that Celery skipped out on Untouchable. You think that's fair? I mean, they don't need more than one hit to kill her anyway, so I guess.
I guess so. I really wouldn't know from this position. I think you're supposed to be maxing out enchant so that you can just take creeps and try to push a lane out, and you'll get some items that way too. By just kind of lasting. Like for example, if you take a range creep right from bottom lane, you can get that lane all the way up to their tower with just one range creep. Enchanting it. So maybe the play was just to max out the enchant, because the nature's attendance is really not going to be doing anything either.
No, people just die too quickly for that to be any kind of use. It looks like one more Viking jump. Oh no, they get baited by the illusion. They'll take down the fake Lena and now put themselves in a pretty risky situation as Fada comes in, throws down that tombstone up on the high ground. Shad probably knows he needs to get out of here. Meanwhile, Boom could be in some trouble as well, popping that BKB. Nate's attendance doing a little bit, but the two-man stun comes out from Bornir on the high ground, and now they'll just jump in the backline, kill off Aramis. I mean, the Doom's out of Bornir, but it means absolutely nothing as Skitter just runs amok, going godlike with a triple kill in this fight, taking down absolutely everybody.
That was over so quickly. Like, yeah, exactly. I thought you were gonna cast something there, Norman, but the fight was just done. Yeah, Fada just dropped the tombstone on the high ground. It saw everything, right? Like tombstone has night vision, it's incredible. Puts it on the high ground, you can't even kill it, and now you have vision of everyone. You can just jump in as you want. The Lina just blinked in there and had like a massive stun on the two heroes who are not BKB'd, and that's it. This must be the cleanest game, like mudgolem.
It is looking pretty damn tight from them. No real big mistakes coming out from them whatsoever. Shad now just running in. They're going to try and jump the backlines, but unfortunately that Lincoln's going to block the open wounds. Shad still trying to get on top of the Lena here. Maybe they can do so as Boom jumps in as well with that stun. They're getting Bornir kind of low here, but look at the return damage comes in. They'll take down the DK. Shad going the same way as well, making these cores look like supports. They take them both down. Buyback comes in for the DK, but it's too late for Celery there. He's going to take him down. Boom on the run with that BKB, just trying to get himself away. I mean, he just fought back and he's finding himself running away. It doesn't even matter. They pop the GG. This one is over. Zero chance for Viking in this game from minute one. It was mudgolems favored, and it did not change. What a fantastic game of Dota from the side of mudgolems. They take game number one so damn cleanly.
Should have never betted against Fada's Undying. My goodness, what a boss on this hero. He just destroys the Doom, makes the PA have the most perfect lane. Milana didn't disappoint either. Destroyed this Enchantress, or maybe Celery made a mistake of not going enchant, but you know, they just didn't give a single space for Viking to be able to come back into this game and just dominate. I think one mistake by TPing top. Other than that, this game was super clean by mudgolems.
Yeah, really, really dominating from start to finish, really. I mean, with Skidder, 5 kills onto Enchantress at the end there as well, part of her 13-0-9 scoreline compared to Celery's 0-12-3. Very, very sad stuff for the side of Viking. It just did not come together for them. Those support duo just got completely hammered. The lanes, just about everything went wrong. Mudgolems took full advantage of every little mistake which Viking made, and that's going to bring them to a very convincing game number 1. Viking, guys, I mean, it's time to bring it together, go back to the drawing board, come into game 2 with something new, ban out maybe this Undying or something, but just bring something fresh to the second game, because it clearly didn't work. We're going to throw it over to short break, and then we're going to be back with the second game in this series. We'll see you very shortly.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of puzzles to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back again, folks. A quick break is mudgolems roll game number 1 against Viking GG. Guys, it all started in that top lane. That off lane for Viking was a disaster. The Doom died early and then didn't really offer much to the Bloodseeker. Position 4 Doom jungling in the single minutes to start the game. Not a feels good moment.
Can I talk? I'm an expert in these types of scenarios where, I'm playing the off lane. Position 4 just feeds and leaves me. This is where I kick in, with the PMA. How are we gonna win the game? And I don't have the answer, I keep saying we need to do this, just keep staying positive. I think this is the same thing that happened to Viking. Top lane was pretty much a disaster. Bloodseeker, he needs a setup, he needs a stun. Infernal Blade is not a stun that's gonna set things up, and you're not gonna get it that early as well. So I'm surprised that they did not really pick up Rubik on their 4th pick. It would have been a much easier game for them, I would say, where there's a threat of stolen ravage. There's some really good spells to steal in the game, but it's a tough one. If you look at the itemization in that game, Boots of Travel Lina spent 2,000 gold on an item that is pretty much worthless, but the way they play around Boots of Travel Lina is pretty amazing, Then she gets a Lincoln Sphere. This is, the only thing you're missing in this type of build is Hand of Midas. This is Mushi build. This is Merlini build when he's messing around in the pubs. It's also known as one of the most useless builds when you're not doing anything, but the way they play with it, it's pretty amazing. He understands that the threat that's coming out from Doom is something that they need to get rid of. So they're checking all the boxes, how we're going to play. We're going to get the Force F on Undying. We're going to get the armor items on the Tide Hunter. And then he gets Axe Scepter. So they have another ability that, goes through magic immunity of that Lifestealer. And they're just covering so much area with how they build the items. It's pretty amazing.
So pretty dank monologue there, Lacoste.
Yeah,
anything to add?
No,
does that cover it, or are we good?
I'll add a couple. Just a little bit of flavor here quickly. I just want to, give Viking the respect they deserve, because Lacoste mentioned something about a Rubik pick, but unfortunately they weren't able to see the Tide on that pick. That would have been Rubik, so it was more of a prediction Rubik pick rather than a reactionary pick. So again, that's why they had to at least
a reactive pick. T-Gov.
Reactive. Yes, thank you to the guy.
He's done it again.
My man, sorry, it's hardwired. But anyway, more importantly, into the game, I think the game was actually, it was hard, but you could feel that they could maybe have a little bit of a comeback. And that 90-minute smoke to me was that deciding point. They just brought back 4K gold into their side on the Radiant. They then looked for a smoke play. And like Lacoste mentioned, this Lincoln's, the position of mudgolems being in that defensive location, allowing for Lina. Because think about it, how does Radiant start a fight right now? It's Blink, Dragon Tail, or a Rupture, right? Lincoln's mitigates all of that. You turn it around, fights in their favor.
And-
After that, and go on the cost.
And I'll throw something in. This is not the combo that you want to use, Rupture and Dragon Tail Stun, because you want the other guy to move. This is really not a synergy.
That's true. Not synergy at all. But then after that fight, you basically get Roshan, and then suddenly you have Mudgolems, who not only has a free farm PA, and Skitter. Normally, a lot of people like to bash on him. This was one of his games where he just absolutely popped off, complimentary of his team just doing really well as well. They get the Aegis, and they just build some amazing leads. So yeah, it was Mudgolems with a strong laning phase, just great itemization, and the positioning to punish the potential comeback from Viking.
Absolutely. And we were talking about during that game, like it always feels bad when PA has a lane where she can get a Battle Fury at a really good timing, and then she's also killing you in that lane at the same time with like boots and a Perseverance. When PA has a lane where she can get a Battle Fury at a really good timing and at the same time with like boots and a Perseverance, it's like that's just a recipe for a PA that is going to be uncontrollable in the very near future. And of course, that's exactly what we saw. Bornea and Skeeter both deathless that game. Yep. So 2 cores with a flawless performance.
Good stuff.
Beautiful. Well, game 2 should be coming up momentarily here. Mudgolems versus Viking. I really expected that to be a lot more even. So now I'm curious what's going to happen in game 2 if Viking can kind of reset a little bit and get us some more equal footing, or if this is going to be a blowout for the Mudgolems, because that was a pretty devastating game 1.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it really was. I think Mudgolems approached the draft accordingly, where they ban out Vengeful Spirit, which is kind of a key to a lot of the victories that Viking had lately, where it's paired up with Medusa, it's paired up with the Drow Ranger, and just removing one of those kind of gives Mudgolems an advantage. And they're keeping things simple. Like, you're gonna leave Lina, we're gonna first pick this hero and still put it on a mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, it's going to be, you have to look towards the lifestealer, in my opinion. I think Viking, they enter in this draft picking it to block from Mudgolems, as they've already covered themselves with a Void ban and IO ban. They tried to offer up, for example, like a first pick Snapfire type situation. And then I think the entry to draft from Viking, that's what they're maybe going to be evaluating. And normally, I like to look more towards the game than the draft at the end of it. But this is one of those few games where their draft was this like 4 melee lineup against the Undying, against the Tidehunter. They didn't have any quick early pressure, allowing for that Battle Fury to come in, allowing for this mid laner to have no rotation threat. When we thought about those heroes in that 4 role, we were mentioning heroes that could maybe punish this mid laner, but they didn't have it. So their draft, in my opinion, was kind of flawed by the end of it, due to the fact that they couldn't rotate into mid lane. They couldn't ever scale well unless they just owned the lanes and had a big team timing. So yeah, I think they're just going to look at how they're entering the draft so they don't get into that corner again where they're like, well, how do we really win this lane other than like outplaying pretty hard?
Really hard. That would have been a really tough one. But alas, game number 2. Here we go. The bans are already underway. We did see the Mudgolems take out Slardar and Vengeful Spirit last game. Both those heroes have been pretty key to Viking GG, especially that Vengeful Spirit. That's been one of their go-to openers in a number of the games we've seen in this group stage.
I think you just ban it out here. Like, don't need to spend much time on it. Like the way Viking played, and there we go. I mean, they really know how to utilize it. I think one of the strengths of the Viking is they know how to like execute 5-man drafts, like where they go 5-man strong, move around the map, not losing too much farm, but still putting pressure on the enemy. And Mudgolems, you leave the IO, they're gonna pick it.
Yep. Seen this a number of times now, and then right into the Undying, a pretty good hero against the Wisp, right? Tether, you're close to each other. Decay, hitting multiple targets. Good stuff.
Is that a life stealer for Mudgolems now? Sorry, T-Gov?
No, please. Maybe. I think we have to... Let's look away from predictions real quick. There's a lot of heroes in the game, so it's hard to predict. No, but the key thing about this IO for Mudgolems is you actually don't really have flex for this hero, right? Normally, like 9 times out of 10, it's Milan. Some teams have that ability to put it in the 4 or 5 role, but for this team, it's always at 4. And that's why we're seeing the snap response from Undying is simply the laning setup.
When are we getting the carry IO back? That's the question.
That is a good question. I think it's just a little too slow now, right? Because it's all about, is it the level 20 talent that's really key to making the core IO hit its full power spike?
Well, guys, it's not TI time, all right? Like we OG aren't playing.
Good
We
answer.
don't really
It's
care
not-
too much. Do you think we want to live in the shadow of them? No, all right.
Nobody's
OG
revealing their
below us?
pocket strats and the lack of DPC right now, folks. You gotta
Exactly.
keep those to yourself. And whoa, it's the Lifestealer after all that into a
Strong
very
prediction.
quick Morphling. Yeah,
Yeah.
snap Morphling.
Very
pick.
strong. And then there's a classic counter to a Life Stealer. You get the morph, you get a free BKB. You don't need to spend gold on the items if you can just morph into items, which is pretty insane. But
10 seconds.
who am I to say things about things being balanced?
Seconds remaining.
I kind of feel like this Lifestealer pick for me is a little forced. I didn't really like it because simply of that Morphling factor, right? We've seen time and time again that Morphling into Lifestealer is obviously like very strong combo. You also now have a very strong lane because Undying with Soul Rip with the Morphling. You shift down, get healed up, like life's good. So I think in lane, it's still Viking favored. You're going to have to find that off laner that can apply pressure against these heroes. And this Lifestealer, he needs to have, as long as they round out their draft with that constant aggression that we've seen from mudgolems, then I think they'll be fine. But if they suddenly go for a less active lineup, then they seem to have just allowed themselves to be counted.
Yeah, we've seen this Morphling Lifestealer thing a couple of times now, and it's starting to feel to me like Morphling versus Ember. You're just a better Ember. There's a couple of these Morphling matchups that it's hard. It's really hard. You have to just outplay. I guess you look for infest ganks. I don't know. I don't know what the secret formula to winning that like carry matchup Lifestealer versus Morphling is from the Lifestealer side.
I'll just get good heroes in your team that are great against Morphling. You deal with the rest.
Gotcha.
But this could be possibly build on Lifestealer that we've seen from Na'Vi. He was playing against the Morphling Armlet into Scotty. It's the fastest Scotty I have ever witnessed on the Lifestealer. Also an item that kind of usually is not picked up by a Lifestealer, but that region and healing reduction is great against the Morph.
That's true. That's a very good point.
So that's the Storm Spirit ban. I think that's pretty critical. When I mentioned the idea of swarming, that's going to be pretty much up there, and Brony has played fantastic on that. It will be interesting if Snapfire is actually, I think, respected in this phase, because that is one of the few heroes that has just owned this type of game where you always have that jump. And Mudgolems classic. I don't know. It's enjoyable to see Mudgolems shift away from having that as the main focus point in their draft. But then again, it's like they have just gone back to the IOs, the Lifestealers. It's not as if they've been too creative, but still they've lent away from the Snapfire for now because they have had amazing showings with it.
Yeah, especially on day one. They played the Lifestealer Snapfire combo 2 games in a row in their opener and looked pretty good with it. They also mixed in an Ancient Apparition. That's actually maybe a good point. Is AA in contention here? Pretty good against Wisp, very good against
banned.
Morphling.
It's banned.
I'm blind. Thank you. Okay.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. I got you.
Answers the question, though. AA is certainly part of the discussion here. Very good.
But to be fair, though, Fata did play one game of AA the other day, and it was the first time he's played AA with Mudgolems, and they lost. So that stat alone, would they pick it?
So what are you saying? That Viking wants this to be 2-0?
Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying, the cost. Yep, 100%.
Void Spirit and the Timber banned out. I like that Timber Saw ban a lot. Amazing against Wisp Lifestealer. That's a good one.
It's also the fact that now, I think if you ever have Undying and Timber Saw in the same game, you suddenly have both side lanes. You can't ever do lane swaps. You're punished no matter where you go. So it's allowing some lane to come into play. Ooh, a Shadow Demon as well. Very good against the Lifestealer.
Like I was thinking about any BKB piercing abilities left. Like
oh my gosh,
Beastmasters.
you were thinking about Tusk Lacoste? Get out of here.
No, I was not. I was actually thinking about possibly Enigma if they don't draft like silences and stuns. Right now they have none for Mudgolems. Just, IO Lifestealer. They also need some heavy burst damage against the Morphling. They need ways to deal with the illusions.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What are our big burst options?
Tinker, just
Zeus
kidding.
is
Like
always
that
there.
hero's dead.
Tinker. Well, not a big surprise on this one. Gang, it's Viper.
Got him.
You wanted it, and you're going to get it here.
Let's go.
33
I'm
Viper,
happy.
again.
I know 33 likes to build Urn on his offlane heroes, and more overtime damage, especially if they like get it earlier. So possibly, you know, a Spirit Vessel carrier, they need AoE clear. Like they need some kind of AoE damage against these CK illusions, Shadow Demon illusions, Morphling Mantis style at one point. Mid gyrocopter coming through.
10 seconds remaining.
CK, huh? So CK Morphling on the same side. That's pretty interesting.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I think my main
Yeah.
concern here is the damage, right? I think we saw earlier today the double save from Just Error, their lack of early damage. I'm kind of feeling the same thing, right? Morphling, he needs double Wraith Band, Morbid Mask, plus, you know, 1 or 2 items to come online. Maybe the E-Blade Rush, but against a Viper IO Lifestealer, probably not the best build. CK as well, he's annoying in lane, but exiting that, he doesn't have that I can own an area. So for Mudgolems, they're going to be very happy in the draft right now because they have tankiness in lane, they have the ability to move together around as a team, and they can play around the greediness of Viking. And I'm kind of feeling the same issues from game 1 from Viking, where they might have good lanes, but where's their sudden explosive entry to controlling a Tricamp, controlling Roshan? Like, it's just not present.
If
Now
you
Puck.
have a bad PC and you want to watch this in-game, please don't, because CK will make Aghanim Scepter eventually, and your game is going to crash because of all the illusions in the game. You can thank me later. I did not want your graphic card to overheat.
It's a pro tip there. And we have seen, I think it's mostly like OG, right? Not as much out of Viking, but we have seen some of these games where the Morphling plays fast. Not really a drum anymore. It's like you said, you go for those Wraith Bands, you play mid, you say this active style. Like, is that possible to play here with the CK where it's like a less greedy Morphling in air quotes?
I don't want to see it because I think
Okay, that's
like,
fair. That's fair.
the main reason is you're now playing into like this puck as well. So if you want to try and play aggressive, now suddenly you're getting jumped by the puck, like you're forcing yourself into these bad positions. I think
Sounds
the way
tough.
that you look at this Morphling is you play behind that pocket of aggression that you're going to have Viking playing into. They want an active mid lane that can at least take the fight to Mudgolems. And if they have that, then they might be in a good position. But if they have another static hero, like, for example, like the DK or the Doom type last pick, where you just see it and go, all right, sure, okay, nice. Like, I'm going to be concerned. I want to see like an int mid basically that can just control the game.
Like yeah.
So they are banning out Snapfire, thinking about the last ban, possibly implying that, you know, they need... What do they need? Like position 5? Like I don't like when I don't like when position 5 is left for the last pick in this type of situation where I don't see the hero. Yes.
So this is Mudgolem's drafting style. When they are in first pick, they like to leave that position 5 to the very end because not only do you see the big picture, you also get like this perfect pick, right? And when they also set themselves up to cover with soft flex, because Puck Viper could easily be mid or off lane, right? Potentially. Normally we see the Viper off lane and the other hero mid, but again, it's the options there. And for Viking, they now have to think about, okay, what is our explosive mid hero that can lane up against Viper or Puck and can give us enough damage to move into the game? And that's where Zyra or Lacoste, you can come in and make your firm predictions now.
And we're gonna say...
This is a tough one to call.
Predict away, guys. I'm now becoming the host.
Okay, so safe lane Morphling. What is the pick here? Is it Lesh? Are they going to pick Lesh Lacoste and put Lesh mid?
Possibly, yeah. Not a bad option.
If you look at the bans from Mudgolems, guys, that is a Riki and a Doom. So maybe Mudgolems are thinking about a different lane here for that final pick.
Very much potentially. But Vikings still need like a really classic mid that can stand up against either of these heroes, right? Like Viper and Puck neither of them are a slouch, and they take DP. Okay, so that stands up to the mid.
Didn't hear any predictions, guys. That's all I'm going to say.
Predictions, all right. I'm going to go with Viking on this one. I think they have very limited AoE clear, and there's going to be a lot of confusion in team fights. Ghost running around, CK illusions, Tombstone. It's going to be really messy for Mudgolems to try, just to focus everything down. And, I've seen life stealers trying to adjust their item build before when you're playing against Illusion. It was like Midas Radiance, just straight rush into Radiance. I've seen Lifestealer building up Battle Fury lately. Not a big fan of it, but this might be the game for it because eventually you're going to need to deal with the Illusions. What say you, Tigo?
I'm going to say mudgolems will win this game. I think the lack of damage from Vikings can be very apparent when they're running into this Viper, this kind of enabled lifestealer as well. And their early egg hitters aren't going to be in play because Morphling needs quite a lot of farm. And yeah, how are you going to really pressure when you've got this disconnection in damage? So I think mudgolems will take this game. It's going to be a strong 2-0 from them and a very good performance.
All right. Differing predictions. That's what I like to see here on this panel. We're going to hand it over to our casters momentarily here. Reminder, folks, you can find the odds for the winning teams from our partner, EGB. They've got a banner below the stream. Get to clicking. If you're so inclined to bet, well, head over to EGB and see what they got for you. Check them out. Give them a chance. Just give them a chance. We got 2 commentators, though. It's Nomad1437 again. Nomad, how are we doing over there? You guys ready for game 2?
Howdy, folks. Yep, we're very good and very ready for game number 2 here. Excited for this one. I mean, I think there's a lot to consider about both of these drafts. A lot of craziness coming out from both these teams. Definitely taking a new direction for the side of Viking, which is what I really wanted to see last time around. Because obviously, you know, when you have a bad game like that, you really just want to kind of see them wipe the slate clean and come up with something new for game number 2. And I think that's exactly what they're doing here, Stephen.
Yeah, I think so. They got this Undying Morphling combo, which I'm a big fan of. The strong safe lane later on, Aghanims on the Morphling create Tombstone. So you can have 2 of those. Then the Chaos Knight with the ulti, Aghanims upgrade. That's going to create a lot of illusions on top of the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, Nova, if he does decide to go down that route, you also steal the Decay, which then steals for like 10, I think, strength per usage. That's really going to hurt for heroes like Lifestealer and Phoenix, where they just, and even the IO as well, you know, these heroes are just going to turn into little squishy balls of death. Really nice ideas from Viking, but there's a lot of strength on the side of Mudgolems as well. I really like this Phoenix idea here. Great last pick from the side of Mudgolems. They need something to try and deal with all these illusions. You know, maybe the egg might be a little bit vulnerable to the Morphling and possibly the CK, but at the same time, that Sunray is going to find a lot of value in this game.
Oh, most definitely. Also against the Morphling, when he's Strength Morph, and then you get that Sunray percentage-based damage, that's going to be really nice. Chaos Knight DP, they don't like to take a bath in enemy Sunrays at all.
No, they do not. That percentage-based damage is very, very hurty. Great last pick from Mudgolems. Again, I like what both these teams bring in, and I think, yeah, you know, I think I can see how Viking can take this one. I think they have an easier time of taking this game, but at the same time, we got to look towards these lanes again. Hopefully, things will be looking better for this time around for the side of Viking. Can you see any problems arising for them in this early game?
Yeah, I think this Puck versus Morphling matchup is not as easy for this Morphling. He's got to stay on high strength, or else the Puck might just scale up his silence him up before he can even shift and then kill him off. I'm afraid if he dies like once or twice, the Puck just might get way out of hand. They don't have a whole lot of disables available for the Puck. CK, Chaos Bolt, not something that can deal with Puck. The Sans from DP, that's pretty much their only weapon, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. Boromir could have a pretty free game here if he's opened up enough. We'll see how this Morphling's able to do against him. I mean, at least you always have that right-click advantage on the side of Morphling, but as you say, if he gets caught out by Boromir, then we can see some real troubles coming out in this middle lane. Starting things off down the bottom.
Tri-lane first.
Immediately going on. Yeah, Viking, they're bringing in the heroes here, and they're trying to bring down this Viper. He's going to try and turn it around. Look how much damage he's taking. He's just absolutely melting. Not even close. As he drops like a rock in the bottom lane. And Milan's just going to TP himself away. Wants nothing to do with this brutal lane.
And this is exactly why he bought boots on the Viper. He was maybe even expecting a trial lane to start here, or the Undying was just going to chase him around. It just didn't matter. He didn't have enough stats, and they just had to disrupt and go for the kill there. Get on top of him. Viper, so squishy, level 1.
Yeah, it really is a...
One armor, by the way.
Yeah, a fuzzy little green peach. Meanwhile, Skidder taking a decent amount of harass up in the top lane from Toby and Aramis as they lay down the harassment with a disruption and just allows Toby to get in the stun and a couple of right clicks off onto this lifestealer, just making his life a little bit miserable.
Toby wasn't even punished for the Shadow Demon starting off in the bottom lane, so he's quite happy about that.
Yeah, no, unfortunately this Lifestealer Phoenix lane is kind of weak in the early points. You know, we're a couple of levels and this Lifestealer is going to be absolutely fine and the Phoenix can start to get some real harassment off, but yeah, absolutely zero harassment potential. At least at level 1, so it's a very happy CK. Great start.
33. Having to skip some creeps already at this point. I really like the idea of putting the Death Prophet in the safe lane this game and getting the Morphling middle so that the Viper can't really punish the Morphling. The idea of putting the Death Prophet in the safe lane. I would imagine Io Viper does really, really well since they're both range heroes against the Morph. So the DP, not so fragile in their early lane, will allow them to have a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I was going to ask you what was going on with this Morphling and DP switcheroo, because it's not what I expected at all. But then when Shad's playing the DP, you know he's going to be up in that safe lane. Yeah, very interesting stuff from them. So they don't value the Exorcism super highly this game either, it feels like, because they're not really needing to get it out super early. Malone 33 getting very aggressive here in the bottom lane, and the Tombstone's going to get killed off, so this could be problematic for Viking. But that said, the creeps are now dead. There is no defense from the tower for Mudgolem, so they will settle for this.
Yeah, 33 just keeps on dragging the waves all the way back. This time he's just gonna farm it up on this camp. He's bringing more mangoes. I think this is like his 5th mango into this bottom lane. It's a very interesting way of playing Viper. Yeah, but there's a Viper Master. That's 33 right here.
Knows exactly what to eat, when to eat it. Toby, once again, just pulling around these creeps up at top lane. Fairly sure he just wants to bring these creeps over to the lane, although saying that, pull them over to the hard camp here. Where is the kill threat going to come from for both these teams then?
Well, I think bottom lane still. Top is a bit of a very difficult lane for Viking to kill on. The Lysander is just going to pop rage and walk away. Phoenix is not going to put himself in a position where he's going to die, I think. Is Fada going for a triple stack here? What's up? What's up, Fada? Nope, just a 2-stack. Casual. All good.
Just call Fada a casual stacker? Dang.
I mean, it's what the meta is now, right? Very casual, 2 stacks in the dire jungle. Normal stuff.
He's another pro gamer with 3 stacks though.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for now. We're looking for that next level, you know, stacking, the triple stack.
Well, Aramis on the Shadow Demon should theoretically be able to do that. You know, hero with very, very good stacking abilities, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of that later on. But of course, as a 4 position, you generally need to stick around the lane a little bit longer.
Let's go to bottom, Shadow Demon. They're going to go for another kill onto the Viper.
Let's see if they can pull it off. The lane's pushing in right now, so it's really not an ideal time for Viking to find the engagement, but they're going to try and go for it anyways. They will connect onto 33. Solari comes in. Aramis from the sidelines as well, just throwing down the Shadow Poison. Now the Disruption coming through as well. Stacking up the Shadow Poisons. They'll try to bring down 33, being healed up by Lan, though it's not that easy, but they will finish him off with the Crypt Swarm. Shad gets a kill down in the bottom lane. They will bring down 33. Nice rotation in from Aramis, and just in time for the bounties as well. They're going to be able to take him away from Puck also. Solari comes in. He's able to grab the bounty away from the Puck, who was hoping to fill up his bottle. Beautifully done by Viking.
Huge. That is so huge. They got 4 bounties on the side of Vikings. That's going to help their snowball for sure in this game. And the CK, like, leaving him top right now is such a good timing because he's been having a pretty free lane, essentially unkillable. Maybe the Phoenix can get a few more pulls off, but in exchange for the Viper, definitely not worth it for Mudgolem.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to... I mean, Aramis hasn't actually left bottom lane yet. I'm fairly sure the Viper's going to be very cautious about coming and sticking his head down to this bottom lane with until Aramis shows the top again. But look at Toby. He's having a great time alone in the top lane. This is what's really impressing me, is that without Aramis there, Toby is still doing absolutely fine. He is threatening the Lifestealer's CS very heavily. Gonna give him good control over the bottom side of the map.
So hard now for the Viper to get back into his bottom lane. He's only level 4 on 33, even though he has a bunch of CS. A lot of it, I guess, has been the neutral creeps where he was able to pull the wave into. And with the 3 heroes staying bottom, he's going to give free farm to the Death Prophet. And he's just going to have to go straight into the jungle with his Viper now. Not where he wants to be. Not what he expected for this game, that's for sure.
No, not at all. The Viper Master has been shut down by the side of Viking. These lanes are looking the complete opposite of what they did last time around, actually, is it's now the 3 Viking cores on top. Mudgolems, they got to dig deep and find something here to turn this one around, because right now it's not going great for them.
Borania is actually stealing the stack that was here. And Toby's gonna come in and be like, hey bro, what's going on?
Yeah, unfortunately Fudder's joining him as well, but with the stun and the reality rift onto the puck, he might be able to threaten him here. Unfortunately, he's just going to run. Oh, thank you, Centaur.
What?
Goodness gracious, what a save. As Toby now trying to run away. Unfortunately, that orb looks like it is going to connect with the silence anyway, so Borania will be able to bring down Toby, and that is a nice kill onto the offlaner.
That was really confusing. There's only 2 heroes there. I think Chaos Knight was long gone before that Centaur even dropped the stun. I was a bit confused. You need to have at least 3 units next to the center for that stun to trigger. So yeah, and check out Borania's skill build too. It's got 4 in silence, 2 in orb, and 0 in phase shift on his mid puck. He really wants that damage right now to maybe have a surprise onto the Morphin. Sacrificing his phase shift.
So there's an opportunity, unfortunately. Loses the 50-50 as Morphling picks up the arcane.
Oh, so he's so unlucky on this puck this game. That arcane rune would have been enormous. Just be able to pop it, TP bottom, get a coil onto the DP. Now he's got no bottle against his Death Prophets, so Exorcism push, bot lane.
Yeah, they want to pressure this. The fact
he's almost dead.
Here. Oh my goodness, mid lane. Boom, he's going to steal the puck form and kill him with it. Wow. Okay.
Oh my. Yeah, and Boom also realizes there's no phase shift on this puck, so it's like, okay, now I know you're not going to be able to get away from this. Saws him up, kills him. That was arcane rune usage also, so he's going to have it up pretty soon.
Yeah, really big play from Boom there in the middle lane, getting the solo kill onto the puck, completely unexpected by anybody. Using that replicate absolutely perfectly. Meanwhile, all this time, by the way, I've noticed 33, he's just been chilling in the jungle, eating stacks, which, I mean, you know, I guess it's a fair usage of the stacks. You know, you want to make sure that 33 still has game impact, so you're going to give up the stacks, which maybe you'd like to see go into your carry over towards him. And talking of which, Aramis has actually taken some big stacks for himself as well on the Shadow Demon, so everyone's being greedy this game.
Yeah, I don't think Lysander is going to want to walk into some triple stacks and try to farm that. He's very happy staying in the lanes and just farming single camps at the moment. He's actually going for a Battle Fury, knowing that there's so many illusions that are going to be available for him to kill.
Yeah, this is interesting because we were actually talking before the game and saying, like, it's. I was toying with the idea that maybe he wants to go Radiance because there's all these illusions, you know? It actually seems like it could perhaps be a decent lifesteal Radiance game, but nah, Skidder says he wants a Battle Fury instead. It's a similar idea. But, wow, Toby just straight up pops the ultimate onto Skidder here. I'm not sure if he sees the opening for a kill or just wants to chase Skidder around the map. Definitely seems like the latter. Such a low committal ulti though on Phantasm.
Yeah, just farming. Most of the time just uses a farming tool. Like you can pop the ulti, send it into the lane, like a Terrorblade, and then you can just take your hero and farm some neutral camps. So you're very safe. He's actually going for an armlet on Toby. So much more of a carry-ish build on the Chaos Knight. Normally we see like bracers, blink, agonyms, something of that sorts.
Yeah, I want to be nice and active and get that Ags online as soon as possible. It's just so damn strong, an entire team of illusions.
Free courier.
Game has been relatively quiet as Viking just kind of build up their lead further and further.
Oh, Aramis making more stacks. Is he gonna farm this up again? No, he's gonna give that up to his team at least. Yeah, it's very quiet, surprisingly. Like game 1, there was already 9 kills on mudgolems. Most of it came from the laning stage, I guess. This game.
Lane. There's a setup here from Viking, I'm pretty sure. They want to look for a target. So you're going to wait for the overcharge to go off? No, they're not. Banishment comes out along with the exits, and they want to try and take down Milan as quickly as possible. Milan does have a target, though. He's going to be able to zip across to 33. And that's just it. That's it. That's over.
They use Exo. That wasn't very good for Viking. No. They use Exo and Tombstone.
Tombstone as well. Goodness gracious. Alright, well, I like this from Shad, just immediately moving in towards the mid lane, trying to find some usage out of this Exorcism before it comes off cooldown. And they're going to be able to get a couple of hits on this middle tower, but I don't think they'll be able to take it down.
Oh, there's a blink on the puck. Are they going to surprise the
This
Morphling
could be a
with
big
this?
reveal. They really want to try and catch the Morphling
no.
though, and Boom
He's
is not
out.
making himself an easy target. He's going to run himself away, and mudgolems will not be finding the opportunity here for Borneo to reveal that blink.
Yeah, that was very, very close. If he stood there for like another half a second, I think Borneo was ready to just jump in, silence him, and I don't think Morphling would have had enough time to react. So, gets away with it. On his way to his Manta, about 1,700. He'll farm that very quickly, as there is some stacks in the jungle for him. It's like a 3-stack here, 2-stack here. Oh, that's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, but they do see him on Observer, which is about to drop pretty quickly. I mean, if they can find him, they will be able to just blow him up immediately, and they're going to try and do exactly that. As the Infest comes in onto Borneo. Boom, though. He's down onto that low ground. The ward runs out, and they're actually pinging the ward, saying, wait a minute, they see me farming. There's no way this team aren't trying to make a play on me right now. Perfect read from Boom as he runs himself back to the base, nice and safe, gets himself off map, and mudgolems once again left with nothing.
He also realized that nobody's pushing mid lane. There's creeps there, and they have a Puck and a Viper, and there's no spells being thrown onto that lane. So it was already really fishy for some time. They couldn't make the fast enough play on mudgolem's side to get the kill onto the Morph, and they're just gonna have to go back to the mid lane and do what they've been doing the whole game long, just farming. 50-58 up right now, Nomad.
Yep, just keep farming.
Ooh, look at his ancient stack for the lifestealer.
Delicious.
They're just waiting for him to finish the Battle Fury, but it's still gonna be another 900 gold. So about 2 minutes off.
We'll get there eventually, but yeah, whilst he's doing that, you know, the side of Viking are just farming the map much more efficiently. They're going for these greedy builds, which are really going to pay off in the long run because there is just very little pressure coming out onto them, and they're also going to try and make some plays with Shadow, I would imagine. I mean, I guess this Death Prophet, I want to say she's not struggling, but I want to say, like, it doesn't really feel like a casual Death Prophet game where, you know, she's making plays, she's taking towers. Only one tower has been taken so far, but at the same time, I don't think Shad's super bothered.
Well, he's probably taking the most difficult tower in the game, right? Like, that tower probably doesn't die some games until like 20-something minutes, so he's got that going for him, and he still is the position 2 in this game. The position 1 is the Morphling, so I'm not really expecting too much from the DP, and I think he also understands mudgolem's team fight is really strong right now, and you don't want to get like coiled into some Nova or something early into the game. That's what's going to happen here.
First item finished up from the DP as they immediately drop down with the Supernova, trying to bring them down here. Viking losing one hero, and it looks like Death Prophet might be going down the same. Nice use of the yields to dodge the stun. She's going to try and turn this one around. Spirit Siphon out onto 3 heroes. She's just healing herself up to max. They can't bring her down. The turnaround comes in thick and fast. They lose Borneo in 33 straight off the bat. Huge turnaround for the side of Viking as they find Milan in the trees as well. Oh my goodness. I mean, they thought they had him. They thought they'd absolutely played them. Fatter as well in some trouble. Aramis is going to get the big pop of the poisons there. And they will lose 4 heroes, mudgolems. My goodness. What a juicy, juicy fight from Viking.
Oh, that was such a perfect yields. Not getting hit by that egg stun, and then the Morphling comes in, copies the puck again, silences up the puck. Free kill onto him, and he can't get out either. Oh, big plays.
Spirit Siphon, what a goddamn ability. Just dropping all the charges onto every hero near him. They're like, this guy's just healing like 400 HP a second. Not much we can do about this, folks. This gank
and
is
the casual cloak, right? That also helped him stay alive for so long. Okay, you're playing against Viper, Puck, Phoenix. It's all magic damage. And this Lifestealer, you know he's not coming to the fight. He's got a freaking Battle Fury.
Yeah.
What is he gonna do showing up to a fight? So well done by Viking to bring the numbers there and get that proper engagement.
Yeah,
you were
really
saying
big
this...
call from Shad as well.
Yeah, you were saying that you don't know if this DP is doing enough in this game. Well, there you have it.
Yeah, consider me dumpstered. I love it though. I mean, that was a fantastic play. I haven't seen a DP survive through something quite like that before. That was truly special. Give me your health, tiny little mortals. Oh, Viking now 6k gold up, 7-2 is the scoreline, and they're just farming this map. Every single little nook and cranny of this map is being scooped out and eaten up by the side of Viking. And again, you know, just super greedy on this CK as well. You know, he's gone Armlet into Echo Saber, now going for the Agnims after all of this. So Toby's going to have some huge burst potential in these fights. Whichever target he jumps on straight off the bat is probably just going to die.
Yeah, I kind of like this build from Toby. Like, he just feels so much like a core, you know? And not just some Blink Chaos Bolt Ags bot or something.
Yeah.
So, I don't think anyone, apart from the Lifestealer or Mudgolems, can actually fight into this Chaos Knight right now.
Yeah. It is really all on Skidder now. How much can you do on this Battle Fury Lifestealer to turn this game around? Because your team needs you to pull through for them in this game.
They found Skidder.
They're looking at him, aren't they? Sans comes down. Io needs to come in and save him, going for the relocate, but no, the Yule's going to cancel it out. Skidder has no save. He's in trouble, and he's going to get finished off by the ultimate from Aramis. The Io's going to go down as well. Once again, the Yules comes in clutch, and they find themselves 2 clean kills down at bottom. Oh man, the one hero they were putting their faith in on the side of Mudgolems gets absolutely decimated, and well, Boom's find a double damage rune. He's into Roshan. That's very balanced. Thank you, Gabe. I'll take down this Roche pretty damn fast. Maybe DD just shouldn't work on Morphling. I think that would be fair.
I think DD just shouldn't last so long. Such a huge duration on it. But yeah, definitely a game-changing rune, especially when it spawns right on top of where Roshan is.
Yep, and a few heroes just take a ridiculous amount of advantage from it. Look at you, Morphling and TB, your high agi little badges.
Yep.
Alright, well, Mudgolems well and truly on the back foot now. What is the plan? Is it just to farm up on this Lifestealer, try and reach that Sanjin Yasha, and then just go fight, fight, fight? Or is there something else they've got in mind?
Well, it's hard.
Yeah.
Because the Viper's still behind. He went for a Dragonlance first. I mean, like, I'm trying to learn here how to play Viper when you're playing from behind. But I'm not sure if 33 himself knows. So... He's got a Dragonlance. He's gone for the Atos now, 90 minutes in, but I think they're beyond the point where Atos is actually surprising to the opponent. And now he's going for a Solar Crest, next item. Wait, no, hold on. He didn't go for the Atos. He skipped it. He's like, I think it's too late for this item. I'm going Solar Crest. That's it.
Just wants his crowns, I guess.
Yeah.
Just wants to feel like a king.
He had it earlier, queued up, the Atos. And that's why he got the crowns, but I guess it's just way too late for it. And Solar Crest will help your Lifestealer. Just going all in on the Lifestealer now.
Yeah.
Stack all the heals on him. Get some armor. Get some light attack speed for him. Puck
Yeah, I mean,
going for Yules
realistically,
now.
what is this Atos going to do this game? You're playing into a Morphling with Manta style, you're playing into a CK with Phantasm, and you're playing into a DP with Yules. And also the disruption available from the Shadow Demon at any given point as well. There's just so little which the Atos is actually going to do. He realizes this and he makes the decision to change his build.
Yeah,
So,
it's an item you get like around 12 minutes and then you just keep snowballing with it, right? Like just go around, kill people one by one and you just... But it's way too late for that. And surprisingly, Puck, even though there's only one thing that kills him, which is the DP, he's still going for Yules because Boom just decided to only copy the Puck every fight so he can deal with him. Yeah. I think he did not expect that at all in this game.
No, it's the X factor in this game for sure, which Borneo wasn't prepared for. But with this Boots of Travel build, he's going to be super annoying in this game. You know, he's going to be making a lot of space for his team, cutting waves. Borneo will just want to be playing on the enemy side of the map this entire game and making as much space as possible. And what they are taking this tier 2, Skidder and Milan just going in with the overcharge, take down the tier 1, but they might be in some trouble here. Boom's coming over. But they're pretty damn quick on the side of Mudgolem. The TP out from the IO, that's going to get cancelled, and Boom wants to take the easy kill here.
He's
but
alright.
there's a tether across. They're okay for the time being. Unfortunately, that slow from the open wounds is going to cause Milan to lose contact with Skidder. Skidder's still on the run, but it looks like Milan's time might be up. Doesn't even get a chance to get up his mech. Just gets absolutely popped.
Yep, Rip Milano. He tried his best. The second tether was pretty nice, but there were just too many heroes. But while all of that was happening, the Puck was top, Phoenix was mid, pushing out the lanes out. So I want to say kind of worth it for Mudgolems. There was a lot of time spent chasing them around the map.
It was. I completely agree.
Only a 5k lead, yeah.
And that's what this game comes down to now, is if somehow Mudgolems could dig deep enough to find these kind of out-efficiency plays, make every death take way longer than it should, meanwhile the Puck is just split pushing, the Lifesteal is just farming stacks. You know, there is a way back into this game. There is hope.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But until this
Yeah, and
Aegis is gone, there's no real chance of them taking a fight, I don't think.
And they're still stacking camps. 22 minutes in. Mudgolems ain't stopping. They know that's how they get back in.
Yeah, if you ain't stacking, you ain't winning.
Scotty, next item for Lifestealer. I think that's going to be pretty game-changing, especially against the DP and the Morphling. Even the Soul Rip, it's a huge heal.
Yeah, my god, that is a hugely value pickup.
So gotta keep farming until they get that on Skitter. And I think it's possible because Puck is just gonna constantly... Oh, Chaos Knight. Jeez, my PC just like died for a second.
Yeah, we'll have to take some pauses out for Theod every time he pops his ulti, because when he has now that he has the Ags, there's gonna be heroes all over the place.
Yep. And the Morphling illusion. So there's gonna be Morphling illusion from the CK ulti, right? Then there's gonna be Manta.
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be Shadow Demon.
Yep.
With Disruption. And if he decides to go for Ags himself, he can also copy the Shadow Demon and make illusions of himself. Like off one of the illusions.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of Morphlings. It's gonna be a lot of
That's like
water.
7 illusions. 7 Morphling illusions he can make. And then if you get Illusion Rune, you can make 9 Morphling illusions.
Yeah, I mean the most you can get from one hero, I believe, is 12 with Morphling and TB playing together. But I mean, we did that strat once, so it's very fun as Milan gets popped up in the top lane. See you later, buddy. It used to be more than that when CK's ulti with the Ags was to use it on an enemy. Sorry, on a teammate.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was nice when you use it on your teammate like a Dusa.
Yeah, or a TB.
Disgusting.
Very enjoyable.
Oh, TB, yeah, TB
back
is
to
good
current
too,
days.
But I mean, this Ags is like pretty annoying because they're very strong, not easy to kill at all. And they just give so much vision in the fights. Like you can just run it into the enemy base. You see everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can just break high ground so easy as well. You know, when you have all these units which are so tanky, like it doesn't even matter if you fortify the towers. Like these solutions can happily just tank up these towers, no worries. It's a huge problem.
Toby did something amazing. He split his Echo Saber for the Ags and got an Orchid.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome. This is actually even more scaling than the Echo Saber, actually, because now you got like the Sans. You can upgrade that into a Bloodthorn, and if you have all those illusions, you Reality Rift in on the Bloodthorn. Oh my goodness, someone's just gonna pop.
And this Lifestealer build is not built for playing into the Bloodthorn, that's for sure. I mean, I guess after the Skadi, he can break up his Sanjin Yasha, get that Manta.
Needs it.
Probably be required here, to be honest.
Yeah, he has to go Manta this game. There's no way you can play against this Chaos Knight Orchid without a Manta. And you're playing against Lifestealer Sans too. Oh, sorry, Death Prophet Sans.
Yeah.
And that's how he died earlier, right? He got silenced up, then Chaos bolted. So.
Yeah. That's a problem. Also, CK keeps getting right up in his face before he casts the Chaos Bolt as well, so it's really hard to dodge it when he's right in front of you. But yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, it is worth noting that whilst Mudgolems are behind, they've managed to plateau the advantage from Viking, so it's not like this kind of continuous growth from the side of from the side of Viking, where they've been able to pull ahead real bad.
You look at bottom for the wave.
Yeah,
got the lags.
Play around. If you disrupt the Lifestealer before he TPs away, does he stay?
No. If you're linked to him, he's gonna go to the other lane.
Oh, okay, still gets to split.
Yeah, as long as he's linked, as long as you're linked together.
Gotcha. So I imagine Viking are kind of just waiting for the next Roche. Then that's probably when we're going to see the next team fight actually happening in this game, or even the first team fight happening in this game. I guess we haven't really had one, have we?
I guess not. They did that one fight top, and then the DP had the Yules, but I mean Lifestealer wasn't there. It was just like a 4v5 from Viking. Just so much split pushing going on, and Viking just want to get that Roshan before they go into the high ground or try to like make super aggressive plays that can lead into the high ground. The waves are just getting super shoved, and Puck is almost there at Aghanims. I think the longer this game drags on, the better the chances for mudgolems for sure. It's getting to the point where 8k gold lead is not really that significant.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty of plateauing a gold lead as well, is that whilst the game goes on, numerically a gold lead becomes less important.
Exactly.
And yet they haven't actually gained enough to keep up with the game, so the scaling just kind of gets stunted. And yeah, now Borneo finishing off this Ags. I mean, this is huge for the Lifestealer and
Skitter
the
has
Phoenix.
Scotty now.
Yep.
If they actually take a fight before Morphling hits Satanic, this could be huge. And the Roshan is alive. Like, if there's a time for them to smoke up and do
they
something,
need to
it's
go,
right
but
now.
they don't. No, I don't think they come into this, unfortunately. I want them to, I really do, but unfortunately it just doesn't look like there's any response.
It's just a vision, right? If you go to like Radiant Vision here, oh sorry, Dire Vision here, you only see like this much. You don't see anything else beyond that point. It's very difficult to just smoke blindly into your opponent, especially into a Tombstone. So you're fighting into Tombstone, you're fighting into CK Illusions, you're fighting into Shadow Demon Save. It just feels like an impossible battle right now for Mudgolems. They need to split up the opponent. That's the only real way they're gonna win like a engagement.
I mean, I guess that's just kind of going to be the game plan then for the next kind of 10 to 15 minutes as they play this and try and play it out as long as they possibly can. Keep trying to break apart Viking, especially with his Aegis now back in the hands of the Morphling. He's feeling super strong. There is way too many ways for Viking to just kind of weasel out these team fights.
Just check out some neutral items we got so far. Oh, this game has slowed down quite a bit.
Alrighty, well, we can do that. We have, of course, the Morphling picking up this very, very nice Titan Sliver.
Oh, that's such a good item for Morphling.
It is.
So it gives them so much damage. And you get that status assist.
Lifestealer finds one too, though. As Morphling goes in, just trying to blow up Milan as quickly as possible. They actually hit the sides onto the Morphling, but he's got the man to turn it around now. Steals the Rage Form and turns around to Skitter. Skitter realizing that there probably isn't a fight they want to be taking. The rest of the team from the side of Viking coming over here and putting in the pressure onto Mudgolems and forcing them back inside their base. So, let's get... Oh, Supernova as well went off somewhere. Did Fada just...
Bottom. He was getting soloed by Aramis here, so...
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, was this a split pushing Supernova? Because if so, I'm not happy.
Nah.
There is an extent to this, but
don't worry, it was not.
Yeah, trying to survive.
Fada was like,
onslaught.
oh, there's a Shadow Demon here. Maybe you guys can fight. And they went on the morph, but then the other 4 heroes just showed up. The other 3 heroes just showed up to the morph.
Yeah.
He's got a BKB now on the Chaos Knight. Yeah, it's just incredible how farmed this Chaos Knight is. Like, Toby is just absolutely rocking it in this game.
Yeah, he's even threatening the real carry. He's threatening Boom's position at the top. Shad's not used to being this far behind with the cause.
Yeah, he's like farming up all the jungle camps and stuff in the top side of the map while his team's all bottom.
Yeah. And very unusual for him. He's like, guys, I thought I was a position 1. They even gave me this badge, which says I am.
I hate
Solari,
this Chaos Knight
very
ulti.
far forward here now. I think they're going to be able to grab this kill. Yep, down
That's
he
a
goes.
huge kill.
They all lose.
No
Solari
tome available.
dies.
He has to buy back.
Boom's still playing around though, actually looking for the kill on the sidelines on Fada, but Fada was ready, you know, he's not going to get caught out that easily. That was a buyback from Mr. Celery.
Yeah, he knows he made a mistake and he got silenced. He couldn't drop the tome, and without the tome, that means if he didn't buy back here, Mudgolems would have chased him out. They would have chased out all of Viking's heroes, take that numbers advantage. So he's just gonna buy back. They have the Aegis. They don't want to lose any momentum right now.
Boom just kind of fighting into
God,
Skitter right
here we
now.
go.
Skitter, you're not winning this one, buddy. He's dead. He just straight up dies. Oh my god, what was that? The Lifestealer loses his life, and all of a sudden the high ground's up for the taking. The illusions are everywhere, and they are just running through the base right now. Ultimate pop from Shad. One lane of barracks is gone. There's no buyback on the Lifestealer. Come for the second lane of barracks. They will force out the fortification, but there go those illusions, just tacking up the whole duration pretty much.
They're gonna lose all their buildings. This is everything.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was Manta, and then there was the CK ulti, right? of the Morphling, and then the Shadow Demon Purge came off in the end. Oh, he got enough money for buyback.
Oh, here he
gonna buy him
comes.
out.
Skinner joining the fray, looking to try and take this fight.
done.
But once again, they'll just turn around. They're just going to kill him again. Skinner, what is you doing, sweetheart? That is not how you do it. The Lifestealer's going to lose his life for a second time around, and they were just called GG feed, but that's it. What was that?
I'm telling you, again, if like, how do you do it, Nomad? Tell me, how do you do it there in the end?
I don't even know. I'm lost for words. Like, I don't even know what to think about this game. The Lifestealer just dies twice in a row. That's it. There's nothing left in the tank for mudgolems. They had very little to throw. Kind of feels like they brought a sausage to a gunfight at the very last fight in the game there. 13-3 is your scoreline for game number 2. My goodness, what a KD, what a game. And this series is just kind of, I don't know, hopefully we actually get a proper game of Dota in game number 3, because these first 2 games have been absolute smashes. Yeah, I mean, what actually, like, what was the plan for this Lifestealer in the end? Because no one else went in. The Lifestealer just charged into the enemy 2 times in a row with the hope that Milan would save them. They could find something, some kind of opportunity for Boromir to jump in, maybe, but it just didn't happen. I mean, was that it?
Well, they were losing their last set of racks. They can't afford to do that. They can't fight into megas against these heroes. So he went in. He was thinking maybe he can soak up some damage, and Tether comes out, but then he didn't pop Rage, and he got silenced, stunned up, and that was it. That's all she wrote. I mean, like, you can't do anything against Vikings lineup as a Lifestealer at this stage in the game. You had to have good lanes. You had to snowball in order for mudgolems to stay in the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the key to it. And this Lifestealer is just kind of kited and ruined, and he tried to come back. We liked their item choices, we liked everything which mudgolems was doing, but unfortunately at the end of the day it was really kind of drops in the ocean in terms of what Viking was able to build up in the early game. And once again in this series, you win that early game, you barrel on through, and there is very little which mudgolems could do in terms of actually stopping that push. So a very anticlimactic ending to this second game, but don't worry, cowboys and cowgirls, as we do have a game number 3 coming up in this series. Hold on, we're going to have a short break, enjoy some ads, and then we'll be back with some more Epic League action. We'll see you very soon.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome back, Guppies. Dota 2 continues here at Epic League Division 1. Another Game 3. Lacoste, I don't know if you're blessed or if you're cursed, but this seems to be a recurring theme when you're on the panel here. What's going on?
Yeah, every single time I'm on the panel, the series just goes to Game 3. I don't know if that's gonna, give you any way to earn money. Don't blame me if it's not working that way, but it's the way it is. I don't know. It seems like we just want to see more Dota. I don't think the last game was, a really exciting Dota to watch. It was, pretty one-sided, methodical game from Viking where they just, got stuff done and realized we don't. And I mean, mudgolems, they try to cut the waves. They had a puck. There was limited ways of dealing with the puck, split pushing for Viking. But in the end, they just realized, okay, we'll just push this lane, the bottom lane, and end the game. They were that far ahead. And you have this, tri-core lineup where you have DP, safe lane. I love the way they switch things around, put Morphling on the mid against the puck. You have a CK who kind of is also a secondary carry in this game, and it's just too much damage. Lifestealer can't really compete against that. He does not come online as fast.
Yeah, that's the key thing. I was really happy to see how Viking kind of just even laned their heroes. My initial kind of concerns for their draft was going to be about how they're going to shut down this Viper. And if the Viper has a good game, then of course you can play around that classic Mud Golem style. And sure, you have Morphling be Lifestealer, but I was kind of picturing that to occur. But then Viking, they just do this amazing swap, which is the Morphling mid. They put the DP into the carry role. So you can also not only eat through a little bit of that Viper harass, but if you have that support rotation in, you suddenly have that kill threat. And they started tri-lane bot, they got a kill, they rotate away to secure CK, they come bottom again, get another kill, and then meanwhile, you just don't have any map pressure because your Lifestealer is up against the CK. Your Viper, who's meant to be your activated hero in the draft, isn't activated. He's never got any net worth. So just simply how they laned it and their choices and who they gank in the laning phase won Viking this game. And it was really enjoyable to watch. And it was so refreshing to see kind of a new spin on how to counter the Mud Golems, like lineups, right? This Viper offlane, and I'm very impressed that we got to see something new, and that's the key thing. I'm now going to be looking out for other teams trying to mimic, not obviously like the DP carry, but just the idea and how they approach the lanes. Because if 33 doesn't have a game, it is a completely different mudgolems lineup that we see, and it is no way like that kind of top tier lineup in my opinion. I think 33 is instrumental in kind of propping up Boromir, propping up Skidder to have these better games.
Yeah, we've seen the games where they're successful with the Viper. It's the plant. You know, they have this like wall that moves. The Viper is the key piece of it. And there's a line in the sand that you just can't pass without taking a lot of poison. But that game was a good example of how Viper is this very boom or bust hero. When he's ahead, he feels so oppressive, like this guy's completely broken. I do damage to him and he just does damage right back to me with corrosive. But when he's behind, the hero's a non-factor. You just kill him and that's it. It's just over. If the poison doesn't hurt you, Viper's got nothing.
Yeah, the way in which you look at mudgolems draft, it's all about that all in. You know, like the strong laning phase, the fact that they want to move together and try and force it. And it's also like the lack of lockdown that they have, it even puts more pressure on them having this good lane. So as soon as they get kind of outclassed in laning phase, just like mudgolems demolished Viking in the laning phase of game 1, like as soon as that happens in game 2, it's really hard to see how mudgolems win the game because you are in that kind of core unfavorable matchup for Lifestealer. If he itemizes to kill Morphling, he's never killing a DP or a CK. Same again, if the Viper doesn't have a game, where's that suddenly frontliner appearing? So yeah, it's all about laning phase between these two teams so far, because the drafts have dictated that if your lanes don't go well, there isn't really an entry into having that comeback. And Viking had that issue in game 1, and mudgolems had the issue much worse though in game 2.
Nice monologue there, T-Gov. I really enjoyed it. I really did.
Well, we could just cast the draft in thirds if you guys want. You know, I'll do the first 5 or 6 picks, then we can hand it over to T-Gov, and then we'll just throw that frisbee over to Lacoste to round things out.
All right, whoever's holding, do we have keys, guys? Do we have some keys we can hold? Like whoever's holding up the keys can get to talk.
Oh,
anything,
I see.
Like
the
a talking stick?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
we'll pass it on down. Oh, that's good.
Well, I'm sorry, but I just thought that was that game needed its true justice in analysis.
It did.
You know, Lacoste started strong. I then came on in, and you know, Laurie, you and I are going to segue something new and interesting and topical.
Now I got to find something interesting to talk about until this next game starts. Oh,
go for it. Go.
I did like that the Morphling was able to play from ahead, though, right? Sometimes that Morphling mid, we talk about how greedy it is. We saw that CK Morphling and went, oh, is there going to be enough room? Like we've seen Morphling with other position 1s like that, and you worry if there's enough space on the map. But you see games like that where Morphling had no issues mid, and he was number 1 on net worth basically that entire game. He didn't die once. It was a pretty good game for Boom. I don't know what items he bought because he deleted them. He just ended the game with an Aegis and a stick. So now I can't talk about that, but he looked good through most of that game.
Yes, he did.
He went Manta, Skadi, Satanic, just so you're aware of the game.
Manta, Skadi, Satanic. Okay. That's not quite the like Wraith Band, like Drum of Endurance, like super early game, but still a very, like, it's not an E-Blade rush, right? Very metered. You got your treads, you got your Yasha. Simple, straightforward Dota. That's what I like to see, Lacoste. Nothing fancy. He didn't try to reinvent the wheel.
No, there's no need for it. Like, you don't need to E-Blade anyone in that game. You just need to survive. And they had, you know, pretty static damage. Like Viper, the only kind of burst damage that they have is Puck going in and using his 2 spells. That's pretty much it. It's, you know, easy to play against that when you're playing Morph.
How do you guys feel about Lifestealer right now overall? We've seen him in a couple of games, and I feel like the fact that we're seeing more commonly matches where he has to buy Battle Fury, my thought is, does that just mean it's not a good Lifestealer game? If that's the route that you're going, that's a pretty feels bad man type thing,
like,
right?
I just don't get how, like, in the draft, I honestly, if I ever see Morphling v Lifestealer, I'm always like, Morphling's going to win this game. I don't think in the history I've ever gone against a Morphling. And in this previous game, I keep having flashbacks to when I'm like, all right, guys, mudgolems, they're going to 2-0 this, 25 minutes. And like, I keep having vivid flashbacks to my ignorance towards forgetting that Morphling v Lifestealer was present in this game. So, but no,
God tier
Morphling, it just, like, your question was about Lifestealer. I think it can be a very good hero. It's more of a activating hero that kind of just chills in his lane, allows supports to do their own thing. But when you have such a hard counter come into play, it is hard to justify the true value in the pick.
I had the same similar thing when Virtus.pro they played against Just Error, and there was like Wyvern, Shadow Demon, no damage but a lot of saves, and I was like, yeah, they can't kill them, you know. And then 5 minutes after, I realized how stupid I was. Sometimes, you know, you don't see things properly.
Yeah, it's so hard. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
It happens very
Bring up
quick,
a
and
story too.
sometimes,
Thank you.
yeah, you need those extra few minutes to really like visualize how the lanes are going to go in your head. And sometimes it's that first item you see too. You go, oh wow, tied with Vlad's instead of a Meteor Hammer Rush. Okay, that seems pretty good. Oh wow, tied with Quick Greaves. How are they ever going to kill him? Huh? I don't know. That's they won't,
Good
as
stuff.
it turned out in that game. Yeah. So we're still seeing some item diversity for sure. Folks, we're going to have Game 3 starting very soon. Hopefully we've got this draft right around the corner. Production, let me know if we've got any issues there. But we are currently tied up 1 apiece. And this is always interesting because we've got 2 very one-sided games. Both Game 1 and 2 were relative stomps, right? So now Game 3, are we just going to see another stomp where it flips back the other way? Or is this actually going to be the even matchup where both teams have kind of figured each other out a little bit and you know, it'll be a more 50-50 kind of going into the mid game?
We've been on this patch for a really long time, and I think we can say that we don't see too many turnarounds, you know, like this team is winning, then wow, suddenly the other team starts doing really good. It happens, but most of the time it's just like one team doing good, they take the Roche, get more advantage going. Look at my mic shaking. And then you have the second Roche, and you know, you just get the cheese ages and end the game from there. Like you're slowly choking them, not allowing them to farm. I think we need a new patch. Like I've been really enjoying this patch. It's been there for a long time. It still is. You know, probably will be remembered as one of the best patches we had in terms of like balance and how fun it is to play. But I think we got things figured out.
And it's been a while. I mean, when did this patch come out? What month are we on for this one?
Several months is the safe play. I remember Googling it the other day.
Several months, he says. All right. I can confirm it is more than 1 month. Yes.
More than 1 month for sure.
Plural.
Yeah.
Plural.
Here you go,
no,
lads.
I'm with you.
Do you think both of these teams are going to want to play Lifestealer? They both lost a bit very convincingly. That's going to be my big look as we segue into a draft.
Stat.
This is our entry into draft question. Is Lifestealer hot on the menu? Both teams have lost with it so far in this series.
I want to say no. I'm going to go with that like risky answer of I think they're both going to try to move on to something else unless we see whoever has first pick banning Morphling and looking to pick the Lifestealer. That's my one big exception.
Okay. That's a
cost. What do you think?
I just don't want to see another Lifestealer game. That's all. I think he's also one of the most boring heroes to play. You right-click people. Wow, you infest someone when he's low HP. Good job. You know, I just don't like the concept of a Lifestealer as a hero. Like, let's say compare him to, I don't know, Dark Willow, Earth Spirit. Like, these heroes are fun to play. You know, you always have stuff to do. You basically are not using the other click. You're just, you know, using this click. That's everything you're using. Just right click.
What to do is just go and die.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's that easy. And now that you don't get gold for denies, their job's made even easier, right? You just have to focus on the last hits.
We just want a new patch, all right? That's all we want. Lacoste clearly doesn't want carries in the next patch, so that's going to be a whole rule removed. 4v4 Dota, the next patch. Heard it here first from Lacoste. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Bring back junglers.
It's then now going to become a mobile game too. So yeah, that's going to be also pretty interesting for Dota.
Do you guys miss jungling at all, by the way, before we get... It's been so long since I've seen like a legit dedicated jungler strat, and even longer since I saw one of those work. Like I don't miss it. I don't think I do. I like lane action. It's fun.
It's a bit stale, right? Lacoste, don't you agree? A bit stale? Or are you a jungle fan? Hold on. You had some...
You know, I was playing that Necro in a triangle with a Quelling Blade.
I've been there.
With the aura.
I've been there.
You know, rushing Iron Talon on any hero. Like, you could basically jungle with any hero with Iron Talon. It was legit strat. But, yeah, I think if we change, like, some of the things, like economy, we change how XP works, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Maybe, you know, go back to 3-1-1. Tri-lanes are fun.
That is true. That tri-lanes are so much fun because it's the discipline of knowing when to be aggressive, knowing when to play off the pool, starving your XP. Of course, the offlaner, he's like if I'm not playing Nigma and can reset my own lane, then what am I doing? But that's still
That's back when that was truly, it wasn't even the hard lane back then. I believe it was the suicide lane.
Suicide,
because, it was a 1v3 on both sides. What fun, what fun. Okay, well, on to game 3. We've got some picks now, and the bans have changed. No Lifestealers so far, but Vengeful Spirit and the Undying taken out by the Mudgolems, Lina Wisp banned, and now we've got Void Slardar. So Viking GG should be pretty happy with this. We've seen the Slardar Void matchup, but Mudgolem's probably also happy to have the Void because that is one of Skeeter's best heroes right now.
Yeah, and now with them having Slardar, they will also probably get the Lifestealer.
Exactly.
And that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, that could easily come into play. I was thinking the same. It also might be a slight deterrent of wanting to go for, let's say, like a Snapfire, because if you put it mid, all the early damage you have is mitigated by your carry, so you don't have that kind of hero pick-off potential, other than killing everyone else. So,
do they consider Magnus with this Void? Because he has been banned. Pretty commonly, it's been Void or Magnus in that first banning duo. Both of them being in is a relative rarity.
I don't think they really play Magnus though. I'm quickly scrolling through now, and
I think you're right. Yeah,
memory
they're
doesn't
grab
serve
Phoenix
well.
instead.
Yeah, it really doesn't sit well with that team, especially with 33. That is it feels like the opposite type of hero he plays.
That's true. Yeah. But some double bubble now, Egg and Void, and you called it Lacoste, the Lifestealer.
There it is.
So, the hero's weak, but what's one thing with a Corrosive Haze? A little
Guys,
damage.
stats don't lie. Lifestealer's lost this entire series, therefore it's over. Viking have lost 2-1 to Mudgolems.
That is what Nahaz would have said if he were on the panel.
And yeah, I was about to say luckily, that's the wrong word. Yeah, love you, Nahaz.
I mean...
That's the right word.
Shout out to Nahaz. He replied to my tweet a couple of minutes ago. I miss him.
There you go.
And Lifestealer against... enough talking about Nahaz. Like, we gave him 30 seconds. That's more than enough. A Lifestealer against the Phoenix.
That's good.
I would not be surprised if, Viking ban out the Snapfire. It's kind of a Mudgolems classic. Good damage inside a Chronosphere.
But do they care about it, though? Because, to me, when I see... I feel like you offset... If it's a core, especially, you offset all of his damage, right? There's early... potential to make aggressive moves on the carry. It's kind of mitigated as long as the Lifestealer is quick on his fingers, right? You hit that. It's not as if there's instant stun right now. That's the main thing I'm looking at. Rage can get off.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit of a deterrent, but I still think that combo is pretty tried and true. Even if you catch his teammates with the Chrono Snap ult, that's pretty devastating.
That is true. It is a very good combo, right? You can never forget it. That's it. And I guess maybe the query with it will be. It's a lot of timings to play around. So again, does Mudgolems want to have that much commitment to, Chrono, Monomachus, and Egg, especially when you're up against a very skirmishing lineup of buy Blink on Slardar, buy Armlet +1 on Lifestealer, and then, off we go? Indeed.
That's a good question.
Yeah. Any BKB piercing abilities against the Lifestealer? Do we have any?
Yeah, where's the
Beastmaster just...
Where's
Bane
Tusk
used to be the go-to against Lifestealer.
Yeah.
I mean, Tusk and Bane both, but Bane is real lockdown. You can lock him down through the entire duration of Rage and then some. That's a rarity. Not many heroes can do that.
Well, I'm pretty sure if, Team Secret played against, let's say, Lifestealer multiple times, they lost, they couldn't figure out the hero, Bane would be on the menu. That's for sure.
I feel like, though, for Mudgolems, their menu's a little bit different, and they're looking maybe towards, the Shadow Demon type hero, or kind of the inbuilt save that they can apply elsewhere, rather than in the lane, Especially
because the save that can double as a setup for Slardar. It swings both ways. Yeah. There's another one that fits into that category. He has some options against Void.
He is. I mean, every single hero is pickable.
Yeah. Okay. Just got to make it work. The thing is, right, Odie as a hero can be picked, but your side lanes need to be able to at least fight early on to set up these plays, right? With a Void, you basically are relegating 2 heroes to AFK farm, therefore you don't get to play Dota. The current patch does not dictate 2 farming cores, it just asks for failure, right? So we probably won't see it in this game, but if they want to play around it, then they can in the future.
You're definitely right. There are certain games where it's an OD game, right? And that hasn't changed. But we've had a couple of those that look like there's potential, and he still hasn't come out. Especially against Morphling. I still think of that as one of the better counters, but they leave the Snapfire in and pick it up
Okay.
themselves. Viking GG.
They ban out the Shadow
Alright.
as well. I like that pick a lot simply because Snapfire as a hero is a very aggressive support. If it is support, it could easily be caught here. And if it isn't that support, at least go aggressive, but has a mechanism to escape if it's the wrong call. And that's why you see it paired with like Void or Lifestealer, where they like to poke and prod, but if it's ever, oh wait, need to get out, they can do it themselves. So Snapfire is normally paired with those type of heroes compared to the more farm and no pressure type heroes.
Okay.
Also,
A lot of options for Mud Golems, though. Big team fight here.
Yeah, a lot of long cooldowns already with just 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the lineup from Viking, like they don't rely on cooldowns. Yeah, Snapfire ulti is great, but they're still gonna take a
Pretty
fight
short.
even without it. And it also opens up the Roche early on. Like Lifestealer gets 1 item plus Slaughter 1 item. That's 2 items. Don't get me
Lacoste,
wrong,
you want to
and-
say it? Go on, Lacoste.
What am I gonna say? Nah, I don't want to say it. I'm
don't?
fine. You can go for it.
I don't really
Milan
either.
will play Priestess of the Moon this game. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
go ahead and say it. I'm going to redefine the phrase here. Willow, a pretty quick pick for Viking. A lot of damage on Willow. First thing when I see her picked up, I think doesn't need farm to still do a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, and the difference now between this draft and the one in the first game from Viking, when they have this second pick, their flex is now earlier in the draft where they're basically allowing Snap to be 5 or mid, and this Willow pick is just a solid lane. In that previous game, and why they got, in my opinion, outdrafted, they had to pick up this DK, and it kind of didn't like open up their draft and really punish Mudgolems of having to pick 2 heroes back to back. Confident position.
Oh, come on. Big brain Ziori called it 5 minutes ago.
Congratulations,
And,
Ira. Thank you very much.
T-Gov said, let me quote, Mud Golems is the team that does not play
Yeah.
Something
Mag.
about 33 and it fitting his style, if I recall.
It could still be a 5 here, lads. Let's not
True,
carry
you're
it
true.
away. The Phoenix
All
would
right,
be
so you think
4
it's a
Fartic,
Fada
yeah.
Magnus? I could see that,
Yeah.
though. I like
Yeah, I
that.
don't think you want to play Phoenix 3 against Lifestealer.
No,
Oh,
but
yeah,
the
that sounds
Phoenix-
pretty garbage, too.
That's true. It could be the 33. It could be the Boronium. You know what? It doesn't really matter, lads. We're gonna see it in a pick's time. But no, you're right. They go for the Magnus. Honestly, I'm scrolling back through their games, and when was the last time they actually played Magnus?
It's not recent. I mean, you were right in the fact that statistically, I don't think it's common for them at all. So this is a little bit of an adaptation, I believe.
This is, I think, the first time, unless they have 2 Dota buff pages. Oh well, can't load that up.
But yeah, obviously now you get Cleave on the Void, and now you have 3 really big ultimates to fight around, but still kind of doubling down on this big ultimate. And I guess if he's a 5, it's a little bit less of a big deal for the Magnus, but
Yeah, they picked Magnus into Dark Willow, which is kind of also like picking Magnus into Wyvern. You know where they're going to be grouping around, so Terrorize will be very easy to execute for Dark Willow, and I just love Dark Willow as a hero against the Faceless Void. You have a Root, you have a Fear, you have a Stun, a lot of burst damage. Like this hero, I think we're going to see more of it, unless like new patch arrives and the hero gets, I don't know, nerfed for no reason.
My fingers are crossed. For the new patch, that is, to be clear.
Oh, I mean,
whoa!
I like Dark Willow as a hero.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
like
actually
Queen of
fits really
Pain
well.
ban.
Yeah. Okay.
I've brought her up a few times. We've not seen her played at all, but she has snuck into a final ban on occasion.
I think
I wonder
it's
why
mainly,
this game.
It's also a combination of Boom being, one of his standout heroes, will kind of rose him
that's
to
a
some fame, and it's
Respect
kind of
pick there.
exactly. It's kind of what
Gotcha.
Viking will be looking for. But for Mudgolems right now, they're looking at most likely, what is it? They're mid lane still here for Boronier, unless they are doing something absolutely crazy. What is the Boronier heroes left? Is Lena's actually banned up first phase?
Does Bornea play Magnus? Is there any chance?
Yeah, that's true. It could easily be a mid Magnus. Actually, I think that actually
Could be,
sounds the
yeah.
best. That's a good point.
Or it could be Midrana, possibly.
Mid-Rana. Okay.
Mid-Rana.
Oh,
No,
well,
it's
more
not.
flexibility.
I mean,
No. You were trying. You were really trying not to say Milano, weren't you?
Yeah,
Just
just
try-
went
yeah.
a different route.
You
But
did try.
okay,
it
it's
could
still
still be
flexible.
mid-mag, though, and could be that
Yeah.
off-lane DK, yeah.
Flexibility. Insert rainbow production. There we go. No, didn't happen. Unfortunate. We'll get it next time. So yeah, Viking with their last pick, then now deciding where the Snapfire is going. Is it 5? Do they want the mid? What do they want?
So either way, it's gonna be a melee mid laner.
Yes.
For Mudgolems, yeah.
so potentially punishable.
Potentially a good, if they want to go for it, I don't know. Timbersaw, still
This
available,
does
right?
look like a sick Timbersaw game.
It really does.
Oh, I was thinking. Oh, I should have said it. Oh,
Well, they needed some
Oh, well, it's
mobility,
fine. Doesn't
so
matter.
I wasn't
Natural
thinking
reaction.
Ember, but
Oh,
I
was
do
thinking
like
Ember.
this.
Alas, you don't
know?
say it, doesn't count. Yeah, so Viking,
True.
they got a pretty cool aggressive lineup. And oof, do I favor it though? I think actually I do. I don't think there's enough chrono damage, right? Isn't there? Isn't that kind of the big issue? You put Void on this pedestal of having to farm with this Empower. We're seeing 33 on a
Corrosive
different
skin
hero.
damage
Normally
inside
he
Chrono.
likes to go
Sounds
aggressive.
good.
But I don't have my headset plugged in, so I can't hear anyone. Oh, I can. My bad.
Not
I was
a corrosive
monologuing.
skin. What?
It is a 33 Magnus, so this
Yeah,
will be
no.
fun to see. All right, well, thoughts here, boys. We need some predictions. This is game 3. This isn't based on these now.
5 seconds.
I love Vikings lineup. I think this Ember Spirit provides them with a lot of tools. They are very limited on the lockdown, at least on the lower cooldown, like Dragon Knight Stun. That's pretty much it. And having a Life Stealer and Slardar, also Slardar plus Ember Spirit, he can go both magical, physical damage, but just providing him with extra if laner. And I just love Dark Willow as a hero. I think it's going to be such a sick pick. You have Root Mechanic against 2 of their heroes, which are really vulnerable against, and just terrorize. A lot of value.
Quickly add though the thought of how does Viking really end the game unless they completely dominate the map, because they are running up as all melee heroes into the tier 3s. In turn is if they don't own the game, then Mudgolems might be able to eke out enough farm to have that kind of comeback potential. But momentum and that early pressure will be Viking favored.
Decider. Let's see what happens. Over to the casters now. 2 beautiful faces. Nomad 1437. Take it away, boys.
Howdy, folks. Yep, thank you very much. Let's get into this game number 3. I mean, we've had a very disappointing game number 1 and 2, at least in terms of, team fighting and closeness and comebacks. There's just been none of that. There's been absolutely none of that. Theban, are we going to get a proper game in this game number 3?
I think we are. I think both teams are done playing passive. Yeah, I think they're ready to go battle it out. Every time Chrono's off cooldown, we're going to see some action with the Phoenix. Viking, they got the Slardar Life Stealer combo going. Ember Spear plus Slardar is also a really powerful combo. These two are going to want to create a lot of action on the map, get some momentum for themselves, or else Mudgolems, if they just allow Mudgolems to chill back and farm, you're just going to lose this game. This Face's Void is just going to be gigantic, and you don't have a whole lot of counters to him. So Viking, the pedal to the metal, and get in there.
Yeah, lay a bit of a smackdown, hopefully, in this in this early game, and hopefully we'll see some resurgence from that Chronosphere on Mudgolems later on. I think this game kind of writes itself, but we'll see how it breaks down. None of these games have gone exactly as we predicted them, that's for sure. Little twists and turns along the way, so let's get into this third and final game. 33 going to be playing on the mag in the offlane, of course. I feel like he's going to kind of have a pretty free time down here at bottom. What do you think?
It's a Life Stealer. No one's ever going to have a free time against a Life Stealer. Unless it's 33. Maybe 33 knows some shenanigans, and he might. But Life Stealer, once he gets that Bracer, that Chainmail, you're just always going to get out-sustained in the lane, and you're just going to have to move on away. I fully expect 33 to go like some kind of, core build on this mag. But who knows? Maybe he'll just settle for the Guardian Greaves, Blink Dagger that we see all the offlane mags go for.
Yeah, we'll see.
But they see on Word.
What's that?
Oh, sorry, they saw Milan Ward. They put this like super early ward in the jungle on the bottom side here, and they actually saw Milan drop his ward there. It's gonna be a free D ward.
Very nice, very nice. Milan Marana off to a shaky start as that ward gets caught out, but she's going to go ahead and snipe the range creep straight off the bat and just give herself that extra little bit of farm. So we have Boromir versus Boom at mid on the Ember Spirit versus the Dragon Knights.
Fada.
Meanwhile, the Fada's in some trouble up in the top lane. Can they finish the job then? They need a couple more right clicks. They won't be able to find it as Aramis even comes under the tower for it, but they won't be able to bring down Fata.
Big Fire Spirits going on both of the supports. Was not able to end Fada's life. He's also starting off with a Bracer level 1 on this Phoenix. Made him a little bit tankier than they would have expected.
Yeah, just about being able to survive that one. But yeah, Bracer is the first item on the Phoenix. Is this normal? Seems very interesting.
It's not normal, but it's nice because you get that item obviously instantly completed, a little bit of extra regen, 8 damage. Always nice if you're going to want to support in the lane and harass your enemy.
Makes sense to me. Well, it definitely saved him in that engagement as they weren't able to find enough damage to bring him down as Toby and Aramis just continue the absolute harassment up here in the top lane. This one seems pretty brutal. Willow and Slardar both known for their abilities to just continuously harass the enemy and just do so much damage.
Indeed. We're just going to probably see a few pulls coming out soon from the top lane, but both of the camps are actually blocked off by the two teams. Radiant has blocked the small camp, Dire has blocked the big camp. The sentries still not coming out for either side, so it's actually just going to be a straight up 2v2 fight top. Not something you normally see these days. Both supports are oftentimes fighting over pulls.
Yeah, with all this blocking going on, we got a classic lane. We can throw back to the past days.
Yeah. Can't help but feel like this should benefit
Milan is going to be able to snipe Shad's courier. That's very nice, but meanwhile 33 almost gets forced out of lane by Celery and Shad as they lay the aggression down onto 33 whilst Milan is away.
Haven't deworded that word quite yet, and actually costed the courier. It's a lot of gold, honestly, even though they did nerf it recently. Couriers still feed away a lot of gold to the opponents.
Oh, 33 charging up the skewer there, really looking to go in onto that Slice Stealer, feeling like he is possibly in chance of getting a bit more harass out, maybe even a kill, but in the end decides against it. Doesn't want to overextend, unnecessarily use mana, and then not have the shockwaves for later on.
Yeah, and most definitely Lysander might have even just manned up, open wounded him, right-clicked him back, knowing that 33 does not have any escapes after that.
Yeah.
How's the mid lane looking here? Borania versus Boom.
Yeah, I mean, they're just two big tanky boys with the Flame Guard, Breathe Fire in the other. They're just going to kind of lock onto the middle lane. Trade a lot of HP, but still, I don't think anyone's going to drop in this mid lane. And
top lane! Toby,
oh, there we go! The kill onto Toby comes through.
Ooh, that time dilation on level 3 really caught him off guard there, I guess, and really, I'm quite surprised they actually got the kill on this lane. I definitely would have thought the Void would be the one losing this lane against Slardar and his Bash, but Fada Skitter outplaying Aramis Toby a bit here. Huge kill for the Void.
Even a
Massive. Yeah, Skitter's
yeah, he's got a Morbid Mass coming top too. Half is about halfway towards his quarterstaff. He's gonna have a very, very early Massive Madness on this Void.
That might be a problem for Viking here if they don't have a plan to deal with it. We're in the Bramble Maze once again, trying to get some damage onto Fire as we have a pause coming out from Skitter. Not sure what that's about. A little bit of lag perhaps, but it looks like we'll be going again instantly. I don't think anybody's falling here though. Skitter might take a lot of damage if they get this Slithering Crush along with the Bash of the Deep, but I don't think it's going to be enough to bring the Void down as he turns around once again, just throwing down with the time dilation. Moskio takes some damage, but it's actually Celery down in the bottom lane who's the one who actually falls as Milan's able to get that kill along with 33. Looks like they caught him with an arrow.
Looks like it. Celery not having the best series this time around, it seems like. Milana. It's actually Milana, right? That's what's got his number. The Milana, too strong.
Yeah. Never underestimate the Milana. Very scary to play into.
So the catapults are coming up right now, and the Dragonite level 6 does have this form. The question is, do Mud Golems decide to go middle and pressure with this right now? He's already popped his form here. He wants to harass up the Ember Spirit a little bit. Flame Guard is a little bit of an issue for the Dragonite, but I think that's going to be it for now. He's just going to go straight, jungle up, try to get level 7 quicker and play for the power runes instead. Normally against some more aggressive teams, we would see like the Mirana rotating mid, catapult the enemy, arrow the enemy catapult, and then pressure up with the dragon form. But we're not really seeing that from the Mud Golems.
mean, they're coming in here to secure the power runes at the very least. Milan takes a ton of damage from Boom. Boom's just
Oh, he
annoyed
sees a
they didn't
stack.
get the arcane. Oh, before he is the one who gets the arcane. Yeah, they're going to need to defend this one now, or at least take it on this team.
Oh yeah.
Magnus.
This arcane
Magnus
rune
probably
is
just can't
pretty
come
big.
take him.
Oh,
Oh, arrow
the cookie!
comes out.
He's
It's a
down!
long arrow onto the Ember Spirit here, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage to follow through with. The cookie almost costing Boom there quite dearly as he goes to
Stunned
TP out
again?
for Boronier's got the
Oh,
stun.
no.
Nice TP, idiot, says Boronier as he runs himself back, and Boom has to make the long walk back to base. Very unfortunate.
That's huge. And I think
Great
it was the
voice line.
arcane rune, right? It was the expected at all. He did not expect it that it's gonna be up again. Since he stunned him so soon.
Yeah, that was that
It's
was
gonna hit
brutal.
level
Oh yeah,
7
the
first.
arcane. Oh man, Boronier being very, very cheeky here in this middle lane. Well, bottom lane so far is
She's like-
37 CS going the way of Shad, but
want the stack.
33 is able
They
to
want the
pull ahead
3
a little
stack.
bit. Oh, they're going for it here, aren't they? They need to rotate in their Magnus, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, he got
Boronier
all of
takes
it!
so much of it, my goodness. As they trade up, stun comes in. For it here, aren't they? They need to rotate in their Magnus. Answer doesn't seem to be anything else. It's just going to be the one kill. Oh, man, that Breeze Fire got so much of that stack.
He got all but one, I think. he actually got all but one.
Dang.
But for Boom, I think what they really wanted from that stack was get the kill on the creeps and maybe some neutral items to drop.
Yeah.
That would have been lovely because that was a 3 stack right there. Very easy to kill off too. Celery
Top
was
lane,
waiting. quite a
Void
long time.
getting pretty low to skid it here, but at the same time, Toby pretty low. Also, oh no, the cookie completely off the mark. Toby's just gonna get killed off. Celery making that way harder for his teammate, unfortunately. Oh man, they just weren't really ready. There was a bit of miscommunication. The cookie comes through, throws the Slardar off, and stops him getting off that bash, and eventually leading to his demise. Very unfortunate there, but a very awkward situation for Viking up at top.
Yeah, I think Skitter also had his Mask of Madness on. That bash would have dealt so much damage if he had it. Oh no. Truly unfortunate. That's the second death for the Slardar. This top lane has been such a huge win for mudgolems now with that kill.
Yeah, unexpected as well, really unexpected. We're going to be very happy with that on the side of mudgolems to get away with this Void into Slardar. Well,
Bottom lane, Magnus has just gone straight into the jungle, realizing he can't actually lane into this Lifestealer anymore. He would just keep getting beat up, and the Lifestealer would keep lifestealing.
yeah, I think that's okay though. You know, it's a Magnus. He's more than happy to take some time out in the jungle with him power. 3 points in it. Going to be feeling very happy.
They got some big stacks in the Ancient camp as well. That's what, a 4 stack now? 4 stack, 9 minutes in.
Ooh, very good.
They can clear that so easily with a Mask of Madness Void and maybe like a mag tanking for him for a little while. So they got a lot of
big
farm
arrow
to
in the
collect.
top lane. Celery, he is just having to sit down and wait for death. As Brody will finish him off. The Chronosphere does come down onto Boom. Can they follow it up with anything though? I don't think they can. Boom's able to run himself away. Does throw down a double remnants for the Ember. Slight mistake there, but I mean very little to worry about. Gotta be
You know
honest,
what's
dude.
really scary?
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's 0 and 5 again. It's the same thing in game number 1 and 2. I don't want it to go the same way as down in the middle lane. Fada's in trouble. In goes Boom, and that's gonna be the first kill on the board for Viking. Finally, they get something. It's like, give me some good news. Is this game closer than the other two, the laning phases in the other two games? Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, this game, they have a lot of tempo that Vikings can bring as soon as the Slardar and the Ember start to pair up together. So you should never underestimate the power of Sardar's Corrosive Haste. It's just big. And there could be a fight where the Void clicks Mask of Madness while he has Corrosive Haze on him and just dies to like an Ember who just slights him. It's very possible. Because earlier when I saw the Haze plus Void activating Mask of Madness, he had minus 17 armor.
Scary stuff.
This is so juicy. Look at his ancient stack right now. Oh, they just farmed it. Wait, is he? That was close. He almost died.
Skidder. Oh my god, he's playing on the edge here. 33 comes in and starts tanking it for him.
Yeah, these dragons are.
Oh
they're dead.
no! Oh, it's a disaster! Celery comes in with the huge Mortimer's Kisses, and they both get cleaned up, caught with their pants down. Viking take full advantage and one of his kisses, clean them right up, and that is your safe laner and your off laner just fed to the wolves. My goodness.
Oh my god. Oh. We were just watching the creeps and then like...
They call us off guard. Jesus.
Dude, I think they got the dragons too, maybe? That was a lot of farm there that they picked up. They got the position 1, the position 3, and I think 3 dragons.
Jeez, back in the bottom lane. Shad's not happy about it, but with Mag TPing in as well, they're back around too. They want some revenge on the Snapfire, but I don't think they're going to find it just yet.
Oh man. I think 33 kind of like stopped helping him do the Ancients, and that's how Skitter started losing a lot of HP. So maybe trying to do a little too much at the same time on the side of 33 here. Giving away 2 very crucial kills. Now the goal lead is like almost nothing.
Yeah, that's crazy. They've really swung it back. And I also want to point out how Shad was able to take this tower in the bottom lane by himself against 2 cores. Even if a support TP's in here, he's not worried because he's got that catapult to jump inside with the infest. So it's a really nice play from Shad.
Lifestealer, Juggernaut, these 2 are pretty much the only like carries that can actually take this tower on their own. I want to say, like the safe lane tower, so hard. 33 getting cookied up. Boom, haste rune. Is he gonna drop an RP for this?
RP though, he just drops it on his face to try and keep himself alive. 33 will survive through this one. Milana arrow not on target, unfortunately, as it flies off into the distance. And that's gonna put an end to this one, or is it? This Boom Spirit still hanging around, looking to take the next wave of creeps. And, Chains with the kisses coming out. Do they predict it nicely? No, he doesn't quite get up onto the high ground, and that's actually what saves his life there. But another one. Oh, Iron Mist round from the side. Utilizing these roots with the Monoman's kisses absolutely beautifully. Viking find themselves another couple of kills. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, there's been a supernova drop. They'll drop down the chrono to keep that supernova going and get that crash coming on down. Lifestealer in trouble. He doesn't have the infest, so all he can do is go down. Another kill up in the top lane makes it 2 for the side of the mudgolems. They might have killed the Magnus at bottom. They get carried away in the top lane with the Slardar and the Lifestealer, and they both end up losing their lives.
Yeah, now it's Vikings' turn to do 2 plays at the same time, bottom and top lane, but nice combo there. Chrono after the egg. Easy kill onto the Lifestealer. Very big.
Well, Celery running himself away. Oh, we're getting very close to the death in the mid lane.
You can see Celery also ready to kill that egg if needed. He's got that level 1 low shredder available. Oh, middle. Fight 8 ending here. Lifestealer's in.
Yep. Oh, nice usage of the rage to absorb the arrow, making it do absolute nothing as they try to just whittle down Boromir. He is very tanky without this Slardar around to reduce his armor. With Milan joining him on the high ground, they will have enough damage to tear through Boromir eventually. Takes some time, but they hammer through the DK and grab themselves that kill on the side of Viking whilst losing nobody.
It's really cool when you use open wounds and then Dark Willow uses the Bedlam, because even if you're like a bit low, you can lifesteal a lot off of that, and we're gonna see that combo quite a bit in this game, I think.
Yeah.
So they will both go on to the same target. Lifestealer slow them down. Willow going for the kill. Milan, oh.
Milan's not really afraid to hold his ground here. Oh no, the cookie back! Oh, it throws Lifestealer into the arrow! That is not the play! The RP being tempted and now being used. Ember's Spirit, he's gonna get caught inside of it. The Remnant away, is he gonna survive this one? I don't think so. Supernova comes down as well, just make sure they get this kill. I mean, the kisses doing a decent job here from Celery, but now he needs to leave. He needs to get out of the range of that Supernova. Fido's right on top of him though, has the fire coming down with the Sun Ray, and this strength here is gonna melt to the flames of the Mud Golems as they take a decisive win in the middle lane. They're gonna bring down the tower along with it.
I'm sorry, but did Milan predict the cookie was gonna come out and he arrowed there, or was he arrowing someone else? Like, I don't know which one it is, because one is like completely next level, the other one is just like, well, dumb luck, I guess. But
I mean, this guy's played so much Mirana that it wouldn't surprise me, but at the same time, like, there's no way, right? How wrinkly is this guy's brain?
Oh my goodness.
We'll never know, truly. Maybe we can get an interview with him afterwards if they win, but I would love to know.
Dude, that
write
so
it down,
sick,
analysts. Write it down.
That was actually so sick. Because I don't think they're ever gonna be able to finish that Lifestealer off, like, if they didn't get that beautiful arrow after the cookie came out.
Yeah. Insane.
I was like, before that happened, I was gonna say, I feel like this Mirana is not gonna be able to have too much impact, like after this early game, but boom, and then he does something like that.
Has just been eating all the arrows with the rage, but they might see a play here in the middle lane. They want to go into Skidder. They're going to try and get the Infest Bomb on Tin. The Fear comes out, chained beautifully, and brings down Skidder, but now the revenge comes through. They're jumping onto the Dark Widow. Aramis might lose his life. The Cookie away once again, dodging out that arrow, but that doesn't make a difference. They'll bring down Aramis regardless, and that's going to be a nice, clean trade, but not one which Mudgolems are going to be very happy with as they do end up losing their carry. Hello, Butter? That is not the high ground you want to be chilling on right now. The little flaming pigeon gets put into the grave as another kill goes the way of Team Viking. They go in deep and they come out with the goods. They bring down 2 heroes.
Is it time for the big bad Roshan? Not yet, says Viking. They're just gonna go top, take that tower instead, open up the map a little bit. They might just wait for the Slaughter level 2 Corrosive Haze or like a Chrono to be used by Mudgolems before they commit to the Roshan pit.
Yeah, I guess with Chronosphere and Supernova both being up, you make a good point that it's very, very scary for Viking to actually fight into.
Definitely. And the Magnus, in case he ever decides to screw her in and get a RP.
Yep. You know to expect big things from 33, so that's not in the realms of impossibilities here.
What's he buying? He's got a Void Stone now, after his mech Arcane Boots. He's going for Blink next? Like casual Void Stone?
Casual Void Stone?
I don't know. I'm a little bit confuzzled, but yeah.
I'm not like it could be like the casual Void Stone now, knowing that he's going to build a Lotus Orb later on.
Yeah, could be.
I don't
Instead of just completing a Guardian Greaves, maybe. But now he's gonna go for the Blink. He needs the Blink. Like he's not gonna be able to get any decent RPs without the dagger here. I say that now, and then like 2 minutes from now, he's gonna get like a 4-man RP by just scoring in.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
It does. It does. It's always when you least expect it. That's when Magnus shines the most.
Yeah, actually the opponent's like, oh, the Mag doesn't have Blink, it's okay, you know? Yeah. And then they just go crazy, and then boom. Score RP.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. Meanwhile, jump up onto the high ground. They're trying to bring down this DK. They're all joining the neighborhood. Along with one of his kids is coming through over on head. This is going to be a DK going down. He's just going to try and stand his ground for as long as possible. But with him dead, again, you know, you got to ask the question. Maybe it's Roche time for Viking. Toby certainly thinks so as he slithers his way into that pit. That slippery little sucker.
It might just be. That was a really bad death. That was a really bad death from Borneo there. Not like. They just fought there earlier. They know there's vision and there's no sentries by your team to deward that area. And you're going there, farming, you're dying next to Roshan as well. Milan,
Jumping onto the Mirana here. Nice Yules to dodge out the stun, but unfortunately it is going to be the end for Milan. Meanwhile, on the back lines, there's some nice plays going on. Just the solo plays from Aramis, locking down 2 heroes, just setting them up for the perfect couple of kills. That was absolutely brilliant. Now, well, Supernova's going to get dropped. That's going to do nothing as Celery takes it out with a little shredder. Man, I mean, they go for the kill onto the Mirana. She buys some time with the Yules, and they recognize this, and Aramis just goes around the back, drops the Terrorize onto 2 heroes, chains it up perfectly with the Cursed Crown as well, gets herself an amazing couple of just lockdowns and allows the team to deal with the Mirana, and then come over and get 2 more extra kills. Brilliant, brilliant play on this Dark Willow.
So good. Aramis has just been so on point in this game. Magnus feeling extremely uncomfortable this game. Like, this is 33 is not in his element right now.
No,
that's for sure. He's like, sure, empowering his ally and making him fat and all, but got like Void Stone with the Arcane Boots, still needs dagger. 20 minutes in the game, he's all over the place. Like, when 33 plays his hero, he is so clean, right, with his gameplay, and it's just so fascinating to watch. But this has been completely off for him. Void in the last engagement.
Hopefully when 33 has Blink, we'll start to see a bit more from him.
Oh yeah, he needs to. He needs to produce something with this hero still, because just being an Empower bot is not good enough to be able to win a game like this, where Viking is just constantly going to be running around, attacking, making small skirmishes with their Sodar, Ember, Dark Willows. They even got the Infest Bomb now.
So Toby has got himself a BKB queued up. feeling pretty good on this Slardar. You know, he just wanted to go for this blink as quickly as possible, give his Lifestealer an opportunity to play inside of him and make some plays.
He's also got that agility Vambrace. Whew, 20 extra attack speed. It's what he needs.
To see it. Yeah, you love to see it.
This Lysander has been inside Slaughter for a long time now. Just trying to find someone on the map. And they're okay with this, because Ember won't be able to collect all the farm on the map.
Once again, Mirana buying a little bit of extra time. Oh, up. Milan jumping himself away. Is it going to be enough with the corrosive haze on him? I think this might be the end for Milan regardless.
Oh, stick.
Quite a good amount of time here. Oh, up in the tower. Okay.
Milan, all right.
South, up he comes down. They've knocked down the Lifestealer. Maybe they'll be able to find this one, or they're just getting themselves into a bad fight. I'm not sure, but 33, he's going to eat it. He is dead, and it looks like that was not the trade which mudgolems should have been making.
No. It looked pretty good. Like, he was about to get away. Then Mag counts RP. He's like, oh, are they getting a kill here? Nope. He's got Aegis. It was a nice bait, you know, last second stick, earning the slaughter so he can't blink.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. If there was like some more heroes TPing in, I don't know if maybe the Void had TP on cooldown or something. But either way, that wasn't great. You just end up trading the more value kill for the less value kill, which ain't it, Chief. Well, back to the drawing board for mudgolems. I mean, the thing is that they can afford to make mistakes like this. I feel like Viking can't afford to make mistakes like that. That's the difference in these drafts.
No, they cannot. But they also have better fighting capabilities. Oh, here we go. Aramis getting stunned up. Oop.
Yeah, does dodge out the arrow though. And inside the Shadow Realm, she can do a decent amount of work still as the Terrorize comes down onto the DK, allowing Shao just to kind of wail away at him in the backlines. That is going to be Supernova being dropped down, but taken down by Celery in time. The Chronosphere as well. He's just going to get Yuled up inside, but won't even be able to bring down Aramis as the sun comes through. They take down the Void. Beautifully dumped by the side of Viking as they find themselves two. And now they're looking for more. Boom coming on forwards, but 33 gets the skewer back onto his high ground. He's going to be safe for now.
I think they're going to go to the high ground now on the side of Viking. They just used Chrono. They used Egg. So there's literally nothing to be afraid of for Vikings. Yeah, Boom is just going like a madman right now. He does not care. They have an AC, some minus armor for the tower. Then you also got the little shredder on the tower too. This is melting real quick.
Oh my goodness, it's falling fast. And look at 33 as well. He's changed his quick buy to the Perseverance. Not even going for the blink anymore. Just died too many times in a row.
Back to the Lotus. Help the Void out. That's their plan. And that's a Rax. A set of Rax. 23 minutes into the game, Nomad. It's very rare you see teams come back from a position like this.
Yep. But this team can do it. They have the draft to do so. Face this Void with the Empower. There's nothing to mess with. One of the best carry heroes in the game right now. And definitely bring back mudgolems. And add to that the fact that you've got all these big ultimates to play around as well. Like they are not going to let their guard down on the side of Viking until the Ancient has exploded.
Toby infested. They're gonna go for 33. He has no blink. Oh,
they just want to keep on bullying the poor old Mag. They will drop the ultimate from the Mirana. It's not going to be enough to save his life though. 33 dies. Nice play from Viking, just utilizing the vision they placed down earlier on to see the Magnus and go in for that really cheeky little kill. An immediate smoke as well. I mean, they're not done here.
Yep, they're hunting. They are not letting them farm. That's it. That's literally their one game plan. Don't let them farm.
Yeah. Now mudgolems are going to try and use this to grab themselves some bounties here. Might be able to do so as Fire grabs one, but yeah, sees Aramis and gets stunned up. Boom comes on through, looking to follow up on the setup there from Aramis, and they'll be able to do exactly that.
Boromir here too.
Oh no, linking up one kill to the next. Boromir in some trouble. The bash comes through, the damage is there, and the DK has fallen. Another kill in the bag for the side of Viking. This pressure is just getting too much for the side of the mudgolems. But still, Chronosphere up in 8 seconds. They've got the Supernova, they've got the RP, you know, maybe this is something they can make a play around. But it's a huge
Dragon Knight can't even escape. Like, even if the Dragon Knight's split pushing in this game to buy time, he can't get away from the Slaughter. He can't BKB and TP away from the Slaughter.
No.
So it's so difficult for them to just constantly get lanes out and try to buy enough time for the Void to get to his next item, which is actually a halberd. This halberd, most likely it should be for the Snapfire, so the low shredder won't kill his egg. Not even joking, because right now that low shredder is doing a lot of work as he's not really prioritizing the Snapfire to be inside the chrono.
Honestly, agreed. Like this Snapfire has just been like Celery's been bullying poor old Fada. No eggs today.
I want to see a Mask of Madness on the Sada too. Like with the item build that he has so far, Mask of Madness would be so good. Maybe even a Moon Shard if he wants to. Queued up the AC. I don't think it's that great considering Lysiler already has one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to hunt Toby. Where are you, little Void? Come out, come out.
Trying to catch a nice big purple fish, but won't do so. A little bit more reserved now from Viking. They've taken their foot off the gas a bit now that these ultimates are back.
Exactly, and there's no Aegis, right, on the Lysiler anymore. You can just wait it out, wait for the second Roshan. That's the Rax pushing Roshan. And Lysiler about to complete a Satanic. He's getting very, very close to it. That means if he doesn't get chronoed, right, all these other stuns, they're not going to be enough to bring him down at all.
They will not. They will not. And he's got that Titan Sliver to help out as well. An extra bit of status resistance there. Very nice indeed for Shad. He will enjoy that quite muchly. Mudgolems there, trying to set up for something at mid, see if anyone shows themselves. So far, no one has made themselves very available.
Mid lane. Celery. Where's the Dragon Knight? It's very far away, actually.
Oh, that Blink Initiation. Not really making themselves available just yet. Viking now have the information they need to know that there's something fishy going on in the mid lane, and they can set up for exactly that. Mudgolem's just taking a nice close formation. They don't want to move apart from each other. They're even going to make a smoke play here. Doubling back into their own jungle, which is where Viking were, but have just left. They want the D-wards, though. They want control back.
I think they saw that Milan came out of nowhere and killed off that ward. So they know they're going to be smoked up. Oh, arrow. Scouts out the Roshan. Roshan is alive now. Pretty big. That was a very fast rush, by the way. Spawn. I think it was almost instant.
Yeah, and we'll be taken down fast by the side of Viking as well with this Corrosive Haze.
They want to fight first, and I think Mudgolems have to fight back here. They need to win this engagement in the Roche pit.
A jump in, they go for the stun out onto the Snapfire. Arrow's got to follow up as well. Maybe they can find the kill, but in the backlands, Milan just gets completely wrecked by Shad, and they can't even finish off the Snapfire. They're now fighting with a man down on the side of Mudgolems. What can they really make happen here? Skidder, he's waiting. He's looking for the Chronosphere. Can he drop it? Yes, he can, but in comes Sophia over on ahead and tries to Mantis dodge. He isn't able to do so. The Chronosphere just gets completely wasted as Toby jumps into the backlands. Nice Supernova comes on over the top to maybe bring down the Slardar, but they're even having troubles with this. They will finish him off, but there's so much damage being done by the Marvelous Kisses, by Boom as well, coming on in. That allows them to take down 33 as the Void gets sent up into the air, now disarmed up as well. Using that disarm onto the Lifestealer anyway as he now gets stunned up. The heals come in, but it's not going to be enough. They will lose Skidder. The Faceless Void is down. Borenia has that BKB. He's finally going to pop it, but to what extent? He makes nothing happen. The team fight is lost. Mudgolems again take a very big L, and this is probably going to result in Roshan for the side of Viking, although they don't have their Slardar. But at the same time, with no ultimates up on the side of Mudgolems, I'm fairly sure they can just wait for the Slardar to respawn, then go Roche anywhere. I don't think they're afraid of Mudgolems now. This Chronosphere's on cooldown for the next 100 seconds. But...
oh, they might be able to catch Boom here.
Oh no, they tried to make the play. It didn't quite work out. He's still trying to bait in the Ember Spirit, see if he can get that stun off onto him, but Ember knows the range to play at. He's not letting himself get Dragon-tailed up too easily until his team arrive, which they now do. A nice arrow, then that actually misses. And yeah, the DK is just going to end up dying here.
Monster kill for Boom. He is doing it for his team. That last fight. Oh man, yeah, they're just gonna get Roshan. This is the Aegis and the Cheese. They were only able to kill the Slaughter in the last engagement because the Slaughter didn't click his BKB. By the way. So now he's gonna have a Cheese on him. And they're gonna be grouped up as 5 as well. Mudgolems, what you gonna do, guys? You're gonna have to make some play that catches off the 2 supports on the side of Vikings and try to play 5 versus 3. It's probably the best thing that they could do, and even then, I'm not sure if they can win. It's so hard. These guys are so tanky on the side of Radiant. But that's a start, right? That's where you gotta start. You gotta get rid of these squishy supports if possible.
I mean, maybe that fight could have gone a little differently if the Faceless Void was able to Manta dodge the fear, but he's got no BKB, so there's just so many things he needs to worry about. If the Dark Willow's not inside the Chronosphere, he's going to have problems. If the Snapfire's not inside the Chronosphere, he's probably going to have some problems. If the Ember's not inside, he's the one with the Yules, he's going to have problems.
Yep. There's just too much control for the Faceless Void. Completely agreed. Without a BKB, he's just not a real hero right now. And he needs items. Like, he needs damage items, too.
Yeah. They need
Empower
Magnus to
just
have this
ain't
blink
cutting
as
it.
well. He's gone for the Lotus Orb instead.
Here we go.
A bit
Smoke
sad
from
for
bottom to
33.
top. This is it. Okay, guess who do you think is gonna get caught first? Nomad. Someone on Mudgolems is 100% getting initiated on first. Who's it gonna be? Is it Milan again?
Oh yeah, it's a Milana. Gonna be going down here. Although,
Oh,
no reveal.
vision.
No, he's gonna
Okay.
take the bounty route as well. Milan, you cheeky little kid.
Oh, he
He's
gets
TP
spotted.
away.
Oh,
Behind the
that's
trees.
in.
They don't see him. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
My goodness.
He's out.
Aramis even uses the ultimate. He thinks he's found him, and he hasn't.
Oh,
Just
the tree line vision.
sick jukes from Milan there. Sick juke.
That was sick. That was sick. That was sick. He overblinked like behind the tree, and then Milan just like TP'd out from the tree line. He dusted him too. Oh, that was nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, some space made by Milan there. Bottom like about 30 to 45 seconds, I guess. Vikings back on the hunt though.
Yeah, they are. Their pressure's going to be relentless. They want to end this game. They want to kill, which allows them to end the game.
Exactly. They don't want to just straight up, bang their heads into this high ground.
Nope.
Nope. That's 2012 Dota.
Yeah. Oh, poor
Bang your
33.
heads into the high ground.
He's trying to get himself some creeps, and then Milan just comes in and Starstorms it. He's like, I'm a 3 now. Get in your place, Magnus. Chad Marana. Onto the Lifestealer, gonna stop him from walking up the high ground just freely, but doesn't really care.
This is a big bad Lifestealer. It's satanic and armless.
Yep. They stick to their guns, Lifestealer doesn't work in game 1, doesn't work in game 2, but in game 3 it's certainly doing something.
Yep, smoke, here it is. The wraparound, they want to try something. Again, they gotta get the supports. They have
They've got to blink
to
on Mac.
nail them.
Wait, did he sell
Did
his
they? What did they
mech?
sell? He sold his mech, yeah,
and
he
his
sold his
arcanes
mech.
for the blink.
No, he had Lotus Orb. He did not sell his arcanes, right? He split it. But yeah, he sold his mech for the blink.
Oh right, yeah, he used his arcanes to make the Lotus Orb, got it. Stun onto the Lifestealer. Might be losing his Aegis here, maybe not. But they really want to catch him off guard with this blink RP. Maybe they can get someone, I mean, it's looking like it could be an
There's no
opportunity,
angle.
But yeah.
They're split. This is like, this pentagram is like insane. They just, oh no.
No, it's daytime, they see everyone, the smoke's run out. Opportunity is getting very, very slight. Middle lane barracks is all that remains for Mudgolems. Their hopes and dreams of taking this series lies in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Viking, they'll split off elsewhere on the map.
Yep, free racks, top side. They even blew a smoke and a Moonlight Shadow. Just couldn't find the angle as the 5 heroes have been perfectly split away from one another. So they cannot be RP'd or chronoed with like more than 1 hero in it.
Viking positioning gods. Not getting caught out as all this game.
Play smart, man. Get your Aegis, get your cheese. Now you have used the 2 life hero to go hit the buildings. So they can't touch him. They have to maybe try and like skewer the mag or something. Like, so if we skewer the Lifestealer with the mag, like just touch the Lifestealer a little bit, see how Vikings react. But they didn't even try anything and just gave away the racks. So now they're just gonna play for the last mid racks left, and hopefully Vikings will just not go in without an Aegis once again and might wait for the third Aegis. If they decide to wait for the third Aegis, Mudgolems will have like an extra 5 minutes to maybe get another item on this Void.
Yeah. That could be nice. That could be nice. Going for that MKB next on Skidder. Just wants some damage. Just wants the ability to kill a hero inside this Chrono. But honestly, without the BKB, that seems very difficult. Aramis is always there waiting, as is the Ember. And the likelihood of catching both Aramis and Ember inside one Chrono is very, very slight.
33 feels so bad now that he bought this blink and had to sell his neck for it. Look at his net worth. I've never seen his net worth be so low ever before, I think.
Nope.
Like, you can tell he's uncomfortable playing this hero from the beginning till now. It's just very unfortunate. In game 3, you're just like kind of forced into this situation.
Such a high-tempo player as well, you know, someone who just likes to click his buttons and go and make space and go and make plays and be annoying and make counter plays.
Oh, he likes to farm.
Yeah.
That's what he loves to do, and he can't do it on Mag because he has to let other people farm when he's playing Magnus.
Tier 4 items. Oh, I like this. They stack the Ancients because they know they don't have long inside the jungle to try and find these items. They stack the
Anything
Ancients.
interesting?
Spell Prism on Void. Does that interest you? Flicker on DK. No, Flicker on DK
I guess
is really
Dire.
Surely put the Flicker on the Void, right? Like getting rid of the Corrosive Haze, getting rid of all sorts would be really nice. Like,
I think they need the multiple chronos probably. Like as soon as they drop the chrono, they're gonna need another one up instantly. So might as well make it 20% faster for Skidder.
Yeah,
but yeah, the Flicker to remove the
Corrosive
Haze.
Chrono. Not quite enough, I don't think.
Hey man, 20% faster. Better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, time walk 4.8 seconds too. Whew, this game, man. Looking back on this game, I can't help but feel like the time where the Void and the Magnus died here is where everything just went to poop for Mudgolems.
Yeah, it really did. It really did. From that point on, oh no, they're trying to make a play onto Aramis here, but they don't have him locked down. He's got the invis, and now the Dragon Tail won't connect. Mirana in the front lines just getting absolutely cooked here by Boom. The Yours comes down, double use just to keep him nice and safe. And Supernova, it's going to come crashing down, but it's going to come crashing down on no one. They back themselves away, now come back in. Boom looking for the advantage here, manages to get himself a chains off onto the Phoenix, but Phoenix has to jump away. Milan with the buyback, but in comes Toby, but he is going to miss here. They're baiting them out quite well on the side of Mudgolems, but they finally do lose a hero. It's the Phoenix which goes down. Skidder up onto the high ground, but they are still chasing. Boom is looking, but will not find them. Doesn't connect with the side of Fist. They can get themselves back on the side of Viking and just kind of recuperate from this. They've managed to force a buyback from both the supports now, so they can look to maybe take them down the next fight and then really make them suffer on the side of Mudgolems.
Yeah, that was Roshan wasn't even up yet, so a little bit of a freebie for Viking there, just getting 2 kills. I like the fact that Mudgolems at least tried something, right?
Yeah.
They didn't just sit in the base and wait for.
Oh no, they're going to walk into the Slardar and the Life Stealer. They don't have vision up on this high ground. It's very awkward. They jump in the background. They're just trying to take down Flatter as quickly as possible. He does not have buyback, but he gets the Icarus dive away. Can they keep on chasing is a question. Yes, they can. Boom comes in, gets a kill. Now the fight is completely split. Mudgolems are very, very broken up right now as he faces Void in the front lines. He does have the Manta, chooses not to use it here. He could be in some trouble. Does put the Manta, immediately walks into a Bramble Maze. This isn't how you do it. Fear comes down now on top of Skidder. Skidder's going to lose his life. The Void is dead without buyback, without even using a singular damn Chronosphere. It's just feeling real bad right now for the side of Mudgolems. They are just not keeping it together in the final moments of this game, as it looks like Vikings, they didn't even want Roshan. They want to take it down mid. They want this buyback, and once they realize he doesn't have it, they will be ending this game.
They tried. They didn't have the egg though, which was a little bit awkward making a smoke move, but they thought the Roshan was surely already up, and they just had to go in and do something.
Ornia jumping onto the Ember, throwing a couple of stuns
so
this
tanky.
way. Arid follow up his
He's
This
so
dude's
tanky.
ripped.
Dude, Leon's Shivas and Octarine, they did like a solid 600 damage to him.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah, this Dragon Knight is hitting like a wet noodle this game.
Maybe they find the Willow. Nope, Heal comes in. Cookie as well. Boronier now actually the one in trouble. Has to pop his BKB to survive this one. Meanwhile, 13 seconds till the Void is back with that Chronosphere, but they have now been megaed. Mudgolem backs against the wall with 31k gold advantage to the side of Vikings as well. They do have this Magnus and this DK to defend from the Mega Creeps, but yeah, this is feeling like it might be heading towards the end of the game pretty shortly, Theban.
Yep. Moonshard Slaughter is just... I mean, I think this Moonshard Slaughter can pretty much solo any of the cores on Mudgolem. I mean, he's just a position 3, so...
Monstrous.
Yep.
Free Ags for the Ember as well. Nice little boost to his net worth and make him more effective in these fights. And now it's just a case of driving that dagger, plunging it deep into the hearts of the Mudgolems, finally taking them down once and for all. They can do not much but wait. Aghanim's also picked up on the Snapfire. Bit of yeet
Sight on
potential.
the Dark Willow.
Oh, nice.
All the items are coming in. All the items are coming in for Radiant. They got 40k gold lead.
Oh man, how much? What's the chance? I mean, Dota Plus says 1% chance. I'm inclined to agree.
That's very optimistic by Dota Plus.
Look at the two carries. They're just sizing each other up. It's like the bit before the boxing match. And now, oh no! The aerial Snapfire illusion comes flying on through onto Skitter. Break of the rules. Nice two-man stun from Toby, bashing them back as well with the Havoc Hammer. In come the kisses over on head. Fada forced to use this ultimate right in front of their faces.
Egg?
They will drop down the Chronosphere on top of that.
Oh, the Egg's alive.
Turn this. They're going to be able to take down the Lifestealer, but this is a target with an Aegis, so it doesn't really achieve much. Skitter jumps back to the fountain, keeping himself alive. Meanwhile, 33 has been dropped. We do not have an RP in this fight. That is a major component missing now from the Mudgolems draft as they just continue to wail away at these tier 4 towers. Chad just dealing damage. Meanwhile, the backlines will take down Boronier. Boronier has the buyback on the sidelines though. They'll jump on that Phoenix. They'll take him down. We're just trying to play around the sidelines here. Skitter jumps in, trying to look for his moment to go, but unfortunately he just gets absolutely obliterated, and that will be it. The GG gets popped, and Viking will take game number 3, securing this series for themselves and beating the Mudgolems. Well, I mean, it was convincing in this final game. Every single game this series was convincing in the end. But this one, I mean, what were the main ingredients to Vikings' victory there, Theban?
They just played to their timings. As soon as their Slaughter and Ember were strong, they just kept running at them. That one play, as soon as Snapfire got the level 6, where they smoked into the triangle area and killed the Void and the Magnus, that was it. That just, like, completely ruined whatever advantage Mudgolems were building up. And they just kept on pushing from there. I loved how Vikings played. They had such a fast lineup, and they just never let Mudgolems stand up.
That's pretty much it. Just kept on knocking them down time and time again. And, you know, a few crucial mistakes from Mudgolems really cost them, you know, like the Snapfire ultimate into the two heroes trying to do the Ancients earlier on. I mean, it was a bit clowny, but at the same time, hugely costly for the side of Mudgolems. And in the end, those were the moments which brought Viking this victory and put them into the driving seat and able to just kindly cruise themselves to a win here in this game number 3. And that's going to be it for this series here in the Epic League. But yeah, we're going to throw it over back to our lovely, lovely panel to break down the games a little bit further. So we'll hand it over to you guys.
Thank you, Nomad. Loving the hat, loving the curls. Keep it curly, my man. Game number 3 goes Viking GG. Lacoste, they've done it again. 29-13. Pretty convincing win for the Radiant Viking boys.
Yeah, I mean, Viking showed up in game 3. I mean, the whole series was pretty much one-sided. We expected them an even game in game number 3, just, you know, to have a better Dota, better quality of Dota, but we can't take anything away from them. The execution, like, they did not give away, you know, any chances to Mudgolems to actually come back into this game. Like they did not give. It also shows the strength. And these two teams, I think they're the best up and coming. I wouldn't even call them up and coming anymore.
They're here, dude. They've arrived.
They really are here. You know, a lot of people, a lot of tier 1 teams can also, you know, also learn from them how to play Dota, because they're looking strong, both of them.
Yeah, I think that the key thing here is just the fact that Viking had that bounce back. I think after game 1, I was looking at this Mudgolem, and I was like, all right, guys, they've just they understand Viking, the out of the heroes, understanding the philosophy, and Mudgolems might have them, but then that kind of domination game 2, and the same again for game 3. We mentioned it during like the draft part. It's like Viking, they need to have this strong timing, to play aggressive, they need to keep it at the throats of mudgolems, and they did just that. They gave them no room to do anything. And sure, there's a couple times where you might see some big spells from mudgolems, but it never transpired to any net gain, and that's where we saw Viking just again clean. It was beautiful to watch, very aggressive.
There were a couple of nice sequences from mudgolems towards the beginning of that game. Like we had a nice chrono into A. There was like an RP follow-up, but as you said, it didn't really turn into anything. And we've got Aramis again for an interview, I think. Hello, Aramis?
Yeah, hello.
Welcome back. How are you, bud? I'm
very well, thank you.
Congratulations once again. Nice that we get to bring you back onto the show here. T-Gov Lacoste. Anything for Aramis? Again, you're going to have to dig deep.
Yeah.
This is interview number 2 now. It's the
Yeah, well, why is it always you that's doing the interviews? I'm pretty sure you're like, man, I want to chill. We just won a game, so why is it always you?
I mean, I'm always getting, the most... I'm playing like the post-4, sacrificial drafting role, and I'm also getting the interviews. I'm that kind of guy.
Well, for me, you are MVP. Just wanted to say that.
Oh.
Okay, well, what does Aramis do in his free time? Like when he's not playing Dota, what is he doing?
I'm chilling.
All right. So a Dota guy through and through. I guess,
Nice.
Aramis, like, we want to learn a little bit more about you and your teammates, because you're a team that, we don't know your personalities that well. You guys haven't amassed a huge, like social media following yet. Like, what are you watching right now? Any good shows? Like what's hot on the Aramis list right now in terms of video content?
Well, actually, I've just recently watched Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Okay.
That was pretty dope. I mean, I'm kind of like an anime guy.
Oh, an anime guy. All right, well, hit us with it. What's number 1 in your book, favorite anime all time?
I mean, if you were gonna make me go into this,
He is.
I'll just say Full Metal Alchemist is probably the best one. Brotherhood.
Okay. All right.
I'll rank it number 1.
Classic. Yeah. T-Gov, any anime questions for him here? I know you're an expert.
Mate, I've never watched anime in my life. I have no idea. Sorry, can't help you there. My question though, segueing away from anime so that I'm safe. We had an interview earlier with VP, and we asked about him hitting 10K, if he had any advice for the up and coming players. He just said, get good. Kind of. Do you have any advice to up and coming players and just kind of the aspect of improving their own game to then look towards like that career further ahead?
Get good. No, I'm kidding.
Thank God.
I mean, you should just play a lot, but when you play, you shouldn't be like AFK piloting, like autopiloting. You should be like proactively thinking about the game and about winning. You should be the guy who's like proactively trying to win the game for your team. That's how you improve, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Shot calling and stuff like that. Can you share anything about like what the expectations are or what your scrim schedule is like? We heard earlier that VP plays 8 pubs per day per player, and then they scrim on top of that. That's some serious time commitment. What is your team's schedule look like? How many like games per day do you guys average?
I mean, it depends, but when we're like full, we might scrim like 4 games a day for like a few days, and some pubs here and there. I mean, we believe in like breaks, so we are not like, so we don't get overburnt. But I mean, when we need to prepare, we prepare.
Gotcha. Okay, so you guys are more conscious about it's time to prepare. We're gonna do like a mini boot camp, and then there's time off to balance that. I like that. Okay, very well. Well, thank you, Aramis. Appreciate learning a little more about your media preferences and hearing about the inner workings of the team. If you guys keep this up, you might be back. So prepare for more anime questions in the future, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Good luck, man.
Thanks.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. So yeah, you guys need to do some research here. T-Gov, we need 2 monitors. We need Dota on one. We need anime on the other, so that you can be ready for the next Viking GG interview.
Yeah, I've just never considered watching anime.
Well, mate, there's a first time for everything.
Dude, I was so scared when you start bringing that up. I was like, you think you're gonna ask me and get me to get an anime question going? I was, oh god. Christ.
It was a dice roll.
It
All
was.
right. Well, again, we're behind schedule today. Anything else we want to talk about that series? We always jump into those interviews really quick. So anything else about this Mudgolem Viking GG before we bury the hatchet?
Up and coming
Viking-
anime, like what's gonna be good in 2021, like that's what I want to talk about. Do we have any info? Zayori?
I got to do
big
some
anime
research. I got to call a couple of people and
fan?
I'll report back. We got a new panel coming on after this series, so hopefully Trent and Lizard can report on the latest anime dealings. If not, we'll
Guys,
get Mott
Viking
down
is
here.
3-0 in the group stage. Isn't that more important than what you're going to watch in 2021? They're
Okay.
3-0, lads.
T-Gov,
This could be their tournament.
You're hitting us with the facts. This could be their tournament. Now, who have they beat already? Because that's always the thing to look at. They 2-0'd Secret. They 2-1'd Liquid. And now they've just beat the Mudgolems 2-1. Those are some pretty big opponents in this group stage already. They're coming out of the gate swinging, T-Gov?
There we go. Exactly. No more anime. Say no to anime. Say yes to Dota. Viking will maybe continue doing well. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. No more Viking GG today. We will get to see them tomorrow. They'll be coming up in the opener against OG, so Viking fans rejoice. Plenty more games to come, but for now, moving into a break, Nigma versus Alliance, final series of the day, coming up after this break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
John! Yes, I'm coming. The car is here. John, come on! All right, I'm leaving.
Yes, I'm getting down. Give me a second.
Kelly.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Ready perfectly, baby.
Well, yeehaw, partners. We got more Dota 2 for you today. Woo! Cowboy Loda. Never thought I'd see it. Trent Lizard, welcome to the broadcast, man. How you feeling?
Howdy.
Shoot him up.
I suppose.
Howdy ho.
Someone poisoned the water hole, Trent. It's an emergency.
Oh.
Anyway, I digress. Nigma versus Alliance. This one started real quick. We're a little bit behind schedule. I think these teams wanted to get going. So no time for lollygagging, boys. How are you? Quick introductions. Lizard, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, all good. Practicing playing those 8 pubs a day, like some
VP?
teams say you have to go pro. But
Good.
Really not going anywhere, but yeah.
That's the whole plan right now, right? Don't go anywhere. So that's why we're all here watching some Dota. So it's it's good to watch Alliance and Nigma again. I think Alliance still looking for the wins here. Nigma 1-1,
Yes.
Alliance 0-2. So it's not, and they've been some pretty tough losses for Alliance. I mean, they were Navi and OG, so it's not like they're losing to like the weaker teams or anything like that. But they were kind of tough losses both times, where it felt like Alliance obviously had very good games, especially that incredible comeback with Nico Baby that most people are going to remember with the Rapier, and then versus Navi, the game was like even, like the third game when it's 1-1, and then suddenly they just lose one team fight because of a Doom, and it feels like the game's just like totally out of reach. So I think it's rough to be 0-2 in their state right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they did take 2 games, right? So it's not all that dark for them. Maybe they can manage to take a series versus Nigma that haven't really played a lot, right? With Kuroki, they only played 2 series, lost 1, won 1. I think what everyone is thinking about is, are we going to see a Storm Spirits on Nigma? Because that's... they did pick it afterwards. They won with it quite well, right? But that one game is what everyone is going to remember.
That was some getting back on the horse stuff right there. You know, that's...
It really was. But Lena Phoenix, a little bit of fire for Nigma to get this started. Lena is like first band, first pick territory, just straight up now. I think that's been a recurring theme today. She has gotten a lot of attention.
Being able to play her on position 5 is also one of the reasons why she's first picked. You see a lot of teams playing her mid. Her offlane potential, I mean, as a position 4, pair it with something like a Slardar or a Magnus, you just dominate every single lane. So,
yeah, I guess at this point now she kind of feels like Snapfire in some ways, right? We're getting the mid, we're getting the off lane, we're getting the 4 and the 5. So she and how many times still are we even getting the Aghanims into a potential refresher? Like, it's not even that unusual for that to be a serious thought in these matches. That we've seen some of the games start to drag later and later, and with how fast Lena can clear out those creep waves on the side.
This combo that we mentioned earlier, like Slardar, Lena instantly gets banned out. Not only because of the Lena, right? It's also Lifestealer. You don't really want to play Lifestealer into the Slardar on the lane. It's horrible. Plus, Rubik hates playing against him. There isn't really any... Corrosive Haze is nice to steal, Sprint as well, but there aren't those spells that change the game for you. So better ban it out.
And Nigma taking out a couple of the spirits. That Void Spirit and the Prize Storm Spirit will be removed. So this is a big brain play. Kuro is just removing the temptation before they can even have that discussion. That's smart. Very smart.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we head in towards Chen at all for the side of Alliance, right? On the one hand, I feel like Lena and Phoenix are actually like kind of okay versus that style. Like Phoenix gives you those earlier fights with the egg, maybe not level 1 egg, but especially when you're level 12, and then Lena can help to sort of relieve some of that pressure that you can get from a Chen lineup. But at the same time, we know how important stacking is right now, and if you get a mid that can clear stacks in combination with Chen, sometimes you can just like snowball someone out of control.
Shen, like you bring a lot of creeps and you stack a lot, but those mid-game engagements when you can heal people with the mech plus ulti are so valuable when you're playing versus Phoenix and Lina, right? They have a lot of burst damage, a lot of overtime damage as well, so maybe they'll go that way. FNG help, he loves to play those enchantresses and Chens and whatnot, all these micro heroes. I believe this is Hanskin Rubik, right? There's like 99% chance it's him.
Yep. And really thinking about this ban here. Mm-hmm.
They're banning out all the BKB piercing. They're banning out the BKB. Yep. And the PA is gone.
We doing a Texas draft now after that Loda intro? Yep.
I saw it pop up on my replay. I was like, man, that's really. I'm hungry for like an old Western burger now or something. What's going on?
All right. Well, speaking of the Sapphire, it's a Phoenix. I wasn't sure if it was really worth it, but I guess it's Phoenix, so we'll take it, right? And we talk about Infest carrier. You can have double Infest carrier with Snapfire Gobble if it's core.
They didn't play it mid though so far, right?
I don't
they
think
didn't play
so.
Snapfire on mid. Did they play a lot of Snapfire? I don't think so at all. But yeah, it's a versatile hero. You can still play her on 5. FNG can play it. You can put her mid. You can put her offlane hack if you want to, right? Like there are some heroes when they get introduced and figure it out, they can be played anywhere. If you remember the Earth Spirit, right? When he when he was too broken, like you could play him mid, you could be a support. It doesn't matter really. Undying.
Any argument against Mars here? Is Mars Snapfire still available?
It's kind of ugly versus Undying is the only thing. Like if you wanted to go for like more ranged style in the lane.
They did
Undying is very good against the double strength. That's very, very true.
So the thing about Undying is he's good versus anything. Like no matter what lane you bring against Undying, if you fight him, he will dominate you. The trick is to not fight him. Just skip the waves, skip constantly, dodge him until you're like level 3 and he's under leveled, and then fight. So maybe Mars is an option. They lack that control in the team fight, which he would bring them.
And they've kind of stopped playing as much of the Nature's Prophet for S4 since ESL 1. Typically, that's kind of a hero that I tend to look towards versus the Undying, right? Because he's not really that bothered by him in lane.
Yep.
But seems to be a strat they're not as into anymore since we started Epic League.
Oh, they're certainly thinking about it.
I think Centaur looks really good this game because of Tombstone and Egg, though. Because like if they drop either of those and you could just disengage, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, the problem is they already picked their carrier, right? They took the Lifestealer, and when you see Phoenix and Undying Man, you're wishing you had your PL or Morphling. Yeah, PL is a bit dead, but when you see a game such as this one, it's just so good. Still, Lifestealer is also fine. You have built-in Rage.
And Snapfire, right? You got the little shredder, so they do have some tools.
Yeah, now you can only take down one of them, though. It's kind of funny, right? Now they just take Pugna, get the Nether Ward down, and...
We just have to coordinate it, you know? Lifestealer goes for the egg, Snapfire goes for the Tombstone. Split your efforts.
So this will be the hero we don't want getting banned, right? For Nigma, whatever they think is like the most important thing to their draft right now.
They could go for something like... never mind, Morphling is banned. It was also a pretty good Morphling game for them.
Yeah, Morphling Void, right? Two huge ones right now.
I mean, this is where they normally pick Storm for Wii, so... I mean, what does look good for Wii this game?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was thinking Sven or AM. Like the AM, because the control's kind of weak, but I also kind of wish they had another stun. Because right now they still don't have a leading one, so I don't know if that would stop them from maybe going for the AM. So I'm hoping that either Weeha's going to be on a Lina that goes like for the Yules and stuff, or whatever this last hero is, just needs like that first jump in for Nigma, right?
Starter. Yeah.
I think you need this Lina to be mid. Just like you said, I think Wii has to be that Lina because you're missing that frontliner that will be able to initiate and make things happen. If you don't pick an offlaner right now, if you pick mid, what makes this Phoenix offlane, right? You would have such weird lanes like Phoenix Lina offlane, which isn't strong, then Undying position 5 with anti-mage. I think Lina has to be mid.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they banned Legion Commander. All right, that's really good catch against AM. Yep. What is the big lockdown for AM still left that could work with this alliance draft? Is there one?
I mean, they're both
I
kind of
guess-
hunting for the lockdown offlaner. I feel
Yeah.
like, right? I mean, is Mag still in after all this? He is, right?
Mag is still in.
Mag's kind of tempting for both teams, right?
There he goes.
There he goes. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's
was
cool.
So
because Nigma had first pick,
Could-
right?
This is an interesting position for these drafts to be in.
You kind of both need the same thing. And
Yeah.
you're thinking, okay,
Yeah.
what can we ban? But they have a ban as well, right?
Yeah,
So
you're wondering
some-
how far you can push it with the bans, right?
Exactly.
Like if
And
we
they
ban
both need a
this,
core too, which is also making this more interesting.
my overlay thing keeps covering the heroes. Is Beastmaster banned? I can't see it.
Yeah, it is.
Ah,
Yes,
damn.
he
Is
is.
But
what was the other hero? Is Underlord banned?
No, he is not.
that's
Although
an
he might
option.
be here by alliance. There is certainly a fair chance.
What's very interesting is they banned out Viper on the side of Nigma. So we
Could have
have
been that
seen
like
some
off lane Viper, yeah, the 3-3 style.
the ATOS, offlane Viper, whatnot.
And with the break on AM, that would have been kind of cool. And they'd have another
Mm.
ranged hero to help take down like tombstones and eggs.
It's also a hero that doesn't care too much about undying, right? Like you can't bully him because he's just going to poison you constantly. And when you get those 5 stacks, you need to run.
Tide is still in.
Underlord banned out.
Yep. Good call.
All right, we got them all, guys.
There's not many left. I mean, is like Timbersaw is still in.
Stuns, my man. Do we need stuns?
I know.
Off
but
lane
there's not-
DK maybe for MC.
Axe. How about Axe?
Wow, I haven't seen an axe in a while.
I know. Me neither.
That's actually-
That's why I got excited about it.
It's not bad.
I don't mind your Tide call. Only Rubik is a problem. Oh, Batrider.
How could we forget about Batrider? Because no one's been playing him at all. That's how we forgot it. This is the first Bat pick of the tournament, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's crazy is this Batrider used to be top tier pick just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and nothing's changed. It's not like a new patch came out. It's just that new heroes, like it's just rotated around, and people started thinking, okay, we need Slardars more than bats, and bat kind of got forgotten.
So, I mean, Sand King, that's a stun.
I feel like I just want to like knock down. Well, yeah, I kind of want to knock down buildings right now as Alliance and just like push in and try and take a lot of this map over. Because they just want to fight you right now as Nigma, but if you have a really good way to siege, that could be kind of difficult for them. Like an offlane DP or something.
If Brewmaster wasn't terrible, I'd say that's an S4 hero, but I don't think
It's
Brew's
definitely
good
an
enough.
S4 hero.
It's Mars. All right, I called it a while ago. Okay.
Came right back, and it's Weehaw taking the Batrider. So is MC playing Phoenix or Lena?
MC Lena.
All right.
That's exciting. Okay, a Weehaw Bat and S4 Mars. What are we thinking here, gang? Game number 1. What do we like? Who's taking it?
I kind of just like alliances because I feel like it's easier to just like play Dota. I mean, I can see how Nigma win because we're on a timer with Miracle, right? And it's a Miracle AM. So I don't want to like say I'm doubting that, but to me, it feels like I just really like Arena right now. I feel like as long as S4 has like a half decent start in combination with these heroes, they should be able to get a pretty good advantage in the early game.
I just want to look at the lanes. I think we should have a pretty good lane, but this offlane mind control Lena plus GH, they need to dodge somehow. They need to creep skip. They need to do something because Snapfire and Lifestealer will eat them. You can't keep range against that, and it looks difficult for me. I think Alliance also have an advantage.
All right, well, we'll see if Nigma can stand up here, but game 1, now that the draft is complete, will start. Remember, those of you that are betting, check below the stream. You can find all the winners and their odds at egb.com. They've got a banner below the stream. Get at it if you're so inclined. But until then, we're going to hand it over to our casters. We've got Sunsfan and Cinderin, a special treat for y'all.
Greetings, salutations, thank you, panel. This is the point of the cast that we make sure that Cinderin's microphone and other things that he needs to make sure that work beforehand work now.
I
Cinderin,
always
are
have
you
it under
okay?
control. Yes, of course I am. Of
Are
course
you
I'm fine.
sure?
I love that they
Okay.
introduced it as a special treat. You know, that can be both good and bad. I think we'll bring a little bit of both. I'll try to be good today.
Thank you,
can be,
Cinderin. You've been very bad for the majority of your career.
I know.
I didn't want to say anything to you.
I know.
But now that you
Yeah.
brought it up, you know.
You need
looking at
sometimes you
these
just
two-
need to look inside and remember how bad you've been.
Okay, that could be perceived many different ways, and we won't go there, Cinder. But thank you for making this a non-PG stream already. Alliance versus Team Nigma, Cinderin. Which lineup for this specific game do you like more?
I think what the panel talked about is something I agree with quite a lot, that you look at Nigma's lineup and the only real playmaking potential is the Bat Rider. So I think Bat needs to have a good game. I had a feeling Alliance might try to solve that by actually putting their Lifestealer just mid against the Bat. He will free farm there and then Ember can play safe lane. But it looks like Alliance are willing to put the Ember against Bat, which I think is a pretty heavily Bat-favored matchup. So looking for probably some domination out of Wii in this game. And if that's the lane matchup we're going to get, I'll give Nigma a much better chance than I would otherwise. But yeah, the strategies are definitely very different, right? You see the Dire lineup is very skirmish-oriented with low cooldowns. You've got Snapfire, Mars, Ember, all of them with like stuns, catch, Rubik even. And on the other side, there's literally one reliable catch, which is the Lasso. And then you have a Lina stun, and the rest is kind of teamfight-centric spells. So it's like, I don't know if that really gave you an answer, but just look for really different playstyles. Alliance want to play fast, and Nigma kind of want to just bide their time and dodge a lot until
You'd
AM.
be a great politician, and I wouldn't,
Thank
because
you.
I would have said just one team or the other, and that would have been the end of my thought. So congratulations, Cinderin. You're a terrific.
Thank you.
One thing I do want to mention, though, is FNG is playing the Snapfire. So position 5, I highly doubt we see an Ags, although it's been extremely common on the hero. That the panel kind of brought that up before, whether it's in more of the core or more prominent the position 4 that ends up getting a lot of form with the Agnum Scepter. Do you think that is going to be
flat out broken, right?
Yes, that's what I was going to get to. I think it's actually a broken Ags that will be nerfed.
That
in
Ags
the
is
next
just
patch.
absurd. I didn't think so
you
highly
pick it
of in the
without that
start,
in mind. Like,
yeah.
Do you think that's a detriment to them, or?
I think the primary purpose of Snapfire in this game is to secure the safe lane and to try to kill the Phoenix Supernova. I think those are the main things, and an Aghanims will obviously be a great extra benefit. Oh, FNG almost dying. He actually salved there.
Yeah.
That is real bad as a start here. You use the only salve you have in lane, and it heals you for like 50 before you get attacked. You seem to be worried about dying to that last attack when he might have survived. So good domination, and this is one thing I will disagree with the panel on, was their prediction of this lane. I don't think Lifesteal or Snapfire just run over this lane. Double ranged hero in early levels, Lina being one of them, is extremely powerful against Lifesteal. He has okay armor, but his feast isn't significant enough to maintain this amount of harassment, and it kind of means that FNG needs to be this sponge, right? You see how much damage he's been taking already on the snap, because if he doesn't do it, it's Lifestealer, and that's even worse.
Yep, of course it is early on. I mean, is there a point in this lane that it starts to go in the favor of Alliance, you think? Or will it continue down this trend? I mean, FNG, obviously, with the salve being gone, is kind of a huge detriment. Only has 3 tangos left, but I believe something's coming on the courier now. Yeah, another salve, it looks like.
There isn't like some magical level that swings it around, I think. It's about whether you can pressure the enemy team out of region and then get an opportunity afterwards. I don't see Snap Lifestealer likely to kill in this lane, unless if Mind Control's already, let's say, 2/3 health or is completely out of position. He can always play the Lifestealer on max range, which is really high for the Lina, and the Phoenix has Icarus dive. So I say that, and we resume immediately into a cookie. He's still going to be fine, though. Lifestealer has minimal impact right now in terms of laning prowess.
Yep, dive comes in as well, so Nico Baby and FNG taking extra damage on top of this. I mean, looking at the CS, if we look at Miracle, 11-1 in terms of CS, and Nico Baby 7-1. Still, obviously, quite early, as first blood middle lane, Weehaw actually pops the salve and lives through it. Very nice. So this is
very good.
A player that has been getting a lot of hate recently, Cinderin. As we'll get to that in just a moment. Looks like Hanskin takes the tumble in the bot lane.
By the way, this is the perfect kill. He kills him, it's first blood, it's 1v1 mid, so he gets even more, and the full wave dies in the tower for Limp. So he lost... He's a full level behind him at 240. That is really, really bad news for Ember, and it was part of the reason I felt like maybe you put the lifesteal mid here. I'm not saying this is how this lane should go, by the way. I don't think you should die this early, so we had just kind of got the better of him in this situation. But this is the concern, right, when you put the lanes like this. Lifestealer doesn't die there under any circumstances, so you're taking the risk in order to get Ember those levels.
Of course, we should mention that obviously Kuroki is back. We mentioned this as well earlier, but it is going to take a little bit of an adjustment, even if it's been, it's not like he's been completely AFK. He's obviously been talking with the team and whatnot, but they haven't been playing with him as much, obviously, over this stretch that he's been injured. So that'll give Weehaw the confidence he needs. I'm a huge Weehaw believer. I was talking about it earlier, Cinder, and he's getting a lot of hate because of a certain Storm Spirit game he was playing. But if he gets off to a good start... Why is he getting hate for
that? Did he do anything wrong in that game?
Well, he may have died a few
to go
times.
1-19?
You are the 1-19 Pudge. He may have died a few
to go
times.
1-19?
You are the 1-19 Pudge, if I remember correctly.
I didn't get flack. So what do you know?
Did you? Well, you're position 5. It's a little bit different, I think. As Weehaw's going to get cookied here on the bottom rune area.
Mistimed the jump there. FNG with another unfortunate situation here, and it's again that's really big because not only did you not get the rune on snap, it's the really good rune that Bat wants here because he's low on mana, and you're obviously opening up the top lane a little bit when you rotate off like this. It's the 5 to check the rune, so you'll see Mind Control just dominating Nico Baby here, getting all the CS, both last hits and denies going his way. This early laning stage for Nigma is going very, very well currently.
Yep, in terms of CS, the mid lane isn't that big of an advantage. Although, actually, this is a full wave, so yeah, it's going to go more in favor of Weehaw. But obviously, the first blood being
Bat
huge.
is renowned for being really bad at getting CS early on because it has one of the worst base damages in the game. You counteract that with Napalm, but that means you're paying mana for CS all the time. But again, this matchup is just that good that you can pull it off.
Yeah, Miracle and Kuroki chasing off Hanskin as we do approach the 5-minute bounty rune. Looks like Nigma's going to get 3 out of 4. Indeed. What do you think of AM in this specific game?
Oh, Mind Control, is he in trouble? I don't think so. No, he isn't. And now he's going to land a stun here on Nico, perhaps. Good stun. Just clips him barely.
Connect. Wave to follow, but bottom lane we did, or top lane I should say, Snapfire does drop by the tower, surprisingly enough. Nico Baby attempting to run away. LSA does not connect, though. Looks like Nico will live through the day.
I wonder if the fiery soul skill point is a misclick or actually on purpose. He had 1-1-2 build on level 4, which is, I want to say, pretty uncharacteristic for any role on this hero. Maybe it's becoming more popular on core Linas to do this, because obviously getting to 3 stacks early on is pretty easy with you're kind of naturally spamming your spells anyway in the lane to pressure. So maybe that trade-off is worth it for that extra 45 attack speed on 3 stacks. Interesting. Might want to try that myself. It looks like fun.
Well, Limp finally gets a rune for himself. Unfortunately, it is just illusions.
And he doesn't have bottle either.
Yeah, he doesn't have bottle. Will he be going bottle still?
He has it in quick buy. He could buy it now if he wants to.
Saving for whatever reason right now.
I mean, what else do you consider here? Ember needs a mana influx item. The hero is way too dependent on...
Bot lane, Weehaw does TP down there. We're going to see the first lasso of the game will result in a kill onto S4. Although Miracle is taking heavy damage as a result, but will live through the day. So Weehaw continuing his dominance, and this will provide GH with some much-needed levels, and Limp with some much-needed levels as well.
He's actually getting phase boots first. I was going to say, I think this hero needs a mana item, and that's usually why you see that bottle. So if you're not going bottle, maybe you would get some other item that helped you regen mana a little bit, like some sort of, I don't know, Bassy is good, or you could work on a drum.
Mind Control, though. Hold that thought, Cinderan. We're going to see the ensnare here into the shotgun. Mind Control looks to be dead. LSA does connect, but the cookie to follow. It's going to be an easy kill, which Limp desperately needed to help get back on track here in this game.
And now they're swapping, so now Lifesteal is going to go mid. Limp made the rotation top, and if he has to TP mid, he's totally dry on resources. He's still going to go for the bottle, it looks like, after phase boots. A little bit of an opposite order build here. Very interesting. I wonder why he wanted the phase boots right there and then. Maybe he was like, yes, I have the exact amount of gold now, I'm going to grab it, but I still need my mana item.
Perhaps if they end up winning this, we can ask them that very specific question, Cinderan. I know you're going to be just waiting for that.
I'm all about the specifics.
Yes, we've established that many a time. Weehaw still in this bot lane. He has Boots of Travel now. Took out a fairly large stack for this time of the game. So Boots of Travel at pre-8 minutes. Pretty freaking good. And this is one of those heroes that can really snowball. Now the question is, what does he go after this? Do you still go drums on this hero? I've been seeing a lot of players kind of opt for not going Blink for the first couple items. As GH is going to steal the rune. in this top river. But what item would you prefer for Weeha's second?
It's a really good Lotus Orb game, but I don't think you buy that right now. It will be good later, though, I think. BKB is a possibility? I actually think just Travel BKB sounds really good if he gets the right neutral item. If he gets any neutral item that gives him mana, like Arcane Ring, or even just a stat stick, could help.
Well, he did get the
Arcane
Arcane
Ring.
Ring.
This hard, maybe you go with the drum as well, like you said. You could go drum and then BKB. It's just I just see plays everywhere if I have BKB on bat in this game. Like, what are they going to do about it? They have
Now, I'm going to ask you.
And Lifestealer.
I'm going to ask you a really tough question. Something that has changed so much in the last 10 years we've been watching Dota 2. What item build is Anti-Mage going for, Cinderin? God, I can't even begin to predict what type of item that hero goes for. Is Weeha top lane? Lasso is available. I'm not able to find the range there. We'll continue on under the tower. He's going to get Snapfire cookied. And Weeha! Oh dear. That is not what you want to see from your mid laner.
I guess Nightmare Noises were on cooldown that time. He's been using that on every kill, but this time it just wasn't ready.
Very important. Thank you for the details as we talked about.
Of course.
Useless details,
I know you
but
joke about
details
Anti-Mage,
nonetheless.
and I kind of agree. It's a relatively pigeonholed hero in terms of itemization in Pro Dota recently. I think it's mainly interesting to watch what AMs do when they have Magnus in the team, because then you don't have to buy Battle Fury. And then we see some creative stuff sometimes. Oh, Nico. Oh, nice flame break.
Worked out the egg, but you know,
That was a very nice flame
already
break.
alive.
Knocked him back up the hill.
Man,
Yeah,
that was,
we'll
a,
be
that
late
was
for
a
the rune.
really good bait. Very, very good bait from GH.
4 runes for Alliance though, so they're probably happy with that. Like, even though they lost their Lifestealer, if you got 4 bounties 10 minutes in, I think that's worth a core death if that was what you were going for. And indirectly it kind of was, right? They saw that move mid and they immediately identify, okay, we have a chance of getting runes, and they just swoop in and take all of them. So very nicely reacted there.
I mean, in theory, they could have lived on Lifestealer as well as do that, right? As S4 Arena onto Kuroki. TP support is coming. Solar is going to keep him healthy. Tombstone is down. Here comes Weeha, though. Doing a lot of fire damage here, but they will lose one. Likely will be the trade, if not more. Nico Baby now did infest for a little bit, but Laguna Blade is there. And this looks to be another kill going away.
Oh, nice dodge.
Nigma. Limp. Oh, that's a good ult from Snapfire. Mind Control looks to be dead. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 as Weeha now in the trees. Looks like Firefly's still on cooldown for a little bit, but the Tombstone, very, very annoying to deal with, and that will likely break things up here.
That was a great Lina stun dodge.
Kind of lucky to end up getting a couple kills there.
Yep. And to end it all off, Rubik's going to steal Sticky Napalm, so that could set up some more plays for Alliance. Really, really good spell against multiple Radiant heroes. Oh, they're going to try to dive Wee. He's quick, though.
Well,
and this could backfire
Double damage
badly.
still applied to Limp. Searing Chains connects into the cookie. FNG puts himself in a little bit of a precarious spot, but attempting to run away now as the Sunray is just beating upon him with the Sticky Napalm. That's going to be a very easy kill for Team Nigma. And Weeha with the lasso. Limp doesn't? Yeah, he does have a Remnant up now as the egg is in pretty good position to stun him out. This looks to be yet another one on the way of the Radiant squad. And all the while, Cinderin, Miracle is top lane farming towards the very rare pickup of Battle Fury on Anti-Mage. He is well on his way to finishing that.
They have a huge advantage, Nigma, going into this mid game. Didn't really predict that they were going to do this well in their lanes, but just all 3 lanes have gone fantastic for them. And if you're playing a strategy like this that includes AM, you know that there's going to be a phase in this game where AM will not really want to contribute very much to the fights, but will contribute to pressure via lane push. So when you can win the laning stage and feel like your other 4 heroes have a good enough game that they can stall out tower pushes, that's huge. Like, this level 9 Phoenix min at 1230 is going to be a big problem for Alliance to deal with, because GH can largely defend towers almost on his own with Fire Spirits and Sunray from very, very far away, and if you dive him, it can quickly get scary. See, he's going to Sunray TP out. Bat TPing in is probably going to get... Nope, did not get cancelled. What the fuck?
That was definitely a miscommunication. Discord stopped working for them. Something happened. A little bit of breakdown of communication. As Mind Control, he's in kind of a bad spot as well. He's going to get Searing Chains. Laguna Blade does come out in the hand skin, but he's going to stay alive. under the cover of the Tombstone, Nigma trying to work their way to get more kills here. LSA does connect onto S4. He will be surrounded and actually mana voided by Miracle.
Oh,
so a 2-for-1. They lose Weehaw. I mean, Weehaw, I'm not saying this is definitely the case this game, that they want this to be happening, but historically speaking, for a mid laner, he has kind of been like that sacrificial lamb on a lot of the teams, including DC back in the day.
I think that's something a lot of people underestimate about him as a player, is how much his aggression dictates the game, right? He has games where he overextends and does it too much and flat out just feeds, right? It does happen. But a lot of the time, as we see him probably die here, maybe not. Maybe yes. Yeah, he's dead.
Well, he gets the lasso off, but dies.
That's even worse.
You were praising him?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so what I was saying was, he puts a lot of pressure on the map because he plays hyper aggressive, and it has its high risk, high reward kind of thing, where when his plays work out or he manages, like, even if he dies sometimes, he takes so much attention away on the map that Miracle, for example, just gets to have total free space. Like, this AM has barely been touched this game. There's been no pressure whatsoever coming his way because Batrider has really been dictating where and when things happen, and it does cost him his life sometimes, but when you look at Nigma's strategy, it's not a problem if Weehaw dies many times in this game. It actually is not an issue whatsoever, as long as he is dying to 3 heroes every time that are making rotations that take time. Oh, nice. Flame Break.
Flame Break cancels that cookie. The egg is coming out as well. Eggs and cookies, not the greatest combination, especially when they're on opposite teams. They will find a Snapfire kill. Mind Control, he's going to get arena'd and likely just brought down immediately with the Tombstone, and Soul Rip keeping him alive. Mind Control somehow staying alive through all of this, and here comes the dive as well. Nico Baby infests. No, actually ends up dropping the Lifestealer, so a 2-for-1 in favor of Nigma. They will continue the pressure. Limp, no more remnants to speak of. Soul Rip destroys him. S4 now, in the meantime, trying to go up the cliff, but somehow, some way, Weehaw has stayed alive throughout all of this. Double kill for him, a 4-for-1. Although I believe FNG died in that fight too, didn't he?
I think so. Didn't he? Yeah, he did.
He might die
again. The first casualty. You cannot underestimate how powerful Undying is in these kind of fights. Oh my god, Kora's destroying in this game. You wouldn't think he'd been out with an injury, would you? It's just... When Undying uses his ult and runs in and hits like 3 different targets, they just have so much slow on them and so much damage amp. There's a Tombstone that they have to deal with, and in the meantime, Koro gets off like 3 or 4 max level Soul Rips. Really just destroying these fights with that Undying. And like you said, yeah, sure, they do end up killing Mind Control, but look what they have to fight through. He gets Soul Ripped, he has the mech, cloak, he's buying tank offlane Lina items in this strategy. Something very unique.
Yeah, that is.
But you know what? I really love it this game, actually. With how it's going and what their plan is with their lineup, this actually makes so much sense. That's cool.
They're trying to initiate. LSA is there. Oh, lasso not in time, but it's not really going to matter. They have the damage. Now Miracle is just jumping in with that Battle Fury Yasha. Fearing absolutely nothing. The arena is here, along with the Mortimer's Kisses. That should be enough to take out Mind Control, despite the tanky nature. 2-for-1 to start things out. Weehaw really wants to go back in. Is going for the BKB, as you suggested, Cinderin. So, good job. You got one of the details correct. But it's really interesting because without like this instant initiation, they're really kind of like slow initiating all these fights, right? Weehaw just kind of walks in, he waddles in. I mean, he is relatively fast, and the Flame Break has been pretty on point for him this game, despite his... I mean, the only mistakes, quote-unquote, that he's made is just being out of position a couple times solo, which, as I say that, it's not solo technically.
Koro ate that too. He heals himself. You see where the priorities lie.
Gonna keep him alive a little bit longer. Weehaw, like the cookie will be there as well, but Kuroki TP's out. Kidding me? Good lord. Sunray keeping Weehaw alive now. Is this a bait that Mind Control and company wanted here? Has mech up in 1 second, but dies shortly before that was available. Now the focus is onto the egg. FNG is getting bursted down as a result, and Nico Baby mana voided now, limp on the run. Doesn't have any more remnants, but Miracle, no mana void to work with. Weehaw, of course, as we talked about, doesn't really have a blink dagger anyway to close the gap there. So in the end, it's a 2-for-3. It feels like Lifestealer is dying literally every single fight.
Okay, I can't believe we
4
haven't
and
talked
4
about
right
this with a cast with you, right? You love cosmetics more than anything. But just to break that fight down first, we'll get to the cosmetics in a sec. I mean,
Weehaw has lassoed somebody, Cinder. It's gonna have to.
He
have to hold that
does
thought.
not have any remnants.
He has no remnants again.
So,
Ay.
really, the key thing for me when we see these fights play out is how long it's taking Alliance to kill heroes. It's this Soul Rip, and it's the tanky build on Lina, where they feel like they have to focus this Lina, and they do, but it just takes so goddamn long to kill this hero with all the support. And the Sunray, the healing from Undying, and the tanky build from Lina makes it very challenging. Alliance might need to look a little bit more for bringing more people in the initial jump. Oh my god, this will almost die. He is 20 HP mid. Okay, well, he did TP out, now he has to go base. I think you need more people in the play in the initial burst. You have to bring a third hero or a fourth one when you go for this, because it just isn't cutting it when you go with these two, like, say, Lifestealer Snapfire or Mars Snapfire. It just takes too long to get the kill against all this sustain.
They just can't kill Kuroki, man. This guy is...
You studied physics. You have a PhD in physics.
Yep.
Little known fact.
Well known.
Also one in media, and of course one in English. You have a very big vocabulary. You have the biggest one.
That's what she said.
What do you? How do you explain this Bat Rider? How does it stay flying? It's barely moving.
Really
this is
weird.
not how wings flapping looks. This is
This
somebody
is like
who's
the
struggling.
waddling version of wing movement. I agree.
This
it is odd.
Like a toddler.
And everyone knows how much you hate kids, Cinderin. It's been well established. It starts with Invoker, and now it's just bled into every single cosmetic that you dislike. You somehow always, for anything you dislike, end up comparing it to a child. Not sure what your problem is.
That's very
The tier 2
generalizing
tower
and wrong.
looks to be dead.
It is gone.
And Miracle has the Manta Battle Fury. Actually, he's holding the Essence Ring instead of the Ring of Aquila. That's kind of interesting. Finishing Basher here very shortly as well. Oh, Arena. Can they kill Mind Control? Sorab keeps them alive, but finally they do take him out with FNG. Kuroki now completely surrounded, but there's the cookie onto Miracle. This could be a pretty good fight for them. Buy back onto the Lina. It looks like the first to die is actually the Ember Spirit, as I'm dying on my own water here, Cinder, and S4 ticking away. So despite the good initiation onto Lina, it was just the Lina at the end of the day. In position 4.
I think you should probably, like, I understand why Miracle wanted to hold on to the Essence Ring, just because, you know, again, the name of the game here is to stay alive initially, but give it to Mind Control, I think. Let Mind Control have it. He's being targeted every fight. It's a huge boost to his health as well. Who took it? Where is it, actually? Oh, they gave it to Bat. That's also fine. Bat went the BKB, so nice choice here. I'm a big fan of Weehaw rushing this. He just got a 1 bottle and lace on top of his travels. No additional build-up item like Yules or drum or anything. Straight in for that BKB that will let them dominate fights. And Kuro went for it. Guess what? The one item that almost never gets bought, but there's like 2 heroes in the game that I think it makes a lot of sense on. Maybe more. Maybe 3, actually. Undying, Io, and Abaddon with Ags. Holy Locket!
And I am fine with Holy Locket being a very niche or niche item, depending on what way you want to pronounce it, Cinderin. Okay. Some items should not be purchased by every single hero in the game, like Battle Fury on Anti-Mage. So, Tier 1 tower fortified. It looks like Alliance wants to defend potentially.
Look at Miracle just
Miracle's
go in.
actually going to be very aggressive here. He's going to find an arena, but there's the heal, the Soul Rip, keeping him alive again. BKB being shown off now by Weehaw. Lasso is keeping Nico Baby in place. Does he have Infest? He does. Into S4 he goes. Still, no one has died at the egg. Nice positioning onto the high ground here. Not able to catch anybody off though. Miracle jumps in again very aggressively. Really rely on Kuroki to get these Soul Rips off, but might have bitten off too much to chew. Aegis is still intact, of course. It doesn't really matter. Mars dies, buys back into the game. Kuroki trying to heal himself now. Finally will be brought down, and that is just a position 5 Undying that takes so long to be taken out. Miracle still with that Aegis intact and limp. Man avoided to death. Nico Baby kind of isolated here. It does have S4 in the vicinity. As you can tell by the positioning of Team Nigma, they want to go in for more. S4 completely drained of mana. Weehaw getting healed up thanks to GH, and it looks like they'll find another kill in the form of the lifesteal, and Handstand looks to be next, and this is just getting completely out of control. The heals from both Undying and Phoenix, and since Lina ended up getting the Greaves, her as well, pretty ridiculous how much sustainability they have.
I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about how much this game snowballed from minute 5, right? Nigma just did super well in all of their lanes, and they just never looked back. They took every fight that Alliance brought to them. And this is a lineup with anti-mage, mind you. They still just fought them because their other four heroes are so incredibly powerful when they hit level 6. You have Supernova and Sunray. You have the Batrider, obviously, who's a mid-hero, so he's going to be even over-leveled. Undying with the ulti and the Tombstone. And then the Lina that went for this kind of aura sustainability build allows these 4 heroes to just be so incredible in these fights. And I love the confidence you're seeing from Miracle and really putting trust in his teammates, just jumping in blindly. He has Aegis. He knows he's got... Worst case scenario, he dies once, but best case, they spend a ton of resources trying to kill him once, gets soul ripped, gets sun raid, stays alive, and the fight's just mega easy after that for them. So really good stuff. Limp's gonna get caught here. He's trying to TP. There's an Invis Batrider on him.
But on the other side of the map, there is a smoke gank just for your Phoenix. So an Ember for Phoenix, even being down 19k, probably not what you want to see. Weehaw, nice flame break to start things off. Undying's Tombstone continues to stay alive despite the Lilith Shredder being used. Weehaw with that double kill. Triple kill, in fact, as Nico Baby now on the run. This will likely be very close to a GG. Miracle still with Aegis. I mean, I guess that shouldn't be too big of a surprise considering it is so difficult to kill anybody, including the position 5s. And there's the GGs. Alliance just outclassed this game.
Yeah, flat out just destroyed. I was with the panel. I kind of agreed with them that I thought Alliance's lineup was going to be easier to execute, but if you get that bodied in your lanes, no lineup is easy to execute. They just got outclassed. Limp got solo killed. Nigma found free farm for their anti-mage bottom. Their Lina Phoenix lane played very well top to pressure as well. It all started with like the first 2 to 3 minutes where they just really play their lanes almost to perfection, right? And they just don't look back. When all their heroes are online, they're willing to take fights. They show up, they cast their spells well, they back each other up. They're super quick. Top class from Nigma this game. Very impressive how much they dominated that one.
It's just game 1. Let's see what game 2 has to offer. But first, the panel. What the hell did we just see? Oh, apparently my mic is terrible. I'm just hearing about this now, Cinder. And so after making fun of you, I am apparently the one with the issues, although I don't see how that's even remotely possible.
That's called projecting. You should be used to that.
Yeah, we'll figure it out after this game. Don't worry about it. But yeah, Weehaw just got off to an amazing start. It's funny because he got off to a really good start, but then ended up getting a couple... I guess I was going to say uncharacteristic deaths, but actually they're characteristic, where most of the time I feel like he's creating space, but a couple solo kills that I thought might swing the way of Alliance, but they just had too much momentum. He just got super tanky, like you talked about with the BKB, and then all the heals from...
I think the main thing was, like, there was one death that kind of made me a bit confused, which was the one bottom tier 1 tower, right? We talked about where he TPs in and just gets killed immediately after one of his allies backed out. But even that fight, they managed to turn around to a 2-for-1 when Nigma rotated back in their heroes. But yeah, you know, it's classic Weehaw. He plays super aggressive. When he looks good, he looks like the best player in the world. And then he has games where there's a little bit of a... He really pushes it to the limit, right? Crossed it a little bit this game, still had a huge impact the whole game. I think he ends the game with, what was his scoreline? 12, 3, and 18. If you want to criticize him, you could say he could have died once or maybe 0 times, but can't say he didn't do a lot for their win in this one. He was very, very involved.
Yep, that's very true. Okay, now we're going to take a quick break and be back with game 2 very shortly, friends.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Mutlin VMix there.
I did it again. It's me this time. I'm so sorry. Welcome back, partners. Game number 2 of our final series today. Nigma Alliance, convincing win for Nigma, 36-14. Trent Lizard, welcome back. What went wrong for Alliance that game?
They lost every fight they started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
what
still...
was that? So 13-minute Battle Fury? What was it? 13:30 with treads and wand, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I still thought that the game was going to go fine for Alliance. Like, I mean, the lanes weren't looking too good and everything, but then they started like going for that first play, right? And they unfortunately just did not do well in the first couple engagements. Like, you got to give all the credit to MC and that rotation coming down alongside Kuro. Like, I think just like the 3-4-5 this game was brutal. Like, you've an over-leveled Batrider from the mid, which is obviously going to be very helpful. But the way that they utilized the egg and the tombstone in those first couple engagements, like, that did not look like a level 6 egg, right? Whenever I think about level 6 egg, I do not think about it as being very effective. But in combination of the placement with the tombstone, it was just way too much for Alliance to handle, and they could not outplay it.
Oh no, is Lizard muted? Oh my, it's a disaster here.
When you think about the laning stage, at least, like, you have the Ember getting dumpstered by Batrider on the mid lane, which we kind of predicted, but I didn't predict that top lane to go so poorly for Nigma. You had Lina and Phoenix just completely destroying Snapfire and Lifestealer. Lina had 30 CS when Lifestealer had like 14, 15. I'm not sure what they expected on that top lane on the side of Alliance, I mean, but that definitely wasn't it. Like,
I mean, it should have gone better though for Alliance in theory, right? Didn't I mean? I remember you expected it to go the other way, Lizard.
All right, so I expected that lane to go much better for Alliance, but I don't really see a lot of Linas on offlane. But upon seeing that lane and how much hurt they were able to dish out, I still think Alliance could have played that lane better. Don't get me wrong, because they caught themselves trying to get that Phoenix so many times, and GH was just making space. He bought the Bracer early on and just made space for Lina to free farm.
Yeah.
So
I think they made several mistakes on the side of Alliance too, like just little mistakes that snowballed really hard in those first couple of fights. Like that one time where they were like retreating from the Undying ult, and then FNG just like cookied back in. And then that brings back your other two heroes. And then everyone just dies instead of just retreating. Like those, like it seems like such small things, but that's the thing about this draft is that if Alliance, lose that early game, and if they get those tiny little grabs of power for Nigma, it's no longer a game of like, okay, we're just waiting for the animation to get big. It's a game of, oh, nice. We have like 4 team fighting heroes that are already snowballing, and the cherry on top to secure this game is just going to be Miracle AM.
Like I believe this game is a perfect example of a perfect Nigma game. They have a mid laner that crushes you. It crushes your playstyle. For Alliance to be able to win a game such as this one versus a core that's played by Miracle, and usually he's on the ultimate win condition, you need to have a good mid laner. You need to have a mid lane that wins so that he can pressure the map. But because Nigma picks something like a Batrider or Viper or Timbersaw, like, what's a mid laner going to do? Like, Limp, he's just suffering. He needs to recover, and he can never really start playmaking for his Lifestealer.
Yeah, I definitely didn't factor in the support differential either when I was thinking about Alliance winning. Because, like, in hindsight, obviously, because that's when it's a lot easier to see stuff, when you think about a Rubik and a Snapfire at level 6, they're not nearly as powerful as an Undying and a Phoenix, right? Like, Rubik, maybe you get one good steal. If you don't get that good steal, though, the cooldown on spell steal is pretty brutal. Your mana pool is not that big anyway. And then Snapfire has a really long cooldown on the ultimate, and you're full committal a lot of the time, depending on what pretty much doesn't matter what you max out, right?
And there's also issues with the carry matchup here, right? Like, yes, Lifestealer has some options against anti-mage, maybe different power spikes, but when you're forced into an Armlet Deso and AM has a 13-minute Battle Fury, pretty quickly I'm not out farming him, I'm not really out fighting him. What are we going to do now? and that's kind of what we saw there. But enough of game one, boys. Let's switch this to some positive dialogue. Alliance, smart boys. They're going to learn from that. They're going to wipe it off. They're going to come back even stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's what game twos are all about. We are going to see this Undying again, though, from Kuro. Love that max soul rip. So much healing, as we were talking about during that game. It's also good for saving the tombstone. So sometimes that feels better than just having a max tombstone because you almost get 2 of the lower level one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And the Holy Locket as well, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Locket. I still don't know. Like, that's one of the few times I've seen it on Undying. You see it more like on Wisp and Shen, I think, are 2 heroes you can make a case for. What do you guys think? Was it worth on Undying that game? Should we expect to see it again, maybe?
I would say that's a good example of like a super snowballing game where, sure, you can go for Holy Locket. Like, you're going to get some value out of it. You know that you're going to be nonstop fighting. So all the charges are just ridiculous when it's stacked up. And of course, you're going to be soul ripping all the time too. But the main reason why you don't see it as often is that you can probably identify a better item in other games, right? Like a Yule's or a Force Staff or something that
Glimmer
your team
Force.
really needs.
Yeah. And in a game in which you're crushing so hard, your AM has 12-13 minute mark power stress battlefield, you're like, okay, I can experiment.
He should have went Meteor Hammer. Like that's the kind of game it was, you know. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, we've seen a lack of Meteor Hammers today. I don't know what happened. Beginning of the tournament, it's like every off-laner was buying Meteor Hammer, but we saw a Tide go first item Vlad's today. What kind of boring crap is that?
What kind of normal build is that garbage?
What kind of aura-based boring gameplay are we looking at here?
I think it's also the difference. GH literally brought Meteor Hammer to the meta, I believe, with his Phoenix Meteor Hammer Yules, right? Like, he was buying it every single game, and then everyone started picking it up. I think maybe we'll see it in this game because it's pretty solid. He needs to buy Yules again because he's playing versus Storm Spirit. So maybe the natural progression afterwards is that Meteor Hammer. Plus, they don't really have any stuns from the 2 supports besides the egg, obviously. Might help.
Yeah. Well, this is a combo we're very used to. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a combo across numerous patches for different reasons. Sometimes it's just sendbacks, annoying delays. That was old Alliance who was doing that, right, with Koikva.
Yeah.
Now Liquid, of course. Now Navi's the hot team with this combo, who just can't stop winning with it, like every single game. And so Alliance gonna take a try at it.
So not only is it really good, but it's also really easy to execute. That's the other thing. It's just kind of, all right, dude, back up. I'm gonna send you home. You come on back, and or well, vice versa. But still, you go home. We'll bring you on back, and it's not hard. It's not even a skill shot. It's just a great reset, and then it's almost like Storm has an Aegis in some ways.
Well, and globally calling Storm anywhere on the map is pretty broken. Yeah. It basically gives Storm haunt, right? Like,
yeah, okay. Well, or Shadow Step is maybe a better example. But yes, I agree, buddy.
It's just so strong on him because he doesn't have to waste any resources to get to the fight, and then he starts the fight from the perfect position where Chen is in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
And then he can
gets
choose
the heal
the target
from Chen too. So it's like Storm also gets all that extra HP that he wouldn't normally have from the busted Chen aura bonus on the heals. But a lot of position ones now banned out by Nigma. Ricky, Juggernaut, PA, even that Morphling. Furion could also be a position 1. So limited selection here for Nico, baby. What are we looking at? Like a Troll Warlord? That's left?
It's something that they've drafted before, right? And could be picked up by them once again. I really think that Alliance, they have to play with this, well, not complete 4 Protect 1, but they need to give Nico Baby the ultimate win condition. They look like a different team when he's on a hero that can win the game, like that PA that went 32 or something. Just give him the hero that will win eventually, even if he's the anti-mage, and create space for him. Speaking of anti-mage,
might be the time for that ban right here. Unless the Lions feel like trying some Sven shenanigans or something, but I would rather just ban it, I think.
Sven, Slark as well is still in. That's one that we've seen Nico Baby play a time or 2 in the past. Yeah, I love this double healing, though, from Nigma. It's so hard. A lot of healing this game in general. Is there any stock in Ancient Apparition? I guess Nigma couldn't really work it in. Alliance, is it worth it? Any thought there?
Unless they pick like Morphling or something, who's banned in the first phase. So unless there's another like hardcore AA
if they pick
that counters,
or DP or something,
like maybe, but you're still playing a 4 AA, which is not that fun.
Or offlane, even if you wanted to.
True.
Ancient Apparition was picked up by Nigma. Remember Zayori when they played versus Wisp? They let Wisp go through, and then they pick A into it. And it was A, Anti-Mage. I can't remember what other heroes were, but they'd completely demolished the Wisp strat. So,
yeah.
I think that's also one of the reasons why Alliance is banning it out, because they won with Wisp PA. One of the games that they won in the tournament, they won with Wisp, but they don't want to allow Nigma to have it, so they're just banning it out.
All right, we're leaving in the AM. I noticed Doom is also still in. He got ignored last game, but that was something that I found gave a lot of trouble to Alliance in the previous series versus Na'Vi. Was it like that constant punishing on the bad positioning? And I think positioning, when I think back to a lot of Alliance games, I feel like one of the main reasons I see them lose is just like the classic one core gets caught out, which to me seems like Doom is like really good at punishing, obviously. But yeah, another hero from the last match.
Yeah, some good egg counters here. They finally got some heroes that can kill that somewhat easily. Same with Tombstone. Lena's attack speed, pretty good for that.
Yep. And it's also pretty good because Lena, all right, most likely will be position 4 here. Played by Hanskin. It still can be offlane. Don't be fooled like in that last game. But I think it will be 4. And it's so decent to have a position 4 that can deal with Yag. So you don't have to commit your built-in BKB like Jug or Lifestealer or your core. That's why I really like these picks. Lena and Mirana versus Phoenix are my top tier counters. Throughout the game, you can always deal with it. And it sets up for a strong lane. A hero that can deal with Undying because of that long range and disables and whatnot. So pretty solid pick.
So what's Enigma want here? A lot of ways they can take this draft, and they go right back for the Bat Rider.
Okay. I mean, just trying to find some hero that can flex between MC and Weeha, I think. Because now you get to see this, and then you decide, all right, is this an AM game? Right? That's why I wanted this little bit of flexibility between the 3 and the 2.
10 seconds remaining.
And if I'm Alliance, I am not sure how I dissuade that. Like, what makes me them say, like, oh, I guess we're not picking AM this game? Because I feel like that's what Alliance need to pick right now.
Could you Legion, exactly. That's maybe an option for them. You have a way of dealing with Batrider. You're kind of shutting down some of the picks. But Zayori, one thing is, the LC is dog this
I know.
Like now, like just don't want to pick that hero. Man.
She was banned last time. That's really why I brought it up. It's the hard one. Slardar is a much better choice. Obviously, you get Roche options. You still have some great. You got that combo with Lena, and you have some big bashes to bring into the game. So, is it enough of a deterrent for the anti-mage though? Slardar is pretty annoying against AM. I wouldn't call it a hard counter, but
it's not a hard counter, but it's extremely annoying in the lane with Lena. He's not going to have that 12-minute Battle Fury if he plays into Lena and Slardar on the offlane. And in this kind of a game, you could go for last pick Lifestealer on Alliance, and it would be pretty solid. Versus Bat in the lane, you have Rage if Bat is offlane. Good versus Phoenix, plus you have that Slardar. And Lifestealer on his own is not scary for an AM, but when you have Slardar and you're hunting him with Ezo Armlet, that's a different story.
There's still Spectre, too.
That's true. We kind of forgot about Spectre.
Whoa!
What?
Not even last pick here. Okay, we're just going to grab a 4 Meepo. That's got to be your Wii mid hero. So is that offlane Bat then?
Probably should be, yeah.
I say Meepo still plays mid, right? Safe lane Meepo sounds crazy. I haven't seen Meepo in forever, though.
There was
I don't
one
know.
Meepo game 3 days ago with the Yellow Submarine did defeat Namiga in. So there you go.
Wow.
In the Tier 2 division. But this will be the first Meepo of the Tier 1.
I was under the impression that this hero was pretty weak right now. Pretty hard to execute.
God, if only there was someone here who played Meepo, though. Like, someone.
Well,
I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. Man, like Meepo has been nerfed, like you said. I dodge this hero right now. I try not to pick it, even though I want to almost every single game. That level 4 nerf, so you get divided. We stand on level 4, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty bad because it slows down your farm quite significantly. And there's a lot of heroes right now in the meta that are played on position 1 that crush Meepo. But if you look at the bans, they have been banned out, most of them. So that's kind of pretty good for Nigma at the moment.
And it's great versus Storm, right? You catch him with a net, he can't do anything. You can combo him down. That is a bit of a hard counter at points in the game.
The Sven and the ET bans. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, ET. If you haven't seen that, the Spirit, each Meepo counts as a hero. God tier. Absolute God tier. It's like the hardest of hard counters. It's
Yeah, with
cool.
the Aghanims as well. Man, ET right now is in a pretty good spot. You have that NA spammer that plays it on position 1, top 100 ranks,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, he's doing really well, and it could work for Alliance, definitely. Good ban.
And Luna Kunkka.
Kunkka's a nice ban, right? Kind of just fits like what they're going for. It would look very similar to last game. Could also flex between Weehaw and MC still.
I don't think Storm has a game if you throw a Kunkka into all this catch.
5 seconds remaining.
This is just a miracle hero now, right? Like your position 1 hard carry, which doesn't even have to be like your ultimate win condition because you have Meepo right now.
Yeah.
You can
What kind of style do you think Miracle plays when Weehaw's playing the Meepo?
Is it like a
no
Slark
idea.
type hero that can run around a little more and be active? No, it's okay. Well,
it's Ember.
So same concept, but much different hero. I like it. Very active. A lot of fire. Some cool lore synergy there.
There is a lot of fire on that lineup. If only Lina would switch sides.
The lane can still be really hard for him. Like, it's not a hard carry. Ember is definitely stronger in the laning stage, but if he is laning versus Slardar and Lina, that could still be problematic for him.
And we're assuming that
He needs
Meepo still has to go mid, right?
I assume so, yeah.
And then it is the Nico Baby Slark.
Glad I talked about Slark so much that draft.
So we got Fish draft versus Fire draft.
So why did they pick Slark here? It's not really the ultimate counter to Meepo, but it's really good versus Batrider, right?
Yeah.
On the laning stage, he should be fine. Later on with Slardar, you can combo, and if you hit Meepo long enough, you will steal enough stacks to kill
It's
him.
a really good Scotty game, too. Between like the Undying and the Phoenix.
It does seem like Slark has good options versus most of these heroes. Like even the Phoenix, having his Dispel is pretty good. Same with Meepo. It's very mobile. That's the only thing I can think of. And with the damage amp from Slardar, I guess you feel like the Slark has that extra little push that maybe he can kill something. I'm nervous. I think this looks like a 2-0 for Nigma. How about you guys?
I think Sunray on Meepo sounds pretty terrifying, and I think Nigma are just playing fantastically well. So, yeah, I'm going to go for Nigma as well here, I think.
If I didn't see that game two, that game one, sorry, I'd go with Alliance for sure. But because of that game one and the way they outplayed Alliance, I'll go with Nigma once again. But they have stuff to deal with Meepo, really. They have multiple stuns. The laning stage should be very difficult for Nigma.
All right, the first Meepo of Division 1, a Weepo, if you will. I'm sure Suns fan is jiggling in his seat right now, and I can't wait to hear his thoughts. But first, if you're looking to bet on this action, get below the stream, EGB. They've got all the odds on the winners for this series, so check it out, and please bet responsibly, but go to EGB. Suns fan, Synderen, we need 2 great commentators for this game. I hope your mics are unmuted, because this one's going to be big.
Got the wrong guys then, but we'll try.
Thank you, Zyori. Thank you, Synderen. Thank you, panel. I'm actually jiggling in my seat. He's correct, but that's more because I'm morbidly obese. That has nothing to do with the Meepo. But we can talk about Meepo a little bit here, Synderen, because it is the Weehaw. I have quite a bit of experience watching him play from behind like a creeper back in the day. They ended up banning out the ET that the panel mentioned, and Sven from back in the day was his, like back when he was super cocky, okay? Weehaw's a very super cocky guy, but in a good way. It's not like a negative, unless he gets killed over and over and over again, which we've seen many a time. But his #1 counter is actually Sven, according to him. Unless that's changed in the last 5 years.
I think what you're
possible.
usually worried about as Meepo, in my experience that I've seen, is for a while at least the hardest counter was considered to be Wyvern. But I don't think it's that bad anymore because of how insanely tanky Meepo can build with just Scotty or even double Scotty. You can stay alive, and Meepos have got better at playing against it. So as far as core matchups go, that's got to be pretty bad. I don't really think the Slark matchup is that bad though. You have a lot of AoE damage that hits even when Slark is an ulti. You naturally want to build E-Blade, so whoever the Slark is going on, you can just hard save and not get hit. There's a bit of magic damage coming out of Slark, sure, but I think it's easily worth it. And all in all, I just want to say, like, how many times have we seen Weehaw Meepo in this kind of game where he feels largely uncountered, at least from my perspective? I have them pretty heavily favored here, keeping game 1 in consideration as well. There's just so many nice synergies to talk about, right? There's the panel mentioned the Sunray onto Meepo, which is powerful. Then you have the Tombstone that will always, sorry, the Soul Rip that will have so many units all the time. Because Meepo naturally just brings more unit into the fight. Put the Tombstone there, you have the Supernova, and you do have the multiple ways of locking down heroes. You have Meepo's nets, you have the bolas from Ember, and you have the lasso. So plenty of roots.
Bolas. I like it. Old school reference right there. Although I think it still says bola in there, doesn't it? It does actually say unleashes fiery bolas.
Yeah, fiery bolas.
They kept that in. That's nice of them. Okay.
Not to be mistaken for fire Ebola, which is very, very deadly.
That's the next one. We are actually getting forced out of lane by Limp right now. 5-1 advantage versus 5-0. Just in general, I know you probably haven't seen this matchup a ton, but Meepo versus Storm. How does that work for either?
I think Storm is really happy until level 4. And then when Meepo has 2 Meepos, it becomes very challenging to lane. I would imagine the Meepo will go 1-1-1-1. And then you just net the Storm, you hit him twice, you net him again, you double poof, and then Storm has to use pretty much all his bottle charges and maybe a salve, and then you reset and do it again. But we'll see. Not really an expert on either hero, so it's just based on gut feel and that little bit that I've seen of Meepo playing against this kind of hero. That's usually what Meepo will do to Ember, right? Storm is a little bit like that, just a bit more burst and a little less sustained magic damage than the Ember does.
All right, talk to me about these lanes, because we got Miracle on this Ember, bot lane with GH's Phoenix. So technically a position, I mean, he is the position 1, but kind of the 3 right now against the S4 Slardar FNG Chen. What do you think of this?
It's important to mention, yeah. Alliance got the lanes they wanted, I think. It's pretty clear that what Nigma were trying to do was to get Ember away from the Slardar lane and have Bat there. But one of the strengths of having Chen is that ability to pull people around the map with Divine Favor, so it's more easy to get the lanes that you want. And obviously, on top of that, you also benefit by getting the Slark against Batrider matchup, which is also great. So very, very good start for Alliance here compared to the previous game. I know it's only 2.5 minutes in, but this time around, they've at least successfully got themselves more of a level playing field going into the very, very early rotation mark, around 5 minutes.
Yeah, and then the top lane, Nico Baby Slark versus Mind Control's Batrider, obviously with Dark Pact. You just take off those sticky napalm stacks constantly. Asking is here to support as well. LSA will not connect this time around, though. Should Slark be... I mean, he's going to get chased down right now. LSA is going to connect to keep him alive. Pounces to safety. Kuroki has the Mango and Decay very soon. Not sure if this is going to be enough. LSA again, though. What do you think of the name Light Strike Array? Have we had this conversation before?
I'm not sure.
We're going to have to hold that thought center because S4 is about to die in the bot lane. I know everybody's just waiting with bated breath to see what your reaction to that is, but looks like S4 will be first-blooded.
It is an interesting lane because you don't like the Ember versus Slardar matchup, but Phoenix is really good against Slardar. Slardar is all about the Ember versus Slardar matchup, but Phoenix isn't. Your attack speed is just garbage when you get hit by Fire Spirits, so Nigma have kind of alleviated that problem by having Phoenix against Slardar instead of Undying. I actually think, considering how good Undying also is against Slardar, I still think this matchup is more important for Nigma to have down here, just because it allows Ember to fight. Undying would lose out on this fist fight with the Slardar eventually, but Phoenix can prevent it from even happening. Now, as far as Lina goes, this Light Strike Array thing, I think Lina it's a character from an anime, right? That it's based on.
I can't confirm or deny that because.
Okay, you definitely know this, but you don't want to say it, so I'm gonna look it up. Lina Inverse.
Lina
it's
Inverse,
from the anime series Slayers. That's why she's called Lina the Slayer, right?
Is that not copyrighted apparently? Huh,
guess they flew under the radar with that one. I'm sure. I don't know. I have no idea.
But Pit Lord can't do that, or Windrunner, very generic term.
But I think Light Strike Array is probably just named after some sort of spell from that lore, I suppose.
Could be. We'll have to ask Slacks one day.
Could ask Luminous. He named himself after the hero.
That is actually very true, and he does like anime, if I remember correctly. Top lane, LSA is there. Batrider not going to be able to get out of dodge. Limp successful with that gank as he I mean, looking at the actual last hits, it's going to be a little bit deceiving because Weeha now goes into the jungle with his other Meepo. So his farm should accelerate quite heavily now. S4 in the bot lane. They get Searing Chains to start things off. Bash is going to connect. Next, and turn this around into GH.
Nicely done. And this is something that you get when you play Storm against Meepo. You know that Meepo has this natural timing where he wants to go jungle. And that is a perfect opportunity for you to make a move after you push out the mid wave, because Meepo will not try to push in and hit your tower like, say, a Dragon Knight would. So Limp feels very confident that leaving this lane and going for this move isn't going to cost him much, and he's absolutely right in doing that. Weeha will probably not rotate his mid hero for the next 10 minutes, likely. He will want to farm treads plus maybe E-Blade, and the idea is that the rotating hero will be Miracle, but currently he is, rather than rotating, he is kind of just getting slammed to most likely death.
Getting healed thanks to GH.
Barely.
The Ebola's kept him alive, Cinderin. Believe it or not, it can work the other way as well. The panel mentioned Scotty potentially at some point as Hanskin. Oh my god, they actually do have the burst damage. Jeez. Soul Rip is insane, man.
It is so
Level
good.
2 Soul Rip.
It's actually so good.
Pretty ridiculous.
It did get buffed. I don't remember when we got that buff to Soul Rip where the scaling was changed. But this spell on level 2 is maybe the strongest, like in many ways the strongest laning spell in the whole game. When there's 2 full waves and 4 heroes, it's the most insane burst.
Dire's middle tower is under
It's like a 250 damage nuke with no travel time. It's pretty crazy. Storm top, easy pick.
Looks like
Magic
Mind
for
Control
Nico.
will take a tumble. So Limp now level 8.5. And looking at Weeha, he's actually under that mark just by a bit, which, I mean, I guess makes sense because Storm was participating in a couple kills, but typically Meepo wants to have this advantage in levels, right?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? Like you said, Storm has rotations. He's probably killed a couple more lane creeps than Meepo as well, and they still have the same CS. So Limp has managed to do 2 rotations while maintaining the same creeps as the Meepo, roughly, which is very impressive. He's doing a very good job this game. And just gonna see him stack here, try to get a power rune. If he gets any strong rune here, we're probably gonna see another rotation. It is bottom, and it's an illusion, so not too great. Don't think he's gonna get it either. GH might just choose to dive for this one. No, let's get destroyed. Fair enough.
Nico Baby was getting chased in the top lane, but he is solo right now, so has to be a little bit careful. Mind Control does have Lasso, of course. He just hits level 6. But Nico Baby is going to be very difficult to initiate on with that Dark Pact timing. But
this kill doesn't really exist with these heroes. You'd still bully him a bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the CS, 39-12 versus 47-11 as the quote-unquote off-lane Miracle, if you want to call it that. So Miracle is doing it just dandy in this bot lane.
It's actually really impressive CS against Slardar or Chen. But that's really what Phoenix can do for you in this kind of lane. GH has done, as usual, performed very well here. And I reckon we'll see Miracle probably go 4-4-0, honestly, in his skill build here. I really like the no Flame Guard build this game. It might be tempting to take if you're like, man, I'm against Lina and Storm, I can die so fast, but your role in the game is to set your team up for success, not to go into the middle of the fight and kind of tank spells. You want to slight chains, you want to jump around with remnants, and Meepo and Phoenix and Bat are going to kill the heroes for the most part. So big fan of this. He's going to go drums. We'll probably see them get more items that amp up the Meepo, so maybe a Vlad's on the Bat could be a possibility, or a Pipe. The other item could go on the Undying or the Phoenix. And then they hit this brutal time 5-minute mark where everything comes together. And Alliance need to try to make some moves, I think. I don't know if you're happy if you know this Meepo is just farming.
Yep, that's true. We'll see if they do anything about that. But Storm trying to chase out his brother in Ember Spirit, but Weeha is here with the nets. Looks like Limp will survive, but Sunray keeping Weeha healthy in the meantime. Crush is there. Connect on Miracle now. Still has a couple remnants to work with. S4 just getting kited right now, but Alliance does get that bounty rune. It's going to take heavy damage for their troubles. Miracle, he could still potentially go for this. Searing Chains with the remnants coming in. That should be enough. Nope, the crush is there and the bash to follow. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Now Weehaw coming in for FNG. This looks to be a very easy kill for him.
Got the haste train there.
Being a 3-for-1 across the board.
Yeah, Lina got soloed by Bat. That matchup is so terrible for Lina. You can't be alone in this at all. If Bat ever gets on top of you, you're dead. It's very easy for Bat to dodge the LSA. Your turn rate sucks. And once Bat's on top of you and you miss your stun, you're just dead. So very, very easy there for mind control. And yeah, Miracle there. I don't know if it's a little bit too over-aggressive. Like you said, they do end up getting the trade with the kills. It goes to Phoenix, who's now out-leveling the Ember by a full level. GH again finding himself in ridiculous experience. Level 8, minute 11. Last game, I think it was level 9, minute 12:30. Could be there again. Just really... I think they understand very well how much power this hero has with experience. That it's actually almost worth sometimes sacrificing cores to let Phoenix shine in the mid game.
I've been saying that for years, Cinderin. I'm glad the pros are finally catching on. That Phoenix hero, once you hit that level 2 ult, once you get one item, it feels like you just have such a big impact versus other position fours.
Something that Alliance have done this game, though, against it is they've drafted relative mobility, right? Slark Storm can pretty easily get out of Supernova. Slardar has Sprint. You have Hand of God as an AoE heal against all the spread damage that Phoenix does, which is also nice. Nico Baby will TP out here. Nope, they got him. Ooh. Just barely.
Yeah, he did pop his ult for that. And it looks like he'll just be chased down. Ends up being an easy one at the end of the day. But mid lane, we're going to have some action come into fray here. Tombstone is placed, and Miracle doing a really good job of kiting them from afar. Limp still has enough mana to zip away, and S4 is healthy enough. Oh my god, that soul rip. Heal from Chen, but it's not going to be enough as S4 trying to turn this around. With Limp's help, they're going to be able to be successful in that 1-for-1. Lasso is onto Limp right now. He's going to pop that wand and zip on away, but there's the egg to follow. TP support is coming, but mind control is going to have enough damage to take out that Storm Spear, and the egg will connect onto Hanskin as well. So Team Nigma, I thought they were at the disadvantage there, but they ended up turning that around big time.
But Kuro is a beast on Undying in this series. Holy. They're getting so much value out of this hero. It makes a lot of sense that they first pick it. He's actually turning the hero almost into a ganker in this series. Like, he's not only part of team fights. This was a 2-hero move between Undying and Ember. Just gets in there, starts smacking the Slardar and the Storm, and he survives all of their damage because the creep wave is nearby. Soul Rip, completely fine. And now, this is when it gets challenging for Alliance, because you're losing... Oh, let's see. Jump in.
Baby. They try to go on top of him. He's going to pop his ult. Mind control looks to be the death for the Dire, as Miracle now on the run. Has the drums, phase boots tucked away. Like
it's good news for Alliance that they flushed them out there. That's what I was going to... Oh, S4. He is okay, I think.
Takes heavy damage, but should survive unless Miracle goes even more ham, which he's attempting to do right now. S4 does die, but will it cost Miracle his life is the question. Soul Rip keeping him alive again, but Remnant to the other side of the jungle. And just Team Nigma just feels like they're getting away with murder constantly.
Here comes Meepo. Nice pounce.
And Weehaw, he's been involved in 1 kill, I think. I guess 2-0, so technically 2, but he hasn't been as active. But now that he has his E-Blade, I assume a Blink Dagger soon.
Yeah.
In fact, is something coming? I feel like he should be more farmed than this, but maybe not. He'd go the triple.
It's 14 minutes, and he hasn't had many kills, so this is probably par for the course, having E-Blade here. What I was getting at is the problem for Alliance now is if Nigma get a foothold in the Alliance jungle, I don't know if your lineup can flush them out. Because what your lineup is good at is getting pickoffs. You have Slark, Storm, and Slardar. But your ability to sustain and just stand and deliver into Tombstone, Supernova, constant slight chains, I'm just not feeling it. So they have to avoid that Nigma start taking over areas. Hanskin's gonna die here bottom for sure.
Yep, he is certainly dead. And Nigma now with a 3k net worth lead and likely the tier 1 tower to follow here, but bounty runes are up. Looks like it'll be split evenly. And we have a double TP top actually, so Kuroki is here, Tombstone's available, Miracle as well. Gonna attempt to chase S4.
Missed the chains.
Only one zombie chasing him right now. Yeah, chains didn't connect, so that might break things up. But I've said that before, and it feels like they just continue to pile on this pressure.
Bring the start.
Initiation onto Kuroki. We've seen this story before. It doesn't really end well, typically, for Alliance in this series, at least. Weeha now applying all his pressure onto S4. Getting healed thanks to Chen. We'll be able to take out anybody to start this fight. His Phoenix Egg pops off. Looks like Weeha is going to drop it. Gets healed at the last moment, trying to run away. Will be successful now in the lasso onto the Storm Spirit as they lost S4 as well, who's forced to buy back into the game. Soul Rip again, keeping Weeha alive. They are just unfreaking killable, apparently. S4 does not want to die back here. His Handskin might just be beating his life away. Triple kill for Miracle. Now Nico Baby in the trees. Do they have the vision? Do they have the lockdown in order to take him out? They're past the tier 1 tower, which is still up and running. Weeha is not even helping his team, just going for the objectives right now. The Sunray with that E-Blade combination, S4, this likely will be a dieback. Finally ticks away. And they do get the tier 1 tower after all said and done.
With how these fights get played, they actually have to kill Undying, I think. They don't have what it takes to kill the other heroes.
Haven't they been initiating on him, and it just never ends well?
Yeah, well, they just haven't killed him. Oh, good zip. We'll get the bat. Nope, he's getting healed. Yeah. On top of that, you're also dealing with the Phoenix Yules. A nice little play there from GH. He actually dodged Laguna Blade with Yule, so that was wasted as well from Hanskin in that fight. And it didn't even start perfectly for Nigma. They missed their first slight chains on the Storm. They missed the Meepo net on the Storm. So good quick reaction from Limp to reset position and not get caught. But it's still the same kind of fight, right? It's Alliance are running their bodies at them, doing all the damage they can. It just isn't enough. The Sunray and the Soul Rip are keeping the right heroes alive. And it's hard to see a different outcome unless Alliance flat out just get a really good jump, right? They need to be the initiators, get an instant kill on either Phoenix or Undying, and then I think their lineup gets to shine.
By the way, I don't know if you mentioned this, Mind Control's build exactly the same as last game on Lina, but this time on the Bad Riders. You can see initiation onto Chen. Looks to be an easy one, but he has the mech going for Greaves now, so it's just this all-out heal strat again, which I guess we shouldn't be surprised by since we did see it last game. Miracle. Looks like the Yules is there, but Limp taking the brunt of the damage. Bash is there for S4, but again, the heals just continuing to come in as Alliance is just getting completely dumpstered right now. S4 just an afterthought. Very easy kill at the end of the day. 3 for nothing. They're just going to barrel down mid.
There's just something about Soul Rip. Like, when it's used in the right moments, it just looks like the most broken spell in the game.
Indeed.
It's pretty ridiculous. And yeah, it looks like this game Kuro will be going for a Glimmer Cape, but like we saw in the last game with Holy Locket, not only do you amplify the Soul Rip, but you can both Soul Rip and Locket. And the amount of healing you can output with this is pretty crazy. As Aegis will go to Meepo. An integral part of a Meepo victory usually. I don't know what this hero's win rate is when it doesn't get Aegis. It can't be good. But when it gets the first, and especially the second Aegis, it just tends to win. So big lead here, again, for Nigma.
It's one of the safer heroes to have Aegis on as well, because it's really hard to kill him a second time if you position the original Meepo correctly with that Aegis. As it looks like Handskin is just going to get soloed here by Miracle, and Alliance are just getting destroyed. Nico Baby pounces, but unluckily for him, he's completely surrounded. The egg, not really needed, but either way, 2 kills. 2 more kills, I should say, for Team Nigma, as the tier 2 towers look to be next. I don't see any reason they can't just continue on.
Oh, there's nothing stopping them right now. I actually don't know what Alliance is going to do if they just keep going from tower to tower. I think you have to dodge the fights. Try to push the waves so hard that somebody has to rotate and find a 5v4. The problem is, this is one of the biggest strengths of Meepo, is that once you have map control, you can push all of the waves. So you're never even losing a hero to solve problems. You just send a Meepo illusion there, push out the lane. He can reconnect with his team at any time. It's like having a non-stop Spectre, basically. So yeah, the waves as well. It feels a little bit like a checkmate here, honestly. Like, the moves that Alliance have to make are exceptionally difficult to find. You got to play for it.
Speaking of checkmate, you should watch Queen's Gambit. Great show, Cinderin. But you got to watch In Bruges first.
I'll watch it right after In Bruges.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. So GH on this Phoenix having a huge impact in both respective games. Going towards a Shivas, and I feel like he will finish that if this game is not even over by then. S4 getting caught off guard. One more right click should do it. They're trying to chase him out. We'll finally find him. Nico Baby in the meantime has to pop that ult. Orchid is applied to Miracle, but Weehaw just continuing his rampage. Not in a literal sense, although he still has time to do so. Nico Baby chased under the cover of the tier 3 tower, which is now fortified, but it really doesn't matter. And this is feeling very similar to game 1, where we might just see GGs before they even hit high ground.
Yeah, it's like they never even fought. Look at their healths. Soul Rip, Sunray,
Crazy.
Greaves. They don't
Very
have a wave
cool strat,
though, so Alliance get to respawn.
Kuroki's
Once
been
Slark is
holding
up
on to
again
this,
and Lina are up, there's going to be Tombstone.
He's been holding on to this combo while injured. Now he finally informed his teammates. They're
He's been planning this for months. Oh, he got caught by a net limp.
Yeah, limp destroyed now. Does have buyback, but see how much it actually meant. They do have one more fight in them technically, since he does have buyback. But they're gonna have to give up this Rax at the very least. Nigma could go for top lane as well, as they do have the tier 2s down. FNG pops that ult, but dies shortly after. This could be a really big kill onto Ember Spirit. Miracle is not healed in time. Does have buyback, but that feels like the first kill in a very long time for Alliance. Kuroki needs to get an Aether Lens. He probably regrets his decision now with Glimmer King. Could not get close enough to heal. He should know that Miracle and Weehaw are just going to go ham, right? Deep into the enemy. Oh, is that an Aghanim Scepter? Wait, what? Oh, never mind. I thought that was an Ag Storm for a second there. I'm like, holy crap. How did he farm that? So, I mean, at this stage, Cinderin, Alliance super far behind. What can they do? Like, Weehaw is one of those players that we've talked about that puts himself in kind of crappy positions occasionally. You hope for him to... I mean, is this more like waiting for Nigma to make mistakes versus trying to do something yourself?
I mean, again, I think you have to take any opportunity you're given where the enemy heroes are showing in more than one lane, and you have to try to fight. So if they can get a jump here, for example, on GH, that would be nice, but unfortunately Miracle will find them first. I don't see any way out of this one for S4. Gonna get Yuled and toasted.
Yeah, Weehaw finds a kill on the backside as well. So 2 easy kills in the jungle for Nigma, as they have a 21k net worth lead at 23 minutes. Now Weehaw in the enemy base with those 4 Meepos. Has the Scotty, E-Blade. He has another Scotty lined up apparently.
Yep. Oh, it's coming. Wonderful.
Perfect. Double Scotty, love it. Aegis is gone, but he's not really in too much danger here. They still have a tier 2 tower, so they cannot get megas. What?
You know what's also gone? Alliance. Alliance are also gone, I think.
Yep, they have
They're gone. They're gonna try though.
They will attempt this. Remember, no Aegis onto Meepo. Lasso is gonna keep poor Limp in place, and that's gonna be another easy one as Alliance just crumbles here amongst the ridiculous lineup of Team Nigma. Kuroki is back, and the heals have cometh. Undying looks good. I never thought I'd see the day, Cinderin. I talked a lot of shit about this hero, but it looked really freaking good these 2 games. I won't lie.
Oh, you're right. You love shitting on Undying. I completely forgot. He owned this series. I mean, this strategy from Nigma is obviously something incredible. Super dominant both games. I think the key thing mostly, and the shared thing in both games, is the support duo plus the offlaner going for that mech cloak build, and they just overpower you at minute 15. Way too strong. They don't have the solutions. And Alliance kind of drafted in a way that is also, to be fair, Alliance's draft is not good against that playstyle either, right? They need those pickoffs. They can't take the big team fight. But the fight is coming to them, especially with the Meepo. You're kind of cornered in that sense. So good drafting today.
Do you see a hero that could have countered this potentially, or is it one of those you need to think about it way ahead of time. It's not like just one pick difference.
I don't think a single hero. You replace any of Alliance's heroes with a single other hero. I don't think that solves the game. There's definitely pieces that could be better, but it isn't just we should have just picked X instead of Y. Bigger strategy thing with first getting Nigma doing very well in lanes both games, and then they just hit their stride and roll you. I think you need a much different strategy overall than this to beat this.
All right. Well, Nigma takes the 2-0 win over Alliance. Kuroki, definitely the MVP of this series, if I do say so myself, on Undying. I never thought I'd say that, but there's a first time for everything. Let's see what the panel thinks about this performance from Team Nigma.
Thank you, Suns fan. Yes, indeed. The Undying from Holy Locket to the Glimmer Cape Veil of Discord. My gosh, he's done it. He's made this hero look good. Lizard and Trent, welcome back. A slaughter to round out our day today. Nigma looking good.
Yep. Looking so strong. The way they start both of these games really is fantastic. I really like the fact that they switched up the laning stage, that they literally forced Alliance into a bad spot in which Chen is laning with Slardar and Lina isn't, and then you don't have this strong duo in the laning stage, Lina and Slardar. Your Slark isn't farming really well. You end up with 0-10 on both of them. So.
And you can see the importance of that too, because they didn't necessarily dominate the laning stage for Nigma, right? But they also didn't fall behind in a scenario where maybe you would have expected them to, because they made these matchups happen. And then Alliance weren't able to snowball enough to get past that Meepo. And once you saw that E-Blade come out and Weeha's diving through the mid lane, you're just like, all right, well,
yeah,
I think we're in trouble now.
Well, speaking of Weeha, we've got the man here on the Discord ready and waiting to hop in. And there he is. Weeha, can you hear us?
Hello, yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, buddy, congratulations on a great series. How you feeling after that Meepo game?
Feeling good. It's always fun to play the hero. Enjoyable.
Yeah, were you surprised the way they set up those lanes? We thought it was going to be Slardar, Lina together for sure. We were maybe even a little worried that they might put some pressure on, but that one fell apart quick.
Honestly, I don't even know what the lanes were. I didn't even look. Just playing my hero.
He was just playing his Meepo, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First, congrats on the series, the Batrider performance, the Meepo performance, really strong. What about that Storm Spirit the other day, by the way? The 19 kills one. What happened? Yeah.
It was just a rough early, and it was a combination of other things too. It's just a bad game, let's put it that way.
Yeah, understandable. I'm also interested in RMN. Is he still your coach? What's his input on all your drafts and stuff right now? Is he around?
He's still he's our coach. He pretty much helps us with everything Dota related. Yeah, be it drafts or plays or something we can improve on. He helps a lot.
Wow, it's nice to see you on the Meepo again, Weeha, as it's not something that you obviously get to play quite as often anymore as the heroes fallen off. Are there any other heroes that you kind of wish you could play right now that aren't maybe in the meta?
I wish I could play Skywrath Mage.
A Weeha classic. I wish you could play that too.
Do you think that Meepo is in a good spot, by the way? Should someone maybe buff him a little bit?
I think he needs a lot of buffs, actually. It's like you look at other heroes, right? Look at Lina's and whatever, Magnus, Void. You pick these heroes first pick every game, and they're strong, they do the job. But you pick Meepo first phase, and he's going to want to leave the game pretty much.
Rumors of a patch coming out soon. Any expectations? I guess maybe those are two right there, but any other thoughts about what you'd like to see, or any thoughts about this new hero even?
Just something crazy. Just, I don't know.
You want to mix it all up,
surprise us, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Surprise us. Okay, those are dangerous words. I don't know if I'd challenge Ice Frog like that.
Do you really enjoy the adapting to the new patch? Is that kind of is that one of your favorite things about Dota? Because I feel like a lot of pro players say that.
I love new patches because I get to try all the things I want, and I always have the excuse it's a new patch, so it's good. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then whatever.
And it's new patch, it's perfect. Yeah. I'm gonna start using that. That's a good idea.
All right.
Go ahead. Just one more question. Yeah, we asked a lot of people today as well about getting good in MMR and stuff? Like, do you have any suggestions to upcoming players how to get that MMR or get to a pro team?
I mean, honestly, MMR doesn't matter as much, just to get noticed, pretty much. So once you do get noticed, you actually have to start playing. I mean, trying to improve yourself, trying to improve your gameplay, pretty much. You can't just if you want to play for MMR, you're not gonna play good. That's what I believe. I think winning pubs is completely different than pro games. You have to play a completely different style because people they're just AFK in pubs, honestly. Like, they don't do anything. So you actually have to farm to win, which I don't think is ideal in Dota. I think it's actually a bad way to play the game. So just improve your game. That's all. As much as you can.
Yeah, use the MMR to get noticed and then really focus on improving. That is great advice, Weeha. And thank you for coming on. Good luck going forward. Hopefully you guys keep winning. Maybe we get to bring you on back later on in this group stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Well, it started as kind of a long day with both series going the stretch and then a quick 2-0 from Nigma, kind of gracing us with an earlier day today. Any other thoughts about this series overall, Nigma versus Alliance? We always jump into those interviews quick. So anything else to round it out, boys?
I mean, I would just say it's probably pretty hurting for Alliance right now because, again, good moments in this series as well, but it feels like as the series go on, the matches are just getting like more and more heartbreaking. So they need a big reset. You know, they gotta. I don't know what it is they need, but I hope that their mentality can bounce back because this is definitely something that could drag you down as the group stage moves on.
Yeah, I share his feelings completely. I think they need a new patch or something. This is looking rough.
Ice Rock, hurry!
Yeah.
Laura, get him.
I know. I know we don't have an overlay for the standings right now, but a reminder, this is a 10-team full round robin. We'll see every team face off against each other. Right now, it is Viking GG, Na'Vi, and Virtus.pro in the top 3, all of them undefeated in series. They've dropped individual games, but they've won all of their best of 3s. Bottom of the bracket, we've got Just Error at 1-3, and then both Alliance and Team Liquid currently 0-3 overall, 2-6 with their specific series scores. So it's been tough for the Liquid Alliance fans so far in this group, boys.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing. I mean, I say this every day, but there's just so many good matches all the time. Like tomorrow, we're gonna have OG versus Viking. We're gonna have Nigma versus Team Error, and then we're gonna round it out with Secret versus Liquid. Just
all amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Dota's so good right now.
It really is. So with all that said, hopefully you'll come back and join us tomorrow. More Div 1 games, same place, same time. I think we've got that Div 2 series as a lead-in, and then we've got 3 more of these big boys coming up for you. So be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other. We'll see you next time tomorrow morning.
EG.
So be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other. We'll see you next time tomorrow morning.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.